Dad. Seeing the pained Son Gohan burst into tears. Gohan, you send Son back first, leave this to us. At this time, Piccolo is still relatively calm. The immediate priority is to send Son Goku away first. Although the probability of them defeating the artificial man is very low, at least they can buy some time. Keelan also echoed. Piccolo is right, Gohan, you take Goku and go first, we have to stand up here. He. Just when Son Gohan was about to take Son Goku back, a cold laugh suddenly came. Everyone looked up, only to see artificial people 16, 17 and 18 walking side by side with malicious intentions. 17th sneered, we didn't agree to let Son Goku go. Asshole. Piccolo, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, Keelan and Dumpling stood up one after another, standing in front of Son Goku and Son Gohan. Piccolo ordered. Gohan, go, it is good. Son Gohan didn't dare to be negligent, he directly picked up Son Goku, and the flying technique was unleashed, flying towards the horizon. When he was on Namek, he had witnessed his father die once, and he didn't want to have such an experience again. Can you get away? Number 17 glanced at it. Immediately. Call out. The figure of number 18 on the side swept away and chased after Son Gohan directly. I didn't say let you go. Piccolo's figure also swept away, directly stopping number 18. Then you can stop and try. No 18's vermilion lips curled up in a disdainful arc, her jade hands lightly brushed the golden bangs on her forehead, and then she struck out suddenly. Puff. Before Piccolo could react, he was directly kicked in the arm by number 18. After clearing away Piccolo who was blocking the road, number 18 exploded with full speed and overtook Son Gohan in the blink of an eye. Go back to me. Boom. On the 18th, an upside-down golden hook kicked Son Gohan and Son Gohan out of the air. These bastards. This time, the faces of Keelan, Tien Shinhan and others completely darkened. It seems that on the 17th they don't intend to let Son Goku leave at all. Do you choose to entrust Son Goku's life to us, or do you plan to die here with Son Goku? I am very kind and give you a chance to choose your own destiny. 17 joked. Their goal is only Son Goku, but if Piccolo and the others plan to save Son Goku, he doesn't mind killing Piccolo and others together. At this time, Piccolo and Son Gohan, who were shot down by number 18 just now, stood up again. They didn't respond to no 17's words, they just protected Son Goku behind him in a straight line, expressing their choice with their attitude. It is impossible for them to leave it here and escape by themselves. Even at the cost of their lives, they have to protect Son Goku from a heart attack. It seems that you have already made a choice. Number 17 glanced at number 16 beside him, and said, Number 16, do you want to play? Number 16 blinked and said, I won't take advantage of others' danger and wait for Son Goku to recover from his illness before fighting him. Well, it seems that you are really a bit old-fashioned. For the silent and rigid number 16, number 17 expressed some headaches. He didn't think so much, he just wanted to kill Son Goku quickly, and then travel around the world freely. Number 18, let's go together. No problem, I also want to end quickly. Then. The 17th and 18th began a joint attack. Coming. Seeing that number 17 and number 18 shot at the same time, Piccolo instantly felt like a formidable enemy. Son Gohan transforms directly into Super Saiyan. If you want to hurt Son Goku, you have to step over his dead body first. Game start. Number 17 sneered, and then attacked Keelan first. Under the crushing power of number 17, Keelan was kicked flying. Bang bang bang. On the 17th and 18th, it was like no man's land. The defense line built by Piccolo, Son Gohan and others collapsed instantly under the attack of the 17th and 18th. Only Piccolo and Son Gohan, who turned into Super One, can resist a little. But Piccolo also quickly lost. His strength is very strong compared to Tien Shinhan and others, but he is not enough in front of number 17. Piccolo resisted for only a few minutes before being defeated by number 17, unable to rise again. Of the Earth Z fighters, only Super One Son Gohan is still struggling under the fierce attack of the 18th. Son Gohan, who is eager to protect his father, erupted with a powerful force that made number 18 look at him, and even reversed the situation for a while, and number 18 gradually fell into a disadvantage. Number 18, do you need help? Unnecessary. Although number 18 seemed to be at a disadvantage, she was able to defend with ease, and even if she couldn't avoid the attack, she could force it. Son Gohan's offensive seemed violent, but it didn't cause any threat or injury to her. You are not allowed to hurt my father. Son Gohan let out a roar, and directly raised his right fist to hit No 18's side face head-on. Then you come and try to protect it. While speaking, number 18 stretched out his left hand, intending to slap Son Gohan's fist off, and then counterattacked Son Gohan while Son Gohan exposed the gap in the middle. Result. Son Gohan feigned a shot, his right fist was retracted in the middle of the attack, and his left fist was thrown out suddenly. Puff. Number 18 received a solid punch in the right cheek. While number 18 was stiff, Son Gohan stretched out his hands and fired a Qigong cannon at No 18's head. Boom. The Qigong cannon instantly swallowed number 18, blasting a big hole in the ground. Oh. Seeing this scene, Vegeta raised his eyebrows and said slightly surprised, Kakarot, the son, is quite capable. But that's about it. If Son Gohan confronts him, Vegeta guarantees that Son Gohan will not have any chance to fight back. Woo woo woo. When the smoke cleared, the figure of number 18 reappeared in Son Gohan's sight. I saw number 18 standing in the big pit, not even a speck of dust on his body. Number 18 pushed the bangs on his forehead behind his ears, and then raised his beautiful blue eyes slightly. Is it only to this extent? Heard the words. Son Gohan immediately showed a look of panic. His attack has no effect on number 18 at all. Puff. While Son Gohan was in shock, number 18 rushed forward like lightning, and the fist containing terrifying power had already sunk deeply into his abdomen. After being hit hard by this, Son Gohan's face suddenly turned ferocious, and he returned to normal. Immediately. Number 18 spun a punch in the air, turned back and kicked Son Gohan hard on the back of the head. Thump. Son Gohan fell from the sky, badly injured and out of breath. Can't do it again. So far. Except for Son Goku, who had a heart attack, under the strong strength of number 17 and number 18, they all lost. Woo. Gohan. Son Goku wanted to help, but the torment of the disease made him so miserable that he couldn't even protect himself, let alone fight. Son Goku, you better take care of yourself first. Suddenly. No 17's icy voice came, and Son Goku looked up with difficulty, only to see number 17 with a cold expression, staring at him with murderous intent. Sorry Son Goku, I had to kill you because of Dr. Gero's orders. Looking at Son Goku who was suffering from the pain, number 17 showed no mercy. Because in his eyes, whether Son Goku had a heart attack or not, he had to die. Goku. Goku. Bastard. No one can. Stop them. If Khan was here, maybe it could change the situation. Looking at Son Goku who is like a fish on a chopping board, the Z-fighters are both angry and desperate. Their strength is regarded as the top masters among the Earthlings, but in front of Saiyan and artificial humans, they seem so pale and vulnerable. Watching this scene, Vegeta remembered the past again. When he, Nappa and Raditz came to the Earth, the Z-fighters were beaten mercilessly like now, and Son Goku's life was threatened. Then, Khan appeared. During Setsuna, Vegeta's psychological shadow came up. Whispering sound. Vegeta curled his lips, it was different now. Now he is no longer the weak self he was then. Vegeta is confident, now that he has a powerful force no less than Khan, there is no need to be afraid of Khan. Number 17 stretched out his right hand, and a golden Qigong bomb quickly condensed, exuding the breath of death. The annoying flies have been cleaned up, and now no one can save your life, Son Goku. Number 16, number 18, and Vegeta all watched this scene expressionlessly. The Z-fighters, on the other hand, looked desperate and helpless. Could it be? Are they going to watch Son Goku being slaughtered and powerless like they were a few years ago? Dad. Son Goku's immature face is full of unwillingness and anger. He is now seriously injured and has no ability to continue fighting. There is only one way to save Son Goku, and the only person Son Gohan could think of. Goodbye, Son Goku. Boom. As the voice fell, the Qigong bullet in No 17's palm came out and went straight to Son Goku. Son Gohan's pupils widened and he yelled hysterically, Khan, uncle. Boom. Just when the Qigong bomb on the 17th was about to fall on Son Goku's body, the Qigong bomb was suddenly sent flying, drawing a perfect parabola in the air. Eventually a mountain was razed to the ground. How? The sudden change made number 17 frown. Coming. At this moment, Vegeta's body and mind suddenly tensed up, as if he was facing an enemy. He looked around, trying to spot Khan. What happened? No 17's Qigong bomb suddenly disappeared, which also made number 16 and number 18 feel a little uneasy. It's Khan. Keelan, who was originally desperate, burst into ecstasy in an instant. Khan must be back. Where is Khan? Others looked around too, but they didn't see Khan at all. I want to see who dares to touch my younger brother. Just when everyone was looking for Khan's figure, a domineering voice sounded from everyone's ears. There was a trace of anger in the domineering voice. Immediately afterwards, Son Gohan shifted his gaze, and a stalwart figure, like a divine soldier descending from heaven, entered his line of sight. He was wearing an orange practice uniform, tall and straight, and his resolute yet majestic face exuded an invisible sense of oppression and arrogance. When he saw the face clearly, Son Gohan shouted in surprise, "Uncle Khan." "Really, Khan?" Vegeta was shocked, and then followed Son Gohan's line of sight. I saw Khan, whom he couldn't find anywhere just now, appeared in front of Son Goku at some point. He just stood there quietly, giving people an insurmountable sense of copyright yavu. "Khan. Really, Khan? He. Ask yourself how lucky you are. Kling and Yamcha know Khan's style of doing things all too well. Khan returns, and whether these artificial people on the 17th can see the sun of tomorrow is a question. Khan's return undoubtedly gave the desperate Z fighters a shot in the arm. In their minds, as long as Khan shows up, all problems will be fine." At the same time, number 17 also turned around abruptly, only to see Khan looking down at him with a cold face. In front of Khan's tall and straight figure, the slightly thin number 17 is like a child standing in front of an adult. The difference in height and figure between the two forms a visual impact. "Just now, you brat wanted to kill my dear brother?" Boom. Between Setsuna. A terrifying and suffocating sense of oppression hit his face, and an extremely dangerous breath surged into his heart. Number 17 felt his mind was about to burst. He stomped back a few steps, and said solemnly, "You are Khan?" Regarding Khan's personal information, Dr. Gero has also joined their program, so the artificial people on the 17th still know a little about Khan. But in the information drive Gero gave them, Khan is not so powerful. Just standing in front of Khan on the 17th, he felt infinite pressure and oppression. "Number 17, come back quickly." Number 18 also sensed Khan's danger, and hurriedly shouted. The Khan in front of him is by no means something that number 17 can contend with alone. 17 wanted to retreat, but Khan's oppression was so strong that he couldn't even control his body. "Don't worry, bitch, I will settle the account with my nephew just now and I will settle it with you later." Puff. At the same time that Khan's voice fell, number 17 let out a scream. Before everyone could even figure out what happened, number 17 screamed and flew upside down. After smashing a boulder, number 17 finally stopped. Number 17 was lying on the ground in a large font, with his eyes closed, and he had lost consciousness. One move. Robot number 17, which even Piccolo couldn't resist just now, was defeated by Khan. Good. So strong. Android number 17 didn't even make a move. "I haven't seen you for a few years, but Khan's strength is so strong that people can't see through it." Khan's random blow shocked all the Z fighters. In the past, they could still perceive how strong Khan's chi was, but now that Khan was standing in front of them, they didn't even know how strong Khan's chi was. Perhaps. In the past 5 years, Khan's strength has been several dimensions away from them. But this is undoubtedly exciting news for Z fighters. If Khan's strength is not much different from that of the artificial man, the situation will be even worse. The other side. Vegeta stared fixedly at Khan's profile, deeply shocked in his heart. "This guy. When did you make the move just now?" Originally, Vegeta boasted that his strength was definitely not inferior to Khan, but he couldn't even see how Khan made moves. This is too terrible. What's more, Khan didn't even transform into Super Saiyan. Khan's strength is becoming more and more obscure. It was only now that Vegeta discovered that even though he practiced uninterruptedly for 5 years, the gap between him and Khan was still expanding infinitely. Khan bastard. What happened in the past 5 years? How did he cultivate? Vegeta gritted his teeth and stared at Khan unwillingly. Just when he thought he had caught up with Khan, Khan turned him off again. "Number 17, are you okay?" Number 18 helped number 17, who was unconscious, but number 17 was still like a dead person, without any response. Number 16 also came over and said, "It's okay, he just fainted temporarily, he can't die." Immediately. Number 16 turned his head to look at Khan, and said fearfully, "This man is very powerful, we cannot compete with him." Asshole. Number 18 gritted his silver teeth lightly, and the meaning of number 16 was already obvious. It is obviously irrational to confront Khan head on now. The most important thing right now is to avoid the sharp edge first, otherwise none of them would be able to leave here alive today. Number 18 didn't lose her mind either. She immediately supported number 17 and said in a deep voice, "Number 16, let's go first." Number 16 nodded slightly, and then the 3 of them planned to leave. "When did I say you could go?" Boom. Just when the 3 people on the 18th were about to retreat, Khan's cold voice came suddenly, and an unparalleled sense of oppression hit, and the 16th and 18th suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing on them, unable to move. Is the momentum alone already so strong? Scary guy. In the information drive Jero gave us, it didn't say that he has such a strong strength. Number 18 stared at Khan fearfully, said in a deep voice. Dr. Jero gave you outdated information, do you still take it seriously? Khan took a step forward, seemingly tens of meters away, and suddenly appeared in front of number 18 in the next second. When Khan came to Setsuna, No 18's pretty face instantly became pale and bloodless. Number 18, I had a lot of fun beating my nephew just now. From a close look, number 18 is indeed worthy of the Dragon Ball goddess. Blonde hair and blue eyes, petite and exquisite, thin where it should be thin, and plump where it should be plump. Her whole body exudes the temperament of a royal sister. But at this moment, Khan doesn't have the heart to think about these things. Since she wants to kill her younger brother Son Goku, and even beat Son Gohan violently, then Khan doesn't care what Dragon Ball goddess you are. Beat me first. What do you want? Number 18 gritted his silver teeth, staring at Khan with extreme fear and vigilance. His heart was already in a mess. Khan said calmly, of course I want justice for my nephew. While speaking, Khan raised his right hand high. Then, Pia. A heavy slap fell mercilessly on No 18's pretty face, which looked like a perfect work of God. Number 18 was slapped on the spot, turned over several times, and finally fell heavily on the ground. After receiving such a slap from Khan, there was a bruise and purple slap mark on No 18's pretty face, which was shocking. Asshole. After being slapped in public by Khan, number 18 was a little bit over the top. When did her lovely and charming face suffer such an insult? I'm fighting with you. Number 18 Zhao got up with a drink, and rushed directly towards Khan. Go away. Khan stared, and the terrifying aura formed an air current that swept out. What? Number 18 was hit hard on the spot, and her petite body was like a paper kite with a broken string. After drawing a beautiful parabola in the air, it landed heavily. PFF'd. Suffering this blow, No 18's chest constricted, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Blood stained her red lips. Coupled with the slightly messy short blonde hair and pale face, one can't help feeling sorry for her. Good. As expected of Khan, really relieved. Androids number 17 and number 18 are not Khan's opponents at all. Khan's momentum alone is enough to crush them. It's too strong, it's a monster. So, what has Khan experienced in the past 5 years? His strength has completely changed from 5 years ago. Khan unilaterally crushed number 17 and number 18, which greatly shocked the Z-Warrior's heart. While shocked, they also felt extremely relieved. Thinking back to the picture of number 17 being aggressive and trying to kill Son Goku before going fast, and looking at No 17's life or death look, how cool is it? Didn't you just keep Son Goku from leaving? Now that the roles are reversed, it's your turn to be unable to leave, so let's all experience what despair is. Are you going to compete with me? After severely injuring number 18, Khan ignored her and turned his attention to number 16. 16 stared at Khan for a few seconds, then took a step back. This little move of taking a step back also indicated the decision of number 16. Khan didn't say anything about it. Khan has always been a person with clear grievances and grievances. Although the mission of number 16 is also to kill Son Goku, he did not participate in the action to intercept Son Goku when Son Goku had a heart attack just now. So Khan didn't plan to argue too much with number 16. At the same time, a pair of viper-like eyes were secretly staring at number 18, who was seriously injured by Khan. Number 16 chooses to stay away from the edge and not to confront Khan. It's a wise choice, because number 16 is very clear that Khan can beat number 17 and number 18, and it is not a big problem for him to be able to beat number 18. Vegeta. Khan turned his head to look at Vegeta, who was not far away. I heard that you were going to challenge me? Are you calling me a coward? Although Khan was not at the scene just now, he also saw everything that happened here through the projection of Whis' angel staff. Therefore, Khan is also very clear about Vegeta's purpose for coming to Earth this time. Khan cast his gaze, and Vegeta's scalp exploded instantly. Vegeta, who was full of confidence when he first arrived on Earth, now has the idea of a retreating in his heart. Just standing in front of him like this with Khan, he could feel a terrifying sense of oppression. If he really wanted to fight Khan, his fate might not be much better than that of number 17 and number 18. You misunderstood. Vegeta looked away. Facing Khan, Vegeta completely lost the arrogance he had when he first arrived on Earth. He argued, I never said you were a coward. Yes? Khan grinned, but it made Vegeta's scalp tingle. Then you said that you want to challenge me, is it always true? I haven't seen you for a few years, and it seems that your self-confidence has returned. Taking a careful look at Vegeta, Khan completely saw through Vegeta's current strength. Ultra full power. Very weak for Khan, but Vegeta is undoubtedly strong for this time period. It seems that Vegeta has not abandoned himself in the past 5 years. It seems that you already think that your strength has surpassed mine. Forget it, I accept your challenge and make a move. As he spoke, Khan hooked his fingers towards Vegeta, indicating that he was ready to make a move at any time. Whispering sound. Vegeta's eyelids twitched violently a few times, and at this point, he couldn't help but fight. Just now he shouted aggressively to challenge Khan, but now that Khan really came back, he ran away. What is this like? Vegeta can't afford to lose this man. Prince Saiyan's arrogant self-esteem did not allow him to act so cowardly. Then, Vegeta once again transforms into Super One's full power form. Then he made the classic deflated gesture again, and said confidently, "Tremble, Khan, this is the power of my Vegeta." Khan nodded, and said solemnly, "It's very strong, let's make a move." What? The ground beneath Vegeta's feet shattered, and then charged towards Khan with lightning speed. Khan stood in place with his hands behind his back. When Vegeta's fist was about to come, Khan neither wanted to counterattack nor did he intend to defend, so he just let Vegeta's fist hit him. Puff. In the blink of an eye, under the watchful eyes of Warrior Z and number 16, Vegeta's fist arrived as promised. Hammered heavily on Khan's face. Khan didn't move a muscle, not even a frown. Nani. He punched almost with all his strength, but didn't even break Khan's defense, which shocked Vegeta on the spot. He guessed that Khan's strength had greatly improved compared to when he was on Namek, but what he didn't expect was that his full blow could not even make Khan frown. That's it. Khan was about to make a mockery, but the next second, there were black question marks all over his face. Wow. I saw Vegeta suddenly let out a scream, and then flew out automatically, and even returned to normal. What happened? Do not know. Not only Khan, but the Z fighters also had black question marks on their faces. Obviously, Khan didn't make a move just now, and Vegeta flew out completely by himself. Good. So strong. Vegeta was half lying on the ground, covering his chest with his hands, and said with a shocked expression. Khan direct subway mobile phones for the elderly. Vegeta. What are you doing? Why did you fall down before I even made a shot? As soon as Khan's words came out, the Z fighters became even more confused. They just said that Khan did not make a move just now, but Vegeta fell down by himself. This is too strange. Being exposed by Khan, Vegeta lost face all of a sudden. But Vegeta turned his head and said flatteringly, "Doesn't this show that you are powerful?" Vegeta thinks. In life, sometimes it is better to bow your head, such as the present moment. If he really fights with Khan, he can already imagine his end. Heard the words. The Z fighters were collectively dumbfounded. Do you think you were just joking when you threatened to challenge and defeat Khan? But one thing has to be admitted, Vegeta is right to do so. Humph. This Vegeta knows the times, Piccolo snorted. Although he looked down on Vegeta's behavior, it was undoubtedly wise. May I ask, who wants to be beaten for no reason? Maybe even my little life will be lost. Ha ha ha. Vegeta, are you here to be funny? Keelan laughed outright. Anyway, with Khan here, Vegeta didn't dare to do anything to him. Vegeta's eyelids twitched, and he said coldly, "Say it again. Tell me again, what can you do to me? A little bit." Keelan directly made a face. Okay. Khan waved his hand, interrupting the friendly interaction between Vegeta and Keelan, and asked, "Can everyone still move?" Can. Good. Everyone responded one after another. After the cultivation just now, everyone has recovered some physical strength. Not to mention fighting, at least it is possible to use flying technique to leave here. Immediately, Khan explained in an orderly manner, "Piccolo, you and nephew Gohan send Goku back, and I will find a way to cure his heart disease, and everyone else can go back to their respective homes to find their mothers." Piccolo nodded, but had no objection. At first he and Son Goku were enemies, but now he and Son Goku are friends who don't know each other. Vegeta. What about you? Vegeta stood up again, and said cheekily, "Can I stay on Earth? I want to know how you usually cultivate." After seeing Khan's strength today, Vegeta no longer expects to catch up with Khan. As long as he can continue to close the gap with Khan, he will be satisfied. Besides, even if he leaves the Earth, he has nowhere to go. Now his goal in life is to become stronger and keep getting stronger. Up to you. Call out. Before Khan finished his sentence, a lizard-like green shadow suddenly rushed out from behind a stone. His snake-like eyes were full of greed. He rushed straight to number 18, who was seriously injured. Number 17 and number 18 are my cell's prey. The sudden change surprised everyone. That green figure is a monster that looks like a lizard. The cheeks of the sharp-billed monkey are covered with spots, making it extremely ugly. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a strange species. This strange-looking monster is the ultimate artificial human who came from the time machine from the future. Cell. He came here to absorb number 17 and number 18 and evolve into a perfect body. He had been lurking nearby just now, waiting for such a moment. Khan severely injured number 17 and number 18, which can be said to have helped him a lot. If it weren't for Khan, Cell would have to spend a certain amount of effort to absorb number 17 and number 18. Before everyone could react, Gigi Lu had already appeared in front of number 18. The tail thorn on the back opened its bloody mouth and sucked towards No 18's head. Instantly, No 18's face, which was already pale due to the injury, became even paler. Just looking at Cell, the ugly monster, she felt her scalp go numb, and she couldn't imagine what would happen if she was absorbed by Cell. Rather than being absorbed by such an ugly monster, Tien Bahao would rather die. Number 18 wanted to hide, but the serious injuries in her body made her unable to do so. Help me. Number 18 subconsciously called for help. She didn't know who would come to save her, but at this moment she couldn't care less. She doesn't want to be absorbed by Cell. God can't save you, be the nutrient of my cell. The first order Cell smiled sinisterly, but the tail stabbing action behind his back was not slow at all. However, just when Cell's tailbone was about to absorb No 18's head, a big foot suddenly fell from the sky and stepped on Cell's tailbone heavily on the ground. A tall and stalwart figure appeared in No 18's beautiful eyes. It was Khan, who had just severely injured her. I said, "You really don't think much of me. You have been hiding around just now. Do you really think I don't know?" Khan's tone was flat, but in No 18's ears, it was so domineering. "You bastard." The poisonous snake-like eyes of the first order Cell stared at Khan firmly. His eyes were so red that it was about to tear apart. He was clearly about to succeed just now, but a Khan came out halfway, ruining his plan to absorb number 18. As long as number 18 is absorbed, he can evolve to the second stage. But right now, because of Khan, his plans are bankrupt. "What are you looking at? Get lost." Khan flicked it with his fingers, and the first order Cell was instantly sent flying. But the half of his tailbone that was stepped on by Khan was still under Khan's feet, and it was still wriggling. "It's disgusting." Khan spat a little, then kicked off half of Cell's tail spine, and smashed it into pieces with a Qigong bullet. On the ground, 18 stared blankly at Khan. She couldn't believe that hers would be Khan, who had just severely injured her. What is this man thinking? Number 18 can't figure it out clearly. He obviously wanted to beat and kill him just now, but now he saves himself from Cell. This can't be fixed on the 18th. Seemingly aware that number 18 was looking at him, Khan lowered his eyes slightly and said, "What? Am I like a god?" 18th was suddenly at a loss for words. Needless to say, Khan at this moment is indeed a god in the eyes of number 18. At the critical moment just now, I am afraid that only Khan, who is like a magic soldier, can save her from Cell. "Okay, don't look at me like that, it's embarrassing. Even though you beat my nephew just now, I didn't go to the point where I couldn't kill you." Khan defended. "I just didn't want to let this ugly monster get away with it." Listening to Khan's arrogant defense, number 18 couldn't help but chuckle, and almost didn't laugh out loud. She didn't expect that Khan, who had a murderous look on his face just now and looked like a brother-in-law and madman, had such a cute side. The domineering impression Khan left on her just now collapsed instantly at this moment. "HMPH, I won't thank you just because you saved me." Number 18 said arrogantly. "Since he wanted to save me, why did he beat me so hard just now?" Number 18 couldn't figure out what was in Khan's head. "Whatever, anyway, I don't expect you to thank me, I just don't want to make people a fisherman." Khan smiled and shook his head. It's not that he doesn't understand the character of number 18. The woman number 18 is not good at expressing her true feelings, and her tone of voice is not good. She has a kind of arrogant personality. So Khan doesn't have to haggle with number 18. As for why he saved number 18, maybe it's because of interest, maybe it's because he doesn't want to see such a beautiful sister as number 18 absorbed by such an ugly monster like Cell, or maybe it's because Khan himself said that he doesn't want Cell to miss him. In short, the original intention of saving number 18 is no longer important. Now, the first order Cell has stood up again from the ground, and the half-broken tail thorn on its back has also grown back. After being hit by Khan just now, the Japanese Cell didn't feel good either. "You bastard, how did you find me?" The first order Cell's eyes are cloudy. He still couldn't figure out how Khan found him. He obviously didn't even leak a single movement or breath, so how could he be discovered? The stench from your body, not to mention so close, I can smell it even 100 kilometers away. Who else do you want to hide? Khan teased. Hearing this, the snake-like eyes of the First Order cell suddenly burst into green light. Obviously, he was angry. He is the ultimate artificial human created by Dr. Gero with all his life's efforts, but Khan actually said that he has a stench on his body? In addition, Khan just destroyed his plan to absorb number 18, which made the First Order cell even more angry. Court death. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 scarlet energy beams shot out from the viper-like pupils of the First Order cell, and rushed towards Khan's heart. Khan didn't even blink his eyes, letting the First Order cell's eye beams shoot at him. Clang. The First Order cell's expected picture of piercing Khan's heart did not appear, only the 2 energy beams he sent out hit Khan's chest, like water droplets falling on a stone. Instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. Just this little strength? If you tickle me, you think your strength is too light. Khan patted the unnecessary dust on his body expressionlessly. Khan's move, in the eyes of the First Order cell, is a humiliation. Isn't Khan obviously humiliating him, saying that he is too weak? My cell is the ultimate artificial human, don't underestimate me. Immediately, the First Order cell placed his 2 fingers between his eyebrows and a dark yellow energy emerged. This action. It's Piccolo's magic light cannon. Seeing this action of the First Order cell, Keelan and others were shocked. Isn't this exactly the action of Piccolo releasing the magic light cannon? This guy. How could my magic light kill the cannon? Piccolo was also full of disbelief. His magic light killing cannon was stolen. Others don't know why Cell can kill the cannon with magic light, but can Khan not know? These are all cells taken from Piccolo by Dr. Gero using the ultra-small worm-shaped spy robot, so the cell will not only kill Piccolo's magic light, but also regenerate Piccolo's tissue. In fact, not only Piccolo, even if Cell uses other people's stunts, Khan will not be surprised or surprised at all. For example, Krillin's Chi General Zon, Son Goku's Kamehameha and so on. There is a way to pick me up. Magic light killing cannon. The energy gathering of the magic penetrating light killing cannon is completed, and the First Order cell suddenly blasts out the magic penetrating light killing cannon. Boom. The magic light cannon surrounded by spiral energy pierced the air and landed on Khan in an instant. Seeing that Khan really received the magic penetration light killing cannon head on, the first level cell couldn't help but sarcastically said, "What an idiot, do you really think the magic penetration light killing cannon is such a weak move just now?" Woo woo woo. Moment. When the smoke cleared, the First Order cell's triumphant laughter stopped abruptly. I saw Khan still standing where he was, with his hair intact. The magic penetration light cannon, regarded as one of the must-kill skills of the First Order cell, even failed to break through Khan's defense. We failed to penetrate the enemy's armor. No. Impossible. At this moment, the First Order cell finally let out a horrified sound. He stomped back a few steps, looking at Khan in horror as if he were looking at a monster. In the future time and space, there is no such strong monster as Khan. What the hell is going on in this space-time? HMPH, this level of attack can't even hurt me, and you still want to hurt Khan? Are you out of your mind? Khan hadn't spoken yet, but Vegeta spoke out first. Heard the words. Level 1 cell feels a chill. It's over. He seemed to have come to a time and space that was completely unfamiliar to him. If the future time and space is difficult for beginners, then this time and space is hell difficulty. In the future time and space, he is invincible in the world, but because the 17th and 18th in the future time and space were killed, he had to take the time machine back to the past to absorb Tien Chi-Chi and number 18 to evolve into a complete body. Result. What Cell didn't expect was that this time and space would be in hell mode. Any last words? Khan blinked his dark eyes, and a cold killing intent suddenly burst out. Even when he attacked number 17 and number 18 just now, Khan never showed such chilling killing intent. As for the First Order cell, Khan really has a murderous intention. Not why, just because Cell is a heinous bastard. Although number 17 and number 18 want to kill Son Goku, they are only following Dr. Gero's orders. I believe that after today, they will no longer chase and kill Son Goku. Heard the words. The First Order cell didn't hesitate and just slipped away. Intuition told him that if he continued to stay here, the only thing waiting for him was the order of death. He doesn't want to die. He also thought about absorbing number 17 and number 18 to evolve into a perfect body. So this is your last words, so let's go. Khan stretched out one hand, aiming at the First Order cell that fled to the sky at the fastest speed. Since you are a guest from afar from the future time and space, I naturally have to treat you well. Space. 973, Setsuna, in the palm of Kon, the purple-black energy exuding destructive fluctuations quickly condensed. As the purple-black energy rotates at high speed, a swirling circular energy disk is formed. What a terrifying fluctuation! At this moment, Vegeta and the Z-Fighters were instantly shocked. Just a trace of energy fluctuations emanating from the swirling purple-black energy disk in Kon's palm made them feel a strong breath of death. Vegeta couldn't believe how terrifying the power would be if these energies were blasted out. Whoosh! 2 seconds later, the energy of the swirling purple-black energy disk was condensed. Immediately, Kon faintly spat out the last 3 words of this move: Annihilation Cannon. Boom! As Kon blurted out the last word, a burst of purple-black energy ki blast entangled in a dark red lightning arc burst out suddenly. Click! Click! Wherever the space annihilation cannon passes, the space collapses inch by inch. In a blink. Under the watchful eyes of Vegeta and others, the space annihilation cannon swallowed the fleeing First Order cell. After devouring the First Order cell, the space annihilation cannon continued unabated, rushing out of the Earth's atmosphere all the way into the universe space. Kon's space annihilation cannon did not cause any fancy energy explosions, but where the space annihilation cannon passed along the way, the space there was still broken. A shocking jet-black space crack spread from Kon's palm to the sky. It was as if the sky had been torn in half. This scene. Just looking at it makes your scalp tingle. No one dared to imagine what would happen if they were hit by this space annihilation shell. But what is certain is that it will definitely not be better than the end of the First Order cell. Because of the chi of the First Order cell, it completely disappeared. A long time. The space crack that was blasted out by the space annihilation bombardment gradually repaired itself. This power is not bad. Kon withdrew his palm, thoughtfully. This is a move he independently created during the 5 years of training on Beerus. This trick is mainly derived from the self-extreme intention. The original intention of its creation is to destroy regardless of everything. Even space can't bear the power of this move, so Kon named this move, Space Annihilation Cannon. For the Space Annihilation Cannon just now, Kon only used less than 1/1000th of the power. If the energy is fully activated, the entire 7th universe will be destroyed in an instant. Still. Okay. Listening to Kon's speech in Versailles, Vegeta and the others were suddenly full of black lines. You call this power okay? Does that mean you have to destroy the entire galaxy or universe at once to be satisfied? After seeing Kon's space annihilation cannon, Vegeta clearly recognized the strength gap between him and Kon. He may never catch up with Kon in his life, no way. Since he can't surpass Kon, then he is better than Kon's younger brother Kakarot. Even if he is the second child on Earth, Vegeta is satisfied. Who made this guy Kon a pervert? If even Kon's younger brother is better than him, then Vegeta really can't accept it. After solving Cell, Kon took another look at number 18. He didn't say anything, just turned around and left with Son Gohan and others. After Kon, Vegeta and Z-Fighters leave. Only then did number 18 support his weak body and stood up again. She looked at the direction where Kon disappeared, and gritted her teeth. Who asked you to save me, you self-righteous bastard? You can scold me, but when she lowered her head, there was a flash of tenderness in No 18's eyes. The scene where Kon rescued her from Cell just now at the critical moment, like a divine soldier descending from heaven, once again came to No 18's mind. She can never forget that scene. The person who beat and killed her 1 second, saved her from fire and water the next second. Whatever the reason for saving her from Cell, there's no doubt that Kon left a deep impression on her. Only then did number 18 come to his senses, forcefully supported his seriously injured body, and went to help number 17 who was unconscious. Number 16, let's go. What is urgent now is to send number 17 to treatment first. Otherwise, number 18 can't guarantee whether No 17's life will be in danger. After all, number 17 is her only relative in this world. If number 17 died, then she probably didn't want to live anymore. The words are divided into 2 ends. Piccolo, Keelan, Yamcha, Tien Shinhan and Dumpling all went back to recuperate. Kon escorted Son Gohan and Son Goku back to Baozi Mountain. After returning to Baozi Mountain and giving Son Goku heart medicine, Son Goku's painful expression improved slightly. Seeing Son Goku's complexion improved, Kon was also relieved, and then said, Chi-Chi, take care of Goku, I will find a way to cure his heart disease later. After explaining to Chi-Chi, Kon immediately left Baozi Mountain. He hasn't been home for 5 years, and hasn't seen his first wife for 5 years. So, after setting up Son Goku, Kon rushed to the western capital without stopping. For 5 years, Kon has been thinking about his wife every day. Having not been by her side for 5 years, Khan also deeply felt that his husband had seriously failed in his duty, so this time when he went back, he decided to suspend his practice for a period of time and spend time with Vados. At least, first create the crystallization of love between him and Vados. Then I will think about cultivation. Cultivation is important, but family is more important in Khan's heart. ********* In the mushroom house on the outskirts of Shidu. Vados was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding her restless little hands together nervously, looking at the gold ring on her left ring finger from time to time. This is when she married Khan, the token of love between her and Khan, and also the wedding ring. Seeing the gold ring, Vados seemed to see Khan's face. "Honey, it's been 5 years. I miss you so much. I don't know if you have changed." Thinking of Khan, Vados couldn't help but feel a happy arc. Only, thinking of Khan coming back soon, Vados couldn't help but start to feel nervous again. A newlywed couple haven't seen each other for 5 years. When we meet again, we will definitely feel a little nervous. Even Vados, who is an angel, is no exception. Since marrying Khan, Vados is not like an angel outside the universe, but more like an ordinary wife. Boom boom boom. While Vados was dazed, there was a light knock on the door of the house. Hearing Setsuna's knock on the door, Vados' heart beats faster. I was already a little nervous, but I became even more nervous because she knows, Khan is back. Her husband, whom she hasn't seen in 5 years, is back. After sorting out his mood a bit, Vados quickly got up and went to open the door. Crunch. Just when Vados was about to open the door had been pushed open from the outside. Setsuna with the gate pushed open, the last distance between Vados and Khan also disappeared. The handsome face that Vados had been thinking about for 5 years came into view, and the longing for the past 5 years rushed like a tide, and Vados' beautiful eyes instantly became moist. She stared closely at Khan's face. Compared with 5 years ago, Khan today has lost the last trace of immature outline, and has become more mature, steady and manly. When Vados looked at Khan also looked at Vados. Looking at Vados' beautiful face that was exactly the same as 5 years ago, Khan couldn't help showing a gentle smile, and said apologetically, "Honey, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you wait for me for 5 years, and I will make it up to you." Talking. Khan hugged the red-eyed Vados into his arms. Without any sweet words, just a simple, "Wife, I'm back," made Vados burst into tears instantly. She embraced Khan tightly, resting her chin on Khan's broad shoulders. Angel's tears ran down her cheeks. 5 years. She hasn't seen Khan or heard Khan's voice for 5 years. As the saying goes, a little farewell is better than a newlywed. Let alone a couple who have been apart for 5 years? Vados clung to Khan's ear, sobbing in a low voice, "Honey, I miss you so much." "I miss you as well." Khan held Vados' delicate oval face and wiped the tears from her cheeks. The two stared affectionately for a few seconds, and then their lips melted together. Vados fell deeply into Khan's tender village and couldn't extricate himself. A long time. Lip points. Khan put his hands around Vados' slender waist, and said, "Honey, let's have a baby." "Okay, sir." Vados has stopped tears, burst into laughter. Although he is an angel, since he is married to Khan, Vados naturally wants a child with Khan. As early as the year when he married Khan, Vados thought about having children. But Khan was concentrating on cultivation at that time and had no plans to have children for the time being, so she and Khan have never had children. Now, Khan returned from practicing with Whis for 5 years, and his strength has almost reached the point of gods of destruction. So now is the time to have a baby. Regardless of gender, as long as it is a child between her and Khan. Gradually. The sun gradually went down. The setting sun in the evening renders the clouds in the sky into fiery red, which is extremely beautiful. After more than 5 years, Khan finally sat down at the table again to have dinner with his wife Vados. "Honey, are you still used to eating my cooking?" Seeing Khan devouring the delicacies she made, Vados asked with a happy face. The lover devours the dishes he made with his own hands, even if it doesn't look very beautiful, but this is the greatest happiness of being a wife. Gulu. Khan swallowed the meat in his mouth in one breath, and complained, "Honey, you don't know that the dish made by Whis can make me almost die on the spot. So you know how much I want to eat your dishes again these years." PFF'd. Vados laughed out loud on the spot, the flowers trembled with laughter, and everything was eclipsed. Vados had forgotten how long it had been since he had smiled so happily. But Whis, who was far away on Beerus, sneezed for no reason. After dinner, Vados cleaned up the dishes on the table, and Khan followed Vados to wash today's dishes. After. It's time for Khan and Vados. Khan told Vados some interesting things that happened on Beerus in the past few years, and could always make Vados laugh out loud from time to time. Night fell. The cool moonlight poured down on the earth, and there were bursts of cheerful laughter from time to time in a mushroom house on the outskirts of Shidu. Soon. The sun rises from the eastern horizon, chasing the cold night. A new day has begun, and everything on the earth begins to recover. Vados got up early to prepare breakfast for Khan as before. The happiest thing in life is to wake up in the morning and eat the breakfast carefully prepared by your lover. Until Khan didn't eat well at Beerus for the past 5 years, so Vados specially prepared a rich breakfast for Khan. After breakfast, Vados asked, "Husband, when you went to Namek, did you promise Bulma something?" "Oh, you said this, there is indeed." Now that Vados has taken the initiative to bring it up, Khan naturally does not shy away from this issue. "Is it true that Bulma said you would accept her?" Vados blinked his clear and vivid beautiful eyes, and said thoughtfully, "I don't care, it's mainly up to you husband, if you still like Bulma, then marry her." In the past 5 years, Vados has gotten along very well with Bulma, and she has treated Bulma as a younger sister. Therefore, if Khan really married J-Ma, he would have no objections, and in this way, would not have to be busy earning money to support his family in the future. She can also have multiple partners. "Honey, you are an angel." Khan kissed Vados on the cheek. There is such a gentle, kind, understanding, good-looking wife who can fight, and even cook and do housework. What more could a husband ask for? She even accepted that she would marry another wife. This riding horse is simply angel. If it was the previous life, Khan wouldn't even dare to think about such a thing. For Bulma, Khan still has some affection. Since Vados has no objection, and Bulma is also willing to marry, then marry. Then, Khan took Vados and came to Universal Capsules together. After waiting for 5 full years, finally waiting for Khan to come back, Bulma was extremely excited inside, but she said, "HMPH, I thought you forgot about me." Puff. Looking at Bulma's cute look pretending to be angry, Khan was amused. "It seems that you don't seem to welcome me very much, so I'll go." "You dare." Hearing that Khan was leaving, Bulma was in a hurry on the spot. Vados said, "Okay, Bulma, haven't you been looking forward to Khan's return these past few years, so there is no need to say more about those pretending to be angry. Why don't we talk about marrying you?" Khan didn't want to argue with Bulma in front of Vados, so he said, "Do you want fast or slow?" "Of course the sooner the better." Bulma said, "I'm in my 30s this year, and I'm almost old. If I get older, I'm afraid you won't want me anymore." "Then be the same as me. How about a wedding in 3 days?" Vados suggested. Both Khan and Bulma agreed that they had no comment. So the matter was settled. Bulma was finally getting married, and Dr. Breve and his wife heaved a long sigh of relief. They were afraid that if their daughter only cared about her broken scientific research projects, she would never be able to marry in this life. After the wedding date was decided, the news was quickly communicated to Khan and Bulma's family and friends. Although this was Khan's second marriage, and under the king's rule, monogamy was practiced. But in the face of Bulma's money-making ability, everything is not a problem. Only, before her wedding to Bulma, Khan has one more thing to do. That's Son Goku's heart attack. The wedding is in full swing, but unlike before, this time Khan doesn't have to worry about the wedding. Bulma can handle it. So what he needs to do now is solve Son Goku's heart problem before the wedding comes. At present, the medical technology on the Earth cannot cure heart disease, and the celestial beings of the Kalen Fairy can only heal the wound but not the disease, so there are only 2 options for Khan. First, find all the Dragon Balls within 3 days and make a wish to Shenron to eliminate Son Goku's heart disease. Second, sell favors to Whis and ask him to heal. Angel Staff can even resurrect the dead, and a mere heart attack should not be a problem. Khan leans more towards the latter. Although in the world of Dragon Ball, Khan actually doesn't want to rely on Dragon Ball if it is not absolutely necessary, otherwise he would not have to be so restrained in the past few years. Just find all the Dragon Balls and make a wish for an inexhaustible fortune. Then, Khan came to the top of a hill and shouted to the sky, "Whis, can you hear me?" Hum. Following Khan's shout, the Whis angel staff far away on Beerus responded instantly. Oops. Whis checked briefly and found that Khan was calling him, so he connected the conversation with Khan. "It's Mr. Khan. What's the matter? I just left for a day, did you miss me?" A line of ellipsis appeared on Khan's head, and he said speechlessly, "Don't make trouble, I have business to see you." "What's the matter? You might as well talk about it." "That's it." Khan stated his purpose of coming in full force. "Your brother, Mr. Son Goku's heart attack." After listening, Whis was silent for a few seconds, and then said cheerfully, "Oh he, Mr. Khan. Why don't you go to Mr. Son Goku's house?" "What?" What Whis said stunned Kon. What's the meaning? Whis explained. I mean, you go and see if Mr. Son Goku's heart disease is cured, and if not, you call me again. Okay. Mr. Kon, I have something to do here, I wish you a happy life. Finish talking. Whis has no audio. Kon scratched his head and muttered to himself. Is it possible that Kakarot's heart disease can heal by itself? Do not care. Now that Whis said so, Kon still has to go to Baozi Mountain to have a look. Whether or not Son Goku is recovering from his heart attack, he has to go and see. They are a family of 5, and now only Son Goku is left. Call out. Immediately, Kon cast flying technique and disappeared into the sky. When Kon came to Baozi Mountain, he found that Son Goku's family was not in Baozi Mountain. Son Goku, Chi-Chi, Son Gohan are all away. Looking at the empty room, Kon paused for a few seconds, then left Baozi Mountain as fast as he could and went straight to Shidu Hospital. Shidu Hospital is the largest hospital in Shidu. It is also the hospital with the most advanced medical technology in the world. The emergency rescue room on the 13th floor of Shidu Hospital. Just now Son Goku had another heart attack, and the medicine didn't help. So Son Gohan and Chi-Chi hurriedly sent Son Goku to Shidu Hospital for emergency treatment. Chi-Chi and Son Gohan mother and son waited anxiously at the door. Chi-Chi's face was haggard and full of anxiety. It could be seen that she had aged a few years almost instantly. If Son Goku died of a heart attack, Chi-Chi really didn't know what to do. Call out. At this moment, a figure came in from the window. It was Kon. Uncle Kon. Son Gohan, who was also anxious at first, immediately showed ecstasy when he saw Kon coming. I don't know why, but seeing Kon's son Gohan always gives me a sense of peace of mind, because deep down in Son Gohan's heart, I think Kon is omnipotent. No matter what kind of problem, as long as Kon comes, it can always be solved. Kon rubbed Son Gohan's head, motioned him to be calm, and then said to Chi-Chi, sister, how is Goku? Goku's having a heart attack again, and the medicine doesn't help. Chi-Chi said with a broken heart. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Kon comforted Chi-Chi, when the door of the emergency room suddenly opened. A doctor in a white coat and a mask came out first. The three of Kon immediately greeted them. Doctor, how is Goku's heart disease? Can it be cured? Chi-Chi asked anxiously. The doctor shook his head and sighed. What? Seeing the doctor's reaction, Chi-Chi's heart instantly went cold. Could it be that? Just when Chi-Chi was panicking, the doctor stood up again and said to the inside, Mr. Son Goku, come out. The doctor just finished speaking. Son Goku, alive and kicking, with a sunny face, appeared in the sight of Kon and the three of them. Then the doctor explained, Madam, Mr. Son Goku has recovered from his heart disease. Even Kon was taken aback by this time. He asked again and again, Doctor, what's going on? The doctor said, it doesn't matter what happened. The important thing is that Mr. Son Goku's heart disease has fully recovered. This is the first case in the world. You can go back. Really? Chi-Chi was dubious. Goku, how are you feeling? I feel relaxed. Son Goku jumped twice on the spot, and said with a smile, I have never felt so comfortable, my body is very good. This. Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. Is this the only cure for a terminal illness that is frightening to the world? Chi-Chi feels a little unreal. But looking at Son Goku's lively appearance now, he really seems to have recovered. Since suffering from a heart attack, Chi-Chi has never seen Son Goku in such a good state of mind. What exactly is going on? Kon was thinking about this too. Could it be that the medical technology on the Earth has improved a lot in an instant? But that's not right either. Even if the medical technology on the Earth has improved and can cure the dreaded terminal illness of heart disease, it is impossible to cure it in an instant, right? Suddenly, Kon was shocked. He remembered what Whis said just now. Whis seems to have known in advance. From his tone just now, Whis seems to have concluded that Son Goku's heart disease has been cured. Immediately afterwards, Kon looked out the window, in the direction of his home. Is that you? Wife? No, Angel Vados, under the tree to the right of the hospital building. Number 17 and number 18, who were more or less wrapped in some straps, were sitting in wheelchairs and talking. On the side, number 16 squatted on the ground, and a small bird flew over and landed on his palm. Looking at this petite and cute bird, number 16 showed a rare and gentle smile. 18th, that Kon really saved you yesterday? After listening to number 18 talking about what happened yesterday, number 17 was quite surprised. 17 was surprised that Kon would save 18 from Cell, and even more surprised that Kon didn't want to kill them. Obviously they wanted to kill Kon's younger brother Son Goku, but Kon didn't intend to kill them. Why? Yes. Number 18 blinked her beautiful eyes, and Khan's face came to mind again. I really don't understand what is going on in this person's mind, and he doesn't play cards according to common sense. It's a bit strange indeed. Not only number 18, but also number 17 thought so. After pondering for a while, number 17 boldly analyzed, number 18, do you think that Khan would have taken a fancy to your beauty, so he saved you and didn't kill us? Hearing this, No 18's pretty face instantly flushed red. She stared at her beautiful eyes, and said coquettishly, how is that possible? Don't talk nonsense. Tisk tisk. Seeing number 18's reaction, number 17 clicked his tongue and said, number 18, don't you like him? He knew his sister too well. What he said just now was not nonsense, but a conclusion drawn after careful and rigorous logical analysis combined with No 18's personality. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense, 18th hurriedly defended. As he said this, No 18's heart was pounding like a deer, and his heart was beating violently. Ha ha ha. 17 suddenly burst out laughing. The more number 18 explained, the more certain number 17 became. Number 18 must have fallen in love with that Khan. Shut up, don't laugh. Number 18's face was very hot, she really wanted to go up and seal number 17's mouth. You know it in your heart, so why do you have to say it? Number 17 also knew not to tease too much, so he quickly stopped laughing, otherwise number 18 would be angry. So, on the 18th, we're going to perform Saint Son Goku's Jilingui? After what happened yesterday, number 17 no longer wants to carry out Dr. Gero's orders. And with Khan here, whether they killed Son Goku or Khan killed them is another matter. You can try again. Suddenly, a deep and magnetic voice came. Number 17 and number 18 turned their heads and saw Khan and Son Goku's family standing on the side of the road watching them. During Setsuna, number 17 is facing a formidable enemy. Number 16 also stood up, and the bird that was on his palm just now flew away chirping. The reaction of number 18 was completely different. When she saw Khan again, she didn't feel oppressed like yesterday, but her heart beat faster. For some reason, number 18 felt nervous when she saw Khan again. It's not that I'm nervous because I'm afraid of Khan's strength, it's the kind of nervousness that makes my heart beat. She also did not expect to meet Khan in Shido Hospital. Hey, it's you guys. I couldn't compete with you yesterday. Let's compete again when you recover from your injuries. Son Goku also waved his hand to the three of number 17 to say hello. Number 17 was startled, and then said enthusiastically, I am looking forward to fighting with you, Son Goku. Although Khan gave him the same sense of oppression as yesterday, there was no hostility. In other words, Khan seems to have concluded that they have no intention of killing Son Goku. Then, No 17's eyes shifted to Khan, and he said with a smile, my future brother-in-law, thank you for not killing me yesterday. As soon as these words came out, number 18 on the side was so ashamed that he wanted to find a hole in the ground and get in. What are you talking nonsense about? Number 17, what nonsense are you talking about? Number 18 scolded with a blushing face. If she had a knife in her hand right now, she would wish to kill number 17 with one knife. This is something Khan can't handle. Why is he called brother-in-law all of a sudden? Don't bark, I'm already a married man. Khan dismissed 17's call. You do not say. Chi-Chi was also dissatisfied. You child, how can you bark at others? Khan has been married for several years. Heard the words. Number 18, who was shy just now, froze on the spot. A look of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. There is something else, let's go first. After Khan and others left, number 18 sat back on the wheelchair with a dejected expression on his face. Number 17 also saw No 18's mood, and comforted him. Number 18, in fact, this is expected. How can a man as powerful as Mr. Khan not have a wife? Number 18 raised her beautiful eyes, and glared at number 17 angrily, can you shut up? Now number 17 obediently kept silent, not daring to provoke number 18 anymore. Number 18 was slumped in a wheelchair, lost in confusion. In fact, if you think about it carefully, what number 17 said is not unreasonable. Not to mention Khan's strength, he is also exceptionally handsome, how could such a man not have a partner? Perhaps. It's really just her wishful thinking. After leaving Shido Hospital, Khan and Son Goku parted ways. Son Goku's heart disease has recovered, so he doesn't need to escort him anymore. After parting ways with Son Goku, Khan went straight back to his home on the outskirts of Western capital. After all the previous deeds, Khan has to seriously suspect that his wife Vados is the original 6th universe angel Vados. Why did the 6th universe angel Vados fall in love with him who has never met before? Why did he come from the 6th universe to the 7th universe to have a blind date and get married with him? This, Khan can't explain. But when all conjectures and clues point to Angel Vados, then no matter how unbelievable and unexplainable, it may be true. At first, Khan just thought that his wife just happened to look exactly like the 6th universe Angel Vados, and her name happened to be the same. But if you think about it carefully, how can there be so many coincidences in the world? However, before the evidence and clues were not sufficient, Yinfeng did not dare to jump to conclusions. Therefore, Khan intends to find a chance to test it out, and then he will know whether his wife is the original 6th universe angel. That's when Khan returned home with this in mind. But found that Vados was not at home. Wife? Looking at the empty home, Khan scratched his head. Could it be that I went to help arrange the wedding? Crunch. Khan was about to go out to find Vados at the Universal Capsule Company when the door was suddenly pushed open. It was Vados who came back. I saw that Vados was carrying some ingredients in his hand, obviously just went out to buy vegetables. Seeing Khan staring at him, Vados blinked and asked curiously, "Husband? Why are you looking at me like this? Is there something on my face?" "Oh nope." Khan went to help Vados put the dishes in the refrigerator, and said, "You were not at home when I came back. I thought you went to help Bulma, so I was going to go out to find you." He, so you missed me." Vados smiled and said, "Bulma has enough manpower, I don't need my help, but husband, you need to prepare. This is not in a hurry." Khan also sat down, put his arms around Vados' fragrant shoulders, and asked, "Honey, do you know Angel?" "Ah? What Angel, husband, do you mean Mr. Whis?" Vados rested his jade finger on his chin, and said thoughtfully, "I remember that Mr. Whis seemed to say when he came to Earth, what kind of angel is he from the 7th universe? So Angel looks like this." Vados looked at Khan curiously, as if he had never seen anything in the world. Ahem. Khan tactically coughed, "Yes, it's just like Whis. It seems that there is nothing to be asked by asking this way. If she really wants to hide it on purpose, it will be even more impossible to get the answer I want by asking this way." Khan thought secretly. Although Khan had various conjectures and clues pointing to his wife being the original 6th universe Angel Vados, she did not admit it personally, and Khan did not dare to affirm it. Without Vados' own admission, Khan's body is like 10,000 ants crawling. But it seems that there is no rush. If the Vados in front of me is really Angel Vados from the original 6th universe, then time will tell. If you continue to press at this moment, it may have the opposite effect. "So Angel looks like this," Vados said. "But why did my husband suddenly ask me such a question?" "Haha, it's okay, it's just a sudden whim." Khan let out a laugh and ended the subject. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Khan and Bulma's big wedding day is approaching. The wedding took place at the estate of the Magnum Capsule Company. Compared with the last time, Khan's wedding with Bulma is more luxurious this time. Earth Z fighters, relatives and friends, Dr. Breve and his wife, Bulma's sister Taisi and others were all present. Witness the wedding of Khan and Bulma. Everyone knows why Khan married Vados and Bulma. In the past, before Khan married Vados, Khan and Bulma were an enviable couple, but they broke up peacefully for some reasons. So Khan will marry Bulma, which is unexpected but also reasonable. At the wedding, everyone is wishing that Khan and Bulma will finally get married as lovers. Of course, the happiest are today's newcomers Khan and Bulma. The wedding continued into the evening, and the guests left one after another. On the second floor platform, Khan was sitting on a chair, holding the back of his head with his hands, looking up at a bright moon in the sky and the stars surrounding the bright moon. Vados and Bulma, who was wearing a wedding dress, sat on the left and right of Khan, respectively. Like the stars holding the moon, life is like a play. Khan sighed in his heart. As a social animal in his previous life, after traveling to the world of Dragon Ball, he reached the pinnacle of his life instead. Hugging left and right is the lifelong dream of many men. Now he has. Vados is gentle, virtuous and considerate. Bulma is warm and lively, the richest man in the world, and a proper rich woman. Bulma, we're a family from today on. Vados, sitting to Khan's right, smiled. Of course. Bulma smiled brightly, and then put his hands on his chest, proudly said, "Husband, from tomorrow onwards, you and Sister Vados don't have to grow vegetables anymore. Who made your wife and I the richest man in the world?" Seeing Bulma's smug face, Khan teased, "Then why do you think I married you?" "What did you say?" Hearing this, Bulma frowned brightly, pouted and said, "So you're only interested in my money?" Ha ha. Looking at Bulma's cute pouting face, Khan was amused. "Are you kidding me? Am I this kind of person?" Bulma crossed his hands. "I don't care, I'm angry. Baji." As soon as Bulma finished speaking, he felt a burst of warmth on his cheeks. She glanced at her eyes, and then she pretended to be arrogant and said, "Okay, I forgive you." Of course she also knew that Khan was just joking with her just now, and it was not the first day she knew Khan, and it could even be said that she knew himself better than Khan. Therefore, it is not necessary for Khan to explain who Khan is. Bulma couldn't be more clear. After checking that the time was almost up, Khan got up immediately. Wife, go back and rest. The next day. Starting today, Khan's life is officially on track. After marrying Bulma, he and Vados moved out of the mushroom house on the outskirts of Shidu and came to live in Universal Capsule Company for a long time. Dr. Breve has no son, and his eldest daughter, Taisi, is a cartoonist. Now she is working outside to experience life. Bulma inherited Dr. Breve's mantle and became the world's top scientist. So, even after Dr. Breve's death in the future, most of the property of the Magnum Capsule Company will belong to Bulma. And after marrying Khan, Bulma even belongs to Khan, so why would he care about property? So, the Universal Capsule Company became Khan's new home. After marrying Bulma, Khan also suspended his practice and concentrated on spending time with his 2 wives, living a happy life without shame or impatience. During the next month, it is definitely the happiest life Khan has ever lived in his past and present lives. A month later, this day, Khan sat in the back garden drinking tea and playing chess with his 2 wives as usual. Mr. Khan, can you hear me? At this moment, Whis' voice suddenly came from above his head. It's Whis. Khan looked up to the sky. I can hear you. What's wrong? Whis? Is that the guy from back then? Bulma asked. The name Whis is a bit old, but she still has a little impression. Because the person who came to the earth to keep Khan safe was Whis. Vados nodded slightly and said, I think it should be, but what does he want to find a husband? At this time, Whis' voice came again. Mr. Khan, can I come here? I need your help with something. 9. Beerus star. Returning to Beerus again, Khan is like returning to his own home, no stranger at all. Sitting down across from Whis, Khan asked, Whis, can you help me with anything? Of course. A gleam flashed in Whis' eyes, and said, Mr. Khan, I wonder if you have heard of the Gods of Destruction Summit? Gods of Destruction Summit. Hearing this, Khan immediately put away his idle attitude, and asked enthusiastically, what is this stuff? It sounds like a lot of fun. Immediately, Whis introduced the so-called Gods of Destruction Summit to Khan. The so-called Gods of Destruction Summit is a martial arts conference held between the 12 universe gods of destruction every 100 years. 12 universes of gods of destruction will be participating. This is a tradition that has been handed down many years before May 97, and winning the crown at the Gods of Destruction Summit is an opportunity to try to make the big Gods of Destruction staff recognize its owner. In the Dragon Ball world, there are big angels like the Grand Priest. Angel who manages 12 universes. But there is not one great Gods of Destruction that governs the 12 universe Gods of Destruction. Because in the current Dragon Ball world, there has not yet appeared a Gods of Destruction that can be recognized by the large Gods of Destruction staff. Therefore, every 100 years, a Gods of Destruction Summit will be held to strive for an early election of candidates for the great Gods of Destruction. So far, no one has ever pulled out the big Gods of Destruction staff, and no one knows what is the prerequisite for the big Gods of Destruction staff to recognize its master. Maybe it's powerful strength, maybe it's perseverance, or maybe it's monstrous potential and talent. Or maybe all 3. And according to Grand Priest, as long as you can pull out the big Gods of Destruction staff, it means that the staff has recognized you. Whoever pulls out the staff will become the first Grand Gods of Destruction under the current Zeno ruling system. The status of the great Gods of Destruction is equal to the Grand Priest, who is the head of the Great Angel. Certainly. The prerequisite for being a great Gods of Destruction is that you have enough strength to make the 12 universe Gods of Destruction willing to call you king. Otherwise, even if you become a great Gods of Destruction, if your strength is not as good as Gods of Destruction, then you the great Gods of Destruction will have no majesty at all. The world of Dragon Ball is just such a world. The strong is respected, and the victor is king. Without great strength, it is nothing. After giving Khan a detailed introduction to the Gods of Destruction Summit, Whis added, considering that Lord Beerus is sleeping now, I don't want to disturb him, so I can only think of asking you to temporarily replace Lord Beerus to attend this summit. The next Gods of Destruction Summit. On the one hand, Beerus is sleeping, on the other hand, Whis is also thinking about Vados. Although Khan's current strength is not weak, that in the God system under Zeno's rule, it is still not strong. Most importantly, Khan's identity is human. It stands to reason that it is not worthy of the status of Vados angel. Therefore, if Khan wants to be worthy of Vados in terms of identity, he must become the great Gods of Destruction. This time the Gods of Destruction Summit is undoubtedly the best time. That's all Whis can do to help. So, Mr. Khan, I wonder if you are interested in the Gods of Destruction Summit? Interesting. Khan raised his mouth and said excitedly, I participated. It was Khan's dream to compete with gods of destruction from the 12 universes. Now I am afraid that only the gods of destruction and the Grey Giron who is known as the strongest human being can arouse Khan's desire to fight. The most important thing is that if you win the crown at the Gods of Destruction Summit, you will have another chance to try to make the big Gods of Destruction staff recognize the owner. This is the main thing. Angel's staff is already strong enough. The big Gods of Destruction staff can't be weaker than Angel's. Oops. Whis was a little surprised that Khan agreed so simply. He had expected Khan to hesitate. Immediately, Whis smiled lightly and said, Then it's decided. This time you will attend the Gods of Destruction Summit as the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction candidate. Khan nodded and said he had no opinion. Where is the venue? Big Gods of Destruction Circle. Big Gods of Destruction Circle. It is a space independent of the 12 universes. Similar to the kind of space Zeno Palace is in. Also the space where the Palace of the Great Gods of Destruction is located. However, since there is currently no Great Gods of Destruction in office, the Great Gods of Destruction realm is still in a state of no owner, and to enter the Great Gods of Destruction realm, 12 universe angels need to work together to open a path leading to the Great Gods of Destruction realm Isle. After a little reorganization, Whis led Khan to the rendezvous point in the first universe. When Whis and Khan arrived at the assembly point, Gods of Destruction and angels from the other 11 universes had already arrived. Sorry for being a little late. Arriving at the meeting place, Whis said seriously. Shout. It's really a big error. Every time your 7th universe comes the latest. The 4th universe Gods of Destruction Quidala folded his hands on his chest and said sarcastically. Quidala and Beerus are not easy to deal with, so Quidala will not let go of any opportunity to ridicule Beerus. It doesn't seem to be Beerus. Is the 7th universe replaced by Gods of Destruction? The 10th universe Gods of Destruction Rumshi was also a little dissatisfied with Beerus's behavior of being late every session, but when he took a closer look, he realized that it wasn't Beerus who came. It was a strange face. After Rumshi said this, the Gods of Destruction and Angel cast their sights over. Why is this evil star? Seeing Khan's Setsuna, Champa's psychological shadow came up again, and he couldn't help but shudder. It's not the psychological shadow that Khan gave him, but the psychological shadow that Grand Priest gave him. The Grand Priest had warned him that day not to trouble Khan again. What? Beerus was too scared to come, so he found someone to take the place of the dead ghost. Gods of Destruction Vermut, the clown of the 11th universe, taunted with disdain. Could it be that he didn't dare to come because he was afraid that I would break his leg? Seeing that it wasn't Beerus who came, Terra became even more excited. Other Gods of Destruction are also being talked about. Generally speaking, the Gods of Destruction summits are personally attended by the Gods of Destruction of each universe, so Khan immediately became the focus of discussion of the Gods of Destruction of each universe. Listening to all kinds of malicious and cynical speculations from various universe Gods of Destruction in Whis explained. Since Mr. Beerus is unable to attend this Gods of Destruction summit due to some force majeure factors, the 7th universe Gods of Destruction candidate Mr. Khan will attend this Gods of Destruction summit in place of Lord Beerus. After finishing speaking, Whis winked at Khan. Without Whis reminding him, Khan naturally knew that at this time he had to leave a deep impression on these self-righteous and arrogant Gods of Destruction. Otherwise, everyone would really think that he is a persimmon and can be manipulated at will. Immediately, Khan took a step forward, glanced at the remaining 11 Gods of Destruction, and the extremely arrogant words resounded in the ears of every Gods of Destruction and Angel. I, Khan, have come to this Gods of Destruction summit with one purpose. I will step on your bones to the top of the altar of the great Gods of Destruction. As soon as the words came out, the gods were in an uproar. After the uproar, the 12th universe Gods of Destruction Gold sneered at this and said, Hey, a mere Gods of Destruction candidate dares to be so arrogant, he really does not know his life or death. Human beings are not like this. They think they have a little power, but they are defiant. The 8th universe Gods of Destruction Liquir carried his hands on his back and said disapprovingly. People who live in their own world are like this. I can forgive your ignorance, but I don't know if other Gods of Destruction can forgive you. Vermut said in a superior tone. Quidala, who was watching Khan, suddenly grinned. There are candidates for any Gods of Destruction. The Gods of Destruction of the 7th universe has no quality, and the candidates certainly have no quality. Immediately, Quidala issued a letter of challenge to Khan. Your name is Khan. When the Gods of Destruction summit officially begins, I will send you a challenge. I hope your strength can be directly proportional to your tone. I've accepted your challenge. I hope you won't make me feel too boring later. Khan accepted Quidala's challenge on the spot. Quittle's strength, even in gods of destruction, is second to none. But Khan didn't show any fear or retreat, instead he felt his blood boil. What a big tone, even Beerus dare not talk to me like that, who are you kid? Quittle said disdainfully. He thought that Beerus was already arrogant enough, but he didn't expect that Beerus's candidate was even more arrogant than him. I'm your father. Khan spit out a few words lightly, but Quittle almost broke his defense. You boy, wait for me, when I trample you on the ground, I hope your mouth can still be as hard as it is now. Quittle growled angrily. He was really pissed off by Khan. Not since he was in the fourth universe gods of destruction has anyone dared to talk to him like that, including Beerus. Whoa, let's see how you end up, Khan. Seeing that Khan became the target of public criticism, Champa, who had been silently watching from the sidelines, was delighted. He didn't dare to provoke Khan anymore, but that didn't mean the other gods of destruction didn't dare to provoke Khan. Not to mention that this is the Gods of Destruction Summit. Once in the ring at the Gods of Destruction Summit, even if Khan was trampled underfoot, it would be reasonable, even the Grand Priest can't say anything. The thought of Khan being trampled underfoot by Quittle later made Champa feel extremely relieved. Make you crazy? Do you really think the Gods of Destruction Summit is just playing tricks with you? There is no Grand Priest to protect you here. Khan just shrugged casually and didn't respond to Daetra's words. It's useless to say more now, and the real chapter will be over later. Seeing that the match between Khan and Quittle was over, Whis said, now that everyone is here, let's start. The other 11 angels nodded in unison, immediately afterwards. The 12 angels raised their angel staffs in unison, pointing to the endless void in front of them. Go. Go. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 12 colorful energy beams are refracted from the angel staffs in the hands of angels, and meet in the endless void in front of them to form a dazzling colorful energy beam. In the end, it directly hit the endless void. Setsuna Room. In the endless void directly in front, there are waves of fluctuations like ripples, rippling layer by layer. Under the continuous injection of colorful energy beams, a colorful passage leading to the big gods of destruction world appeared. Everyone, let me go first. After opening up a passage leading to the great gods of destruction realm, the first universe gods of destruction IWNE took the lead and rushed out, followed by Angel of Ammo. Quittle stared at Khan unkindly, and then also swept into the colorful passage. Mr. Khan, let's go too. Khan didn't ink anymore, so he deployed the flying technique and followed the large army along the colorful path into the big gods of destruction world. As it continued to deepen, June had to close his eyes because of the extremely dazzling colorful light. After continuing to fly like this for a few minutes, the colorful light disappeared. Khan opened his eyes again, and a whole new world appeared in Khan's sight. Is this the big gods of destruction world? Looking at the scene in front of him, Khan was deeply shocked. Directly in front of the line of sight, a purple palace in the shape of a big directly penetrates into the sky, exuding a magnificent and majestic aura. Momo shocked Khan's visual nerves and wrote to his heart. In front of this palace, Khan only felt that he was as small as an ant. He even felt a breath of ancient times. If you can practice here, you will get twice the result with half the effort. This palace is the famous Great Gods of Destruction Palace, which was built by the legendary dragon god Salama himself, but it is currently in a state of no owner. Whis on the side introduced Khan. Khan nodded slightly. In Whis' words, Khan also got a message. Dragon god Salama. Could it be said that the legendary dragon god Salama who created the Super Dragon Ball is still alive? But apparently, Khan doesn't have time to think about that right now. He shifted his eyes and continued to look at this big world. At the foot of the Great Gods of Destruction Palace, there is a piece of greenery, among which there are several long buildings with the same style as the Great Gods of Destruction Palace. Like a crawling dragon, it surrounds the Palace of Gods of Destruction, like stars holding the moon. After taking a rough look around, Khan said in shock, it's a beautiful, imposing place. Want to be the master here? Whis asked suddenly. Khan raised his mouth and said ambitiously, of course. Shout. A mere candidate for Gods of Destruction also wants to become the owner of this place. At this time, Quittle's disdainful voice full of sarcasm came again. Arrogant boy. Instead of thinking about whether you can become the master of this place, it is better to think about whether you can leave here standing up today. My Quittle method is not for nothing. Ah yes. Khan did not contradict Quittle's words. It made Quittle feel like a punch in the sponge that didn't achieve anything. It made him feel uneasy for a while. Shout, wait for me, you won't be arrogant for long. Putting down a harsh word, Quittle took the fourth universe angel Konik to the big gods of destruction palace. Looking at Quittle's back, Whis reminded, Mr. Khan, This Quilla's strength is not weaker than that of Master Beerus. Even if you look at the 12 universe gods of destruction, his strength can still be among the best. So you have to be careful. Khan shrugged and said disapprovingly, "It's just a mouse. I'll beat him back into the sewer later." The entire Palace of Gods of Destruction is divided into 10 floors, and each floor has many functions. These are not listed for now. The venue for the Gods of Destruction Summit is located on the side of the big Gods of Destruction Palace. It has its own floor and is also the venue for the Gods of Destruction Summit. Khan and Whis followed the large group into the venue slowly. From the outside, the space on this floor is not very big, but after actually entering the inside, Khan discovered that there is something strange inside. A super large arena with a length and width of no less than 10,000 meters is impressively located in the center of this floor. Around the arena, there are 3 stone platforms suspended respectively, a total of 12. The 12 stone platforms are marked with Arabic numerals from 1 to 12, representing the contestants' platforms of the 12 universes, and they are also the audience's platforms. And in the midair directly behind the arena, there is a triangular altar floating. The top of the altar is a pure gold stone platform, which emits dazzling golden light, as if it is sacred and inviolable. A purple gold staff with a black crystal floating on the top was inserted into the pure gold stone platform at a 45-degree angle. Khan stared fierily at the purple gold staff, and excitedly said, "Whis, is that the big Gods of Destruction staff you mentioned?" Even though they are far apart, Khan can still feel a sea-like divine power from above. Good. Looking at the great Gods of Destruction staff, Whis also had a look of awe on his face. That is the great Gods of Destruction staff that all Gods of Destruction dream of. Whoever can get it will be the first great Gods of Destruction. Really? Khan noticed too. Not only him, every Gods of Destruction is watching the big Gods of Destruction staff with fiery eyes, wishing to take it as their own. Who has ever tried to make the great Gods of Destruction staff lord? Khan asked curiously. The one with the most number of times is of course Master Beerus. Master Beerus has tried a total of 357,048 times and did not end in failure. The second is Lord Gods of Destruction Quiddla of the 4th universe. He tried a total of 330,681 times, but all of them failed. Other Gods of Destruction have also been tried more or less, and the results speak for themselves. Whis said. So, people have a love-hate relationship with the big Gods of Destruction staff. My grass? Khan gasped. Beerus tried 350,000 times without success? Is it so difficult? Since Beerus has tried 350,000 times, it means that he has won the championship 350,000 times at the Gods of Destruction Summit. Beerus is still fierce. It seems that compared with Beerus, Quiddla is still slightly inferior. After a short tour, all the universe Gods of Destruction and Angel landed their seats. Whis also brought Khan down to the stone platform marked with the number 7. Thump. With the 12 universe Gods of Destruction and Angels in place, the surrounding walls suddenly burst into purple light, and even the floor below was covered by purple light. Looking down from the stone platform, it seems to be the light emanating from the floor itself. Extraordinarily dreamy and gorgeous. Immediately, Khan noticed that the expressions of the gods and the angels suddenly became awe-inspiring. Immediately afterwards, an ethereal Yuji's voice filled with sacred aura resounded from this space. Gods descend. The 1,999,999th Gods of Destruction Summit officially begins. Because there are newcomers in this Gods of Destruction Summit, I will briefly describe the rules of the Gods of Destruction Summit. To put it simply, the rule of the first round of the Gods of Destruction Summit is elimination. The first round draws lots to determine the opponent, the loser is eliminated, and the winner advances to the second round, which is also the final round. The final round is a points system. A total of 6 games were played. The 6 people who advanced in the first round have a chance to challenge the other 5 people who advanced. You can challenge 1 person or 5 people, it all depends on your personal strength and courage. 1 point will be awarded for each winner, and 1 point will be subtracted for the loser, and the points can be negative. After the final round of 6 games, the player with the most points will be the champion. You can get a chance to recognize the Lord of Gods of Destruction once. There are several ways to tell if a person is a loser. If you fall into the ring, you will be judged as a loser. If you admit defeat automatically, you will be judged as a loser. Or if one of the parties falls down and has no strength to fight again, you will be judged as a loser. After listening to the rules, Khan frowned and questioned, "Isn't this a chance to cheat? What if the 6 people who have advanced cooperate with each other to score points?" "Mr. Khan, you don't have to worry about this." Whis vowed. Gods of Destruction Summit champions are those who can. If Gods of Destruction deliberately concedes defeat to other Gods of Destruction in the game, then he will be punished. Extremely severe punishment. By the way, let me tell you a secret. The one who presides over the Gods of Destruction Summit is Lord Salama, the Dragon God. Lord Salama has always been fair and just. If Gods of Destruction deliberately concedes defeat and is suspected of giving points to other Gods of Destruction, then these two Gods of Destruction will be disqualified immediately, and may even lose the position of Gods of Destruction. Therefore, in so many Gods of Destruction summits hosted by Lord Salama, no Gods of Destruction has ever dared to touch Lord Salama's reverse scale. I see. According to what Whis said, then he can rest assured. Khan was worried that the other Gods of Destruction would not like him, so he joined forces to cheat him, so it seemed that he was worried too much. Immediately afterwards, Khan asked again in a low voice, Whis, you said that the person hosting the Gods of Destruction Summit is Lord Salama, the Dragon God. Is he a woman? As you have heard, Lord Salama's voice is what gender he is. However, Lord Salama is hosting the Gods of Destruction Summit in Dragon God realm, and even I have never seen his real face. Khan nodded thoughtfully, understood. From the analysis of the name Salama, Khan always thought that Salama was a man, but Whis told him that Salama was a woman, which was beyond Khan's expectations. At this time, 12 purple light clusters appeared above the ring. Whis reminded, Mr. Khan, the lottery has begun. Khan came back to his senses, stretched out his big hand, and one of the purple light clusters swept towards Khan's palm. The other Gods of Destruction also received one of the purple light clusters one after another. Khan opened the purple light group in his palm, and a number 1 appeared in it. It means that he is the first player in the first round. Gods of Destruction, who also drew the number 1 with him, is his opponent. Looking at the number 4 in his hand, and then at the number 1 in Khan's hand, Quidala glanced at Khan, and said with a sinister smile, shouting, that kid named Khan, I hope you can make it to the second round, but don't get eliminated in the first round, otherwise it will be boring. It's the same for you, Stinky Mouse. You must last until the second round, then I will beat you back to the sewer with my own hands. Khan responded emphatically. Just when Khan and Quidala were fighting each other in the air, N's opponent also came out. The one who got the number 1 like Khan was the 11th Universe Gods of Destruction, Vermut. Quidala, I'm really sorry, it seems that it's not your turn to deal with this arrogant kid. Seeing that his opponent was Khan, the corners of Vermut's mouth rose wildly. He had long since disliked Khan. You said that you were a mere candidate for Gods of Destruction, but you were even crazier than Beerus. Isn't this a draw? Among the Gods of Destruction, only the powerful are worthy of arrogance. If the strength is not enough, and dare to be arrogant in front of Gods of Destruction, it is undoubtedly a dung beetle who went to the toilet in the middle of the night, looking for death. Will the Gods of Destruction candidate from the 7th universe be the first to play? We can first see how strong he is. I hope his strength can be directly proportional to his tone, otherwise he is just a fool. Hey, his opponent is that Vermut guy, and I think he's going to be deflated. It's just a candidate for Gods of Destruction. There is still a huge gap between him and the real Gods of Destruction. If he loses to Vermut in the first round later, even Beerus will lose face. The rest of Gods of Destruction are all talking about. But almost everyone is not optimistic about Khan. After all, Gods of Destruction is just a candidate, not the real Gods of Destruction. To dare to be so arrogant at the Gods of Destruction Summit, it seems that he is an egomaniac who has never been beaten by society. Although Beerus is also crazy, but he has the capital of arrogance. After all, Beerus has won the title of Gods of Destruction Summit champion 350,000 times. And why are you a mere candidate for Gods of Destruction so crazy? What a stupid guy. The first time you came to the Gods of Destruction Summit and let you stand on the opposite side of all Gods of Destruction, I want to see how you end up. Gods of Destruction Champa gloated. He failed to teach Khan that day because of the Grand Priest. Now Khan can be seen being lectured by others, and Mumpaba is relieved. When you hate or even hate a person, no matter what he does, you don't like it. That's what Champa is to Khan. Although because of the Grand Priest, he did not dare to take the initiative to trouble Khan, but this did not prevent him from hating Khan. In fact, for Khan, the reason why he chose to stand on the opposite side of all Gods of Destruction is also a last resort. If he doesn't prove himself at the Gods of Destruction Summit, everyone will look down on him, and even think that he is just cannon fodder sent by Beerus. So what he has to do is stand up. Let this group of arrogant Gods of Destruction know that they are not easy to mess with. In the first match, Khan, the candidate for the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction, played against the 11th Universe Gods of Destruction Vermut, and both contestants took the stage. At the same time, the sacred and ethereal royal sister's voice of the dragon god Salama sounded again. It means the official start of the first round of the Gods of Destruction Summit. Tread. Vermut took the lead. Come on down, crazy guy. Before Khan went on stage, Whis reminded, Mr. Khan, the gods of destruction Vermut of the 11th universe is a little scheming, please pay more attention. After all, Khan is also his student and his brother-in-law. So Whis doesn't want Khan to lose game 1 last time either. Not to mention winning the championship of this Gods of Destruction summit, at least not stopping at the first round. I know. Khan nodded slightly, then leapt forward and landed gracefully directly opposite Vermut. It's my first time to participate in the Gods of Destruction summit, but I can be so calm. It's admirable for her courage and courage. It's a pity that he faced Lord Vermut. I don't think the suspense of this victory should be too big, my minister. On the stone platform of the 11th universe, Makarita looked down at Khan and Vermut below, and analyzed herself. Who can say for sure? Whis retorted, Mr. Khan, after all, he is a student I personally taught. Although he is not an official Gods of Destruction, if you underestimate his strength, it will capsize the ship. Really? Let's wait and see, dear. Makarita raised her red lips, revealing a meaningful smile. You really have to be careful. For this, Champa has to admit. If you don't use Destruction, Gods of Destruction's exclusive clearing skill, and just compete with martial arts and strength, judging from his last fight with Khan. Khan's strength is indeed remarkable, so against Khan, you still can't take it lightly. All eyes were on Khan and Vermut as they took to the ring. If it is another Gods of Destruction duel, maybe everyone will be more or less interested. Because they have long been tired of watching, and they can even guess the general outcome. But this is the first game of Khan's first visit to the Gods of Destruction summit, coupled with Khan's rhetoric before the game, so the gods and angels have a strong interest in Khan's strength. They also wanted to see if Khan really had the strength to match his swaggering tone. In the arena, Vermut stared at Khan with a sneer on his face. If I remember correctly, you said just now that you would step on our bones and climb to the top of the great Gods of Destruction altar, right? Before Khan could answer, Vermut sneered again. It's really arrogant. Even Beerus dare not speak such nonsense. I really don't know where your self-confidence comes from. Khan said domineeringly. Confidence comes from strength. If I didn't even have this confidence, I wouldn't be standing here today. Also, I'm not Beerus, don't compare me to him. It is good. Vermut said confidently. Then let me completely destroy your self-confidence. This is the place where the most powerful gods of destruction of the universe will compete, not the place for a yellow-haired boy like you. Crush my self-confidence? Do you have the ability? The moment the words fell, raging, billowing purple energy flames erupted from Khan's body like a volcanic eruption. In the jet-like purple energy gas flame, there are continuous lightning arcs flickering, exuding destructive waves. Khan, who had a benevolent look just now, suddenly turned into a fierce look. Selfishness. Khan, under his self-importance, has an extra violent temperament of gods of destruction. Extreme ego. It turned out to be Desheng's self-importance. This kid has some skills. No wonder he dared to speak wildly, it turned out to be Desheng's self-will. It's really not easy to cultivate one's ultimate will to great success at a young age. Self-consciousness, everyone present at Gods of Destruction will know. And it's all Desheng's self-consciousness. But it took them a long time to learn self-intention back then, and Khan looked like he was only in his early 20s and 30s, but he was able to cultivate self-intention to great success. This talent alone is enough to instantly kill all Gods of Destruction present. This is the main reason for your surprise. It is not easy to practice self-intention and self-intention, even if you know its principle, but if you have distracting thoughts or low talent, even if you clearly tell you the combat concept and principle of self-intention. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to learn self-consciousness too. Just like Gods of Destruction Toppo, the candidate for the 11th universe, it is precisely because he cannot let go of justice that he cannot grasp the true self-will. Obviously, Khan's ability to exert his ultimate will so easily means that he has cast aside all distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on destruction. This guy, Beerus, has found a good successor. Looking at the self-absorbed Khan, Vermut hated iron for steel. If Toppo had half the savvy and determination of Khan, he wouldn't have to worry so much. Although Khan is indeed crazy, Vermut also has to admit that Khan is indeed a good seed suitable for Gods of Destruction. Gods of Destruction of the 11th universe, you are wrong. Mr. Khan is the student I am looking for, and has nothing to do with Lord Beerus. Whis narrowed his eyes slightly, and proudly said, in addition, it is worth mentioning that Mr. Khan's self-intention is self-taught, and I have not even taught him the concept and skills of self-intention. Nani? As soon as Whis said this, all the gods in the audience were shocked again. Is it possible to learn self-cultivation without a teacher, and even reach Dacheng? How is this possible? Are you kidding? This arrogant kid has such a talent? No wonder this man dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he is proud of himself. It's unbelievable that there are human beings who can learn their own mind without a teacher. If it's true, it's kind of scary. This news, like a blockbuster, exploded among the gods in an instant. If Khan really learned his own mind without a teacher, then they are really ashamed to find a hole in the ground. Because none of them learned self-consciousness by themselves. Compared with Khan, they really feel ashamed. If, in their eyes just now, Khan was a self-righteous arrogant guy, then now they have to admit that Khan does have the capital of arrogance. In terms of overall strength, Khan may not be as good as most of them in Gods of Destruction. But just relying on the fact that they can learn their own mind without a teacher is enough to blow them up. Hey, liar? Is his self-consciousness self-taught? Champa's pupils widened in surprise, and he blinked in disbelief. Alice pushed her glasses and analyzed objectively. Master Champa, I'm afraid it's hard to say. If it's fake, then Whis doesn't need to kill Khan here to win first. Gulu. Champa swallowed hard, with cold sweat on his forehead. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, what Alice said did make sense. Whis doesn't need to praise Khan here at all, because in this way, if Khan is eliminated by Vermut in the first round later, Khan's defeat will be even more ugly. Obviously, since Whis dares to say this, it means that Khan's self-consciousness is really self-taught. Cut. It's just so-so. Quilla still felt disdainful. Even if Khan's self-consciousness is really self-taught, so what? Just relying on Dasheng's self-importance, he couldn't let him dominate the audience and win the crown at the Gods of Destruction Summit. No matter how high Khan is praised now, how much he will fall later. Is it self-taught without a teacher? It's interesting, dear. Margarita squinted her eyes slightly, raised her red lips slightly, and looked at Khan on the ring with interest. For some reason, she is now looking forward to Khan's performance. In the arena, the clown Gods of Destruction Vermut also re-examined Khan from the contempt just now. It is really terrible to learn the ultimate intention of oneself without a teacher. Instead of underestimating the enemy, it is better to pay attention now. Otherwise, if he loses later, where will his face as Gods of Destruction go? It is not that no Gods of Destruction candidate has come to the Gods of Destruction Summit before, but there has never been a Gods of Destruction who has lost to a Gods of Destruction candidate at the Gods of Destruction Summit. Vermut doesn't want to be the first. If he loses to Khan today, then he will be stared at the pillar of shame in the history of Gods of Destruction, and will be ridiculed by other Gods of Destruction for thousands of years. Immediately. Raging. Purple-black destructive energy gushes out, covering Vermut's whole body. He also opened up his own ultimate will, and also has the exclusive energy of Gods of Destruction, which is stronger than Khan's self-intention in terms of power and strength. The smell of gunpowder in the air intensified as Vermut also turned on his ego and destructive energy. Some moment. Khan and Vermut seemed to have a heart-to-heart connection, and the two moved almost at the same time. Call out. Call out. The two rushed in both directions, and met in the blink of an eye under the watchful eyes of the gods and angels. Boom. When the two met Setsuna, terrifying energy fluctuations swept out instantly. The entire arena vibrated violently at this moment. Immediately, the two touched each other. After stepping back a little, Khan blinked his purple pupils, and the flaming fighting spirit surged out. The last battle with Champa was really boring. I hope you can let me see how strong the upper limit of self-intention is. Tread. Khan stomped his feet and charged forward again. It will satisfy you. Undaunted, Vermut confronted Khan head-on. Bang bang bang. Both Khan and Vermut are extremely fast, they hit from the ring to midair and then from the air to the ring. The aftermath of the terrifying battle continued to blast out, and the incomparably strong arena was already covered with cracks. Khan and Vermut's fighting style is almost the same, without any energy bombardment, and some are just extreme boxing in close combat. Under Vermut's destructive energy, Khan fell into a disadvantage for a while. Although it is also self-intentional, but Vermut has the blessing of destructive energy, so Khan suffered a little disadvantage in the confrontation. However, as the battle progressed, Khan's already raging fighting spirit grew even higher. As the fighting spirit rose, Khan's strength naturally continued to rise. Destroy. Vermut seized a flaw exposed by Khan's attack, raised his hand to Khan's chest, and it was a destructive attack dressed in a destructive force coat. Boom. The explosion resounded and smoke and dust rose. Khan was knocked out of the air by Vermut's sabotage on the spot. Tread. After landing, Khan finally stabilized his body after plowing a scratch tens of meters long on the ring. Because of the damage Vermut had just rubbed, Khan's chest clothes were torn with a hole, exposing Khan's strong pectoral muscles. It seems that there is still a certain gap between the real Gods of Destruction. Looking at Khan, who was at a disadvantage, Alice couldn't help shaking her head. If Khan is given another 10 years to practice, she can basically conclude that there will be no gods of destruction opponents for Khan. Just now, in front of those old gods of destruction, Khan still looks a little immature. However, just when the gods thought that Khan was gradually getting weak, they saw Khan wipe off the dust on his face. Then he grinned, showing a chilling and crazy smile. Yes, that's the feeling. The stronger the enemy is, the more the Saiyan blood in my body will boil, so my fighting spirit will be infinitely high. Drink. Immediately afterwards, Khan exploded, and his aura surged again. A steady stream of energy pours into the Khan body. All the gods can clearly perceive Khan's almost linear skyrocketing power. Crazy. This guy is absolutely crazy. Call out. Under the watchful eyes of the gods, Khan turned into a black afterimage and took the initiative to attack again. A candidate is just a candidate after all. No matter how powerful they are, they will definitely not be able to defeat the real gods of destruction. When Khan rushed within 100 meters, Vermut's eyes suddenly widened. Grip. The next moment, Vermut clenched his fists tightly, and Khan, who was rushing towards Vermut at high speed, was suddenly imprisoned in midair by an energy sphere, which exerted terrifying gravity, seriously affecting Khan's actions. He couldn't even break through the energy sphere that imprisoned him for a while. After restricting Khan's movement, Vermut kept moving, and then bent his fist into a claw and swung suddenly. Whoosh. The dense energy flying cards formed by condensing destructive energy, like a bullet screen, instantly enveloped Khan, who was imprisoned in the energy sphere. Vermut, this guy has grown. 667 again. Quidala folded his hands on his chest. Shout and shout, Vermut's trick is not so good. Next. The other gods also watched this scene closely without speaking. How much difference there is between Khan and the real gods of destruction can basically be seen from this battle with Vermut. After a few seconds, Khan reappeared in the sight of the gods. I saw that Khan was still volleying in the air, his arms were crossed in front of his chest, and the clothes on his body were cut into holes, but there was no trace of blood. Nani. Seeing this, Vermut's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he secretly said in shock, "This kid's aura has actually increased again." His series of attacks just now failed to cause any considerable damage to Khan, but instead made Khan even stronger. Only this level of attack? Khan grinned and said excitedly, "It won't defeat me, it will only make me stronger." Boom. Khan once again exploded, and while his strength continued to increase, the purple energy flames had evolved into energy flames. Raging. The purple energy flames blazed and rushed towards Vermut. Vermut swept away the oncoming energy flames. "Then let me defeat you." Before he finished speaking, Vermut's voice stopped abruptly. At the same time as he swept away the energy flame, Khan's fist wrapped in the purple energy flame had already smashed towards his face. Puff. A punch from Khan in the front caused Vermut to tilt his head slightly back. While Vermut was stiff, Khan kept moving and kicked Vermut in the abdomen again. "Who are you going to beat? As I said just now, I will step on your bones and climb to the top of the altar of the great gods of destruction." As Vermut fell from the sky, Khan chased after him at an even faster speed, landing hard with his knee on Vermut's throat. Suffering fierce attacks from Khan one after another caused Vermut to suffer certain injuries. As the gods of destruction, Vermut's power is undoubtedly very strong, but his defense is vulnerable. With Khan's knee pressed against his throat, Vermut's face instantly turned ferocious. "Smug kid, don't really think I'm made of mud." Boom. A muffled sound came out almost simultaneously with Vermut's voice. I saw Vermut's right foot kicked heavily on Khan's back. However, to Vermut's desperation, his kick didn't even move Khan an inch. Immediately, Khan grabbed Vermut's heel with a backhand grab. The heel was grabbed, and Vermut suddenly felt bad. Immediately afterwards, Khan grabbed it directly. The dignified 11th universe gods of destruction, at this moment, was like rubbish. After Khan held his heels and spun a few times in the air, he slammed heavily on the ground of the ring. Bang bang bang. Khan held Vermut's heels and smashed it left and right for more than a dozen rounds, and Vermut was stunned by Khan. Seeing this brutal scene, the gods were dumbfounded. Finally, Khan slammed Vermut to the ground again, grabbing him by the collar as Vermut bounced off the ground. Immediately, under Vermut's horrified gaze, Khan's head banged hard. Clang. This iron head skill directly gave Vermut a whirlwind, staring at him. "Do you think this is the end?" "No." After rewarding Vermut with an iron punch, Khan's big hand directly grabbed Vermut's face and slammed it on the ground of the ring. After a second, boom, violent energy explosions resounded, gravel splashed, and smoke and dust billowed. Silence. Deathly silence. The gods were dumbfounded. What is this riding on a horse? 1 second Vermut had an absolute advantage, but the next second Khan beat him like a sandbag? It's not beautiful. It's not beautiful. The second universe gods of destruction Hareth shivered all over his body, and said in disgust, such a cruel man is so unbeautiful. Watching this scene, Champa's psychological shadow came up again. Having played against Khan, he knew very clearly that Khan hadn't shown his true strength yet. If Khan under self-importance used the fighting method of constantly self-destructing, Vermut would have fallen down long ago. Vermut didn't even have the strength to fight back. It seems that the 7th universe, the candidate for gods of destruction, has some real skills. 12th universe gods of destruction Jin said. Shout. Quidala curled his lips and said, Vermut, you are too embarrassed, you can't even deal with a gods of destruction candidate, you are really a dog for gods of destruction. However, although. Still, Quidala was upset to see Khan, a mere gods of destruction candidate, at the gods of destruction summit. But it was in Quidala's favor. If Khan loses in the first round, then he has no chance to clean up Khan himself. If you want to promote, suppress first, it belongs to yes. Makarita-san, it seems that there is really no suspense about the outcome. Whis couldn't help but returned exactly what Makarita had said just now. He has seen it. Under Khan's fierce attack just now, Vermut almost lost his fighting ability. Makarita smiled awkwardly but politely, and said, I miscalculated, the strength of this Mr. Khan is really impressive, dear. Woo woo woo. At the same time, the smoke and dust on the ring gradually dissipated. A bowl-shaped stone pit appeared in the sight of the gods and angels. Vermut was lying in the stone pit of the ring in a state of embarrassment, his face turned grim because of the pain, his clothes were torn, and there were still many gravels on his body. It has long since lost its prestige as gods of destruction. Tread. Khan stepped forward and lifted Vermut up. In front of Khan's strong physique, Vermut is as weak as a weak chicken with no strength to restrain it. You, the clown, said you wanted to destroy my self-confidence? Vermut gritted his teeth, eyes full of unwillingness and said, damn bastard. How? Sensing the unwillingness in Vermut's eyes, Khan couldn't help jokingly said, dignified gods of destruction, losing to me a gods of destruction candidate, does it make you feel ashamed? It's okay to feel ashamed. Vermut spoke boldly before the match, remained silent during the match, and babbled nonsense after the match. Whether Vermut's strength can pass Zhou Lian is a big question mark. Looking at the 12th universe gods of destruction, Vermut's strength is not much stronger, probably on the same level as Champa. In the beginning, Khan just put water on him and used him to improve his strength. He didn't really think he was strong, did he? No way, no way. Vermut, the clown gods of destruction, took the position of gods of destruction for only about 2.4 million years. Compared with the old gods of destruction such as Beerus, it is not a star and a half. If Champa hadn't been laziness and not paying attention to his diet, he would have put on a lot of weight. His strength could actually be ranked in the first echelon of the 12th universe gods of destruction. The reason why Champa's strength is also ranked at the end of the gods is mainly because of his physical strength. In terms of strength alone, Champa is definitely second to none. Laugh. No matter how unwilling Vermut was in his heart, he wanted to fight back against Khan, but he still had more than enough energy. His strength is already the bottom among all gods of destruction, and his defense is not in a mess. This is why Jiren dares to be called the strongest human being in the 11th universe, even surpassing gods of destruction. Jiren's strength may have surpassed Vermut, but in front of Beerus, he is just a brave man. Little god of the 11th universe, you have tried your best, you are no longer qualified to fight against me. Talking. Khan punched Vermut in the stomach again. The terrifying power instantly penetrated Vermut's body, forming a purple energy shockwave that pierced through Vermut's back. Puff. Vermut screamed again, and he flew upside down like a kite with a broken string. After drawing a perfect parabola in the air, Vermut fell straight out of the ring. The outcome is set. The gods were in an uproar. Originally, most of them wanted to see how Khan made a fool of himself, but he pretended to be. Still, just one of Vermut. Not enough to make the gods fear Khan. In the eyes of those old gods of destruction, Vermut is really the same as his image, a clown. So, in the eyes of the gods, winning Vermut is not much to brag about. It's really the same as your rhetoric before the game. Let's talk about being the champion of the gods of destruction summit. Even Beerus, who is known as the strongest gods of destruction and has won the most gods of destruction summit championships, dare not say that he can 100% win the gods of destruction summit championship. As for a gods of destruction candidate, forget it. It is already very good to be able to pass the first round of the elimination system and enter the final round. Even if Khan loses in the final round and misses the championship, he has enough to prove himself. 7th Universe Gods of Destruction candidate Khan wins. The ethereal and sacred voice of the dragon god Salama sounded again, and the first game representing the summit of gods of destruction ended with Khan's victory. Khan stood on the spot, looked around the gods, and then he released his will to return to normal, and returned to the stone platform of the 7th universe. Well done, Mr. Khan. Whis is not stingy with words of praise. As his student, Khan was able to shine at the Gods of Destruction summit for the first time, which undoubtedly gave him a great deal of face. Fortunately, life is not humiliated. Khan said modestly. After all, you invited me here. If I am eliminated in the first round, I can't afford to lose this person. Whis smiled and said, Mr. Khan is as humble as ever. There have been Gods of Destruction candidates who have participated in the Gods of Destruction summit before, but they all fell in the first round of elimination without exception. So, Mr. Khan, you are the first to reach the final round as a candidate for Gods of Destruction. Haha, I won the prize. With the end of the match between Khan and Vermut, the second match is about to begin. With a flash of purple-gold light, the unrecognizable arena was restored to its original state due to the battle between Khan and Vermut. The second session of the first round of the Gods of Destruction Summit. In the second match, the 5th Universe Gods of Destruction Eric battles the 1st Universe Gods of Destruction IWNE. The second game begins. Whis reminded Khan, Mr. Khan, you can take advantage of this time to recover your strength. The final round will be held 5 hours after the end of the first round of elimination. Actually, I don't have much influence. With the existence of unlimited energy, Khan doesn't have to worry about energy and stamina at all. If he hadn't been severely injured in an instant, he would be an unbeatable Xiaoqiang. Coupled with the Super Blood Metamorphosis defense power, if you want to cause serious damage to Khan, you must at least completely crush Khan in terms of strength. Just like the Super Blue Vegeta crushing Broly in the movie version of Dragon Ball Super Broly. Bang bang bang. Eric and IWNE fought fiercely. The strength of the two seems to be comparable, evenly matched. For a while, it was hard to give up and fly, and the battle was extremely stalemate. The aftermath of the terrifying battle keeps rippling out, feeling the impact. Watching the battle between the two gods of destruction up close will also be of some benefit to Khan. While the others lack interest, Khan is carefully observing the battle between Eric and IWNE, not letting go of any detail of their battle. Boom. The two had a head-to-head fistfight in the air, and at the same time as the terrifying aftermath spread, the two of them were pushed back to the ground with the strength of their arms. Just at this time, a thought flashed through his mind, and Khan suddenly remembered it. It seems that I almost forgot about my system. Grass. I almost forgot about this. It's been an hour or two since I came to the big Gods of Destruction world, but I didn't sign in a daze. The special reward for signing in on Beerus is ego, so what about signing in the big Gods of Destruction world? With excitement and nervousness, Khan couldn't wait to say in his heart, System, sign in at the big Gods of Destruction world. After a few seconds, the system finally responded. Ding. The host signs in the big Gods of Destruction world, and gets special rewards, immortality, advanced self-intention power. Immortal body. Finally here. Khan's eyes lit up when he heard about the body of immortality. All these years, what he has been waiting for is immortality. With an immortal body, Khan can basically be regarded as a complete body now. Immortal body, self-will, super bloodline, plus an infinite energy, as long as the opponent is not Angel, how can you lose? With this immortal body, even if he can't pull out the big Gods of Destruction staff after winning the Gods of Destruction Summit Championship, then this trip to the Gods of Destruction Summit will be worthwhile. After the joy, Khan came back to his senses. What is this advanced self-intentional skill? Back to host. After a systematic explanation, Khan finally figured it out. To put it simply, the self-consciousness and the free-mindedness are the same, and both have 3 stages. The first stage of the self-extreme intention corresponds to the sign of the self-extreme intention. That is getting started. Deshang's self-consciousness corresponds to the form of the silver-haired self-consciousness Son Goku. And advanced self-extreme intention is the pinnacle of self-extreme intention. Compared with the Dacheng self-extreme will, the power of the advanced self-extreme will is stronger, and the more the fighting spirit is burned, the power obtained is stronger than the Dacheng self-extreme will. In a word, it is the perfect self-consciousness. Cattle. Bang bang bang. The battle between Eric and IWNE continues. There are constant energy fluctuations enough to destroy the universe, but it is just a child's play for the big Gods of Destruction palace built by the dragon god Salama himself. That's why the big Gods of Destruction Palace can still stand at the Gods of Destruction Summit that has persisted for nearly 2 million worlds, even intact. Finally, after several hours of fierce fighting, the 5th Universe Gods of Destruction Eric won the second match of the first round of the Gods of Destruction Summit. Khan also digested his immortal body and advanced self-intention during this time. In the third game, Champa will fight against the 3rd Universe Gods of Destruction Moscow. If it is a protracted battle, Champa will definitely lose. After the last battle with Khan, Champa clearly understood his shortcomings, so he chose a quick fight. In the end, Champa won by holding down Moscow. The winners of the remaining 3 games are the 4th Universe Gods of Destruction Quitala, the 2nd Universe Gods of Destruction Hareth and the 9th Universe Gods of Destruction Sidra. The first round of competition lasted for 2 full days and 2 nights. The first round of the 1,999,999th World Gods of Destruction Summit has come to a successful conclusion, and the final round will be the 2nd Universe Gods of Destruction Hareth, the 4th Universe Gods of Destruction Quitala, 5th Universe Gods of Destruction Eric, 7th Universe Gods of Destruction Candidate Khan. When the gods and angels followed the voice of the dragon god Salama and cast their eyes on the stone platform of the 7th Universe, everyone was dumbfounded. Kala I saw that Khan had already fallen asleep sitting on the stone platform, and was still grunting continuously. In an instant, all the gods were covered with black lines. Sleeping at the summit of Gods of Destruction, you're the first. The Gods of Destruction candidate, 7th Universe, is so defiant. No way. Gods of Destruction Summit is where he sleeps. Such people who don't understand etiquette must be severely punished. The gods spoke out and condemned Khan. Obviously, everyone can't understand the behavior of Khan sleeping here. Mr. Kana, Whis quickly woke up Khan. What? Khan, who was drowsy, was awakened instantly by Whis' shout. Seeing the gods staring at him with anger in their eyes, Khan seemed to realize something. He got up quickly and asked in a low voice, Whis, is this over? Yes, the first round of the Gods of Destruction Summit competition is all over. Whis nodded. That's it. Khan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly but politely. The battle between Gods of Destruction was interesting at the beginning, but gradually lost interest later on. In addition, Khan is still human after all, and not sleeping for a long time will seriously affect the mental state. I seem to have dreamed about that woman again just now. In the previous dream, Khan dreamed of the woman who had been appearing in his dreams before. In the dream, Khan still couldn't see her face clearly. I'm really sorry, my wife, I clearly said not to dream of her again. As early as the second day after marrying Vados that year, Khan vowed not to dream of that woman again, but the dream was beyond Khan's control. Over the years, he still often dreamed of that woman, and every time he woke up from the dream, Bing-en felt a deep sense of guilt. I said, Gods of Destruction candidate of the 7th Universe, you are too ignorant of etiquette. Is the Gods of Destruction Summit a place for you to sleep? At this time, Quitala's condemning voice came, which pulled Khan's thoughts back. He even dared to insult Beerus, let alone a candidate for Gods of Destruction? Coupled with the fact that Quitala and Khan have already formed a bridge just now, this will seize the opportunity, and naturally Quitala will not let Khan go easily. Huh. Which dog is barking? Khan glanced at Quitala, and said angrily, so it's a mouse, it's none of your business if I sleep in my own home? Shouting, did I tell you that you haven't woken up yet? This is the palace of the great gods of destruction, not your home. Quitala sneered. Oh, that's it. Khan said lightly, maybe not now, but soon. HMPH. What a breath. For this, Quitala sneered and dismissed it. Beerus is not as crazy as you. If you can win this Gods of Destruction Summit Championship and pull out the big Gods of Destruction staff, I, Quitala, will read my name upside down. What? You're changing your name to Latque. Khan said with a meaningful smile. However, the name Latque sounds a little nicer. Why don't you change it to Mouse Tail Juice? What mouse? Tail Juice. Quitala didn't know much, but that didn't stop him from accepting Khan's bet, because he knew all too well how difficult it would be to pull out the staff of Gods of Destruction. He tried more than 300,000 times without success. Even if Khan was given a chance, would he be able to pull out the great staff of Gods of Destruction? Do not make jokes. Instead of pulling out the big Gods of Destruction staff at the first thought, it's better to go home and sleep and dream about everything. So, let alone a mere name, even if you bet your life with Khan, he dares to bet. Quitala folded his hands on his waist, and said, shouting, if you pull out the big Gods of Destruction staff, I can change my name to Rat Tail Juice, and if you lose, you have to change your name to Yellow-Haired Boy. How about it? Bet. No problem. Khan said with an inexplicable confidence on his lips, whoever loves the grandson. The name Wangmaozi fits well with his image of transforming into Chuanchao bloodline Chaoyi. You are totally worth it. Just bet, whoever loves whose grandson. Seeing that Khan was fooled, Quitala smiled sinisterly, and hurriedly said, the gods testify, whoever is willing to bet and refuses to admit defeat is a grandson. The other gods of destruction are willing to watch and eat melons, and even want to make fire. In their view, the probability that Khan can win is infinitely close to zero. You might as well just change your name to Yellow Boy. He, yellow-haired boy, he's kind of cute, dear. Makarita was actually amused. Cut. Vermut pouted. Why does his guide, Angel, seem to be interested in Khan? When the gods and angels are not optimistic about Khan, Whis has some confidence in Khan. If it's Beerus, he can't guarantee it yet. But if it's Khan, maybe he can really pull out the big gods of destruction power. As long as Khan can emerge from this gods of destruction summit. That's why he brought Khan to this gods of destruction summit, isn't it? Okay, it's a deal. Quilla thought he was fooled. As everyone knows, in Khan's view, Quilla was fooled. He wants to learn how difficult it is to issue this big gods of destruction method. At the same time, the awe-inspiring voice of the dragon god Saruman once again resounded in the venue of the gods of destruction summit. The first round of the competition is over, everyone has a short rest, and after a while, the final round of this gods of destruction summit will start. A chance to recognize the Lord. As the voice of the dragon god Salama fell, the big gods of destruction staff inserted on the golden platform of the big gods of destruction altar became even more dazzling. Call out. Immediately, a wave of divine power descended, and everyone in the venue disappeared instantly. After the first round of competition, it is free time. The gods can move freely in the great gods of destruction world, but they cannot destroy anything in the great gods of destruction world, including a flower, a grass, a tree or a tree. These are the rules of the gods of destruction summit. Therefore, even if there is a big personal grievance between the two gods of destruction, during the break time of the gods of destruction summit, they dare not fight in the big gods of destruction world. Under a towering tree, Khan and Whis took a break in a chair under a tree. Mr. Khan, do you have any countermeasures for the second round of the points system? Whis asked. He doesn't know whether Khan has the ability to make the great gods of destruction staff recognize the master, but he will do his best to send Khan to the championship of this gods of destruction summit. In the second round of the point system, in addition to having strong personal strength, it also requires a certain amount of luck. Of course, personal strength still plays a big role. The countermeasure is to defeat the other 5 people at once, Khan said simply and rudely. Since it is a point system and each person only has one chance to challenge, 5 people must be challenged. Whis had black lines all over his head and was taken aback when he heard it. Although it is good to have self-confidence, it should not be too inflated. Are you sure you can defeat 5 gods of destruction at once? Khan shook his head with a smile, and said, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure, but well, I like to challenge the limit. With his immortal body and unlimited energy, Khan is confident that he will be undefeated against the 5 gods of destruction alone, but there is still one thing to worry about, that is, if he falls off the ring, he will be sentenced to lose. Khan was worried that he would be attacked and knocked off the ring when he was under siege. Whispers. That's still too risky. Whis didn't quite approve of Khan's strategy, and challenged the other 5 gods of destruction in the second round. Beerus had never been so inflated back then. Because usually when it comes to the second round, everyone is seeking stability. Unless they are 1 or 2 points away from the championship, the group will take the risk of challenging multiple gods of destruction at once. Otherwise, generally no one would dare to be so reckless. Unless the strength is crushed, it is very dangerous to fight 1 against 2 with little difference in strength. One mistake can cost you all. Then tell me what your countermeasure is. My idea is this. According to Whis' idea, Quilla will definitely be the first to challenge Khan at the beginning of the second round. If Khan wins, he will get 1 point. And in this way, there are opportunities to challenge other players. In the case of obtaining 1 point in advance, retaining the opportunity to challenge oneself can greatly increase the chance of becoming the champion. If you lose, then Khan's points will be -1. It's not too late to venture out and challenge multiple gods of destruction. Generally speaking, Whis' strategy is to play conservatively and play steadily, so that the chances of winning the crown will be greatly increased. According to what Khan said, a slight mistake will lose everything. Okay, then follow what you said, it will depend on the situation. Seeing that Khan agreed, Whis heaved a long sigh of relief. That's right, after all gods of destruction who can advance to the second round are not vegetarians, it's better to be conservative. In a blink of an eye. A tick of time is fleeting. After being trimmed, The 6 players who advanced to the second round have all adjusted their state to their peak state. A more intense and brutal second round is about to kick off. Welcome back. The final round of the 1,599,999,000 Gods of Destruction Summit is about to begin. The final round of this year's Gods of Destruction Summit is Khan, Champa, Quitala, Hareth, Eric and Sidra. The rules of the final round will not be repeated. Everyone has a chance to challenge. Start now. Silence. Deathly silence. Including Khan, none of the 6 players who advanced to the final round took the initiative to come to the stage. With the exception of Khan, everyone is a veteran, and it is clear that the first person to challenge on stage will lose all advantages. Therefore, everyone is waiting for others to challenge themselves first. If you get 1 point in advance before you challenge yourself, then you have an absolute advantage. This is a psychological warfare. It depends on who can't hold back first. The other 6 Gods of Destruction didn't urge them either, because they also knew that the second round of point system was not only about strength, but also luck and psychology. In this way, 10 minutes passed. Cut. At this moment, Quitala couldn't hold back anymore. It seems that everyone is unwilling to challenge first, so let me throw bricks to attract Jade. While speaking, Quitala had already entered the ring. Is it finally coming? The corner of Khan's mouth curled up in a subtle arc. If nothing else, Quitala's challenger must be himself. Seeing Quitala take the stage, the eyes of the gods turned to Khan. Presumably everyone has guessed who Quitala is going to challenge. As predicted. After stepping onto the ring, Quitala pointed directly at Khan, and said provocatively, "That yellow-haired kid from the 7th universe, dare to come down and fight against Master Quitala?" Khan smiled meaningfully, "As you wish, Dead." This is exactly what Khan wanted. And Khan also knows that there must be a battle between him and Quitala. Immediately, under the watchful eyes of the gods, Khan jumped onto the ring again. Quitala is just over a meter tall, and Khan is almost twice his height. In front of Khan, Quitala is no different from a 3-year-old child. So much so that Khan was looking down on him. Boom. Setsuna and Quitala, who were Khan on the stage, moved their bodies, and an incomparable terrifying aura pressed on Khan like Mount Tai. Still playing this little trick. Khan snorted disdainfully, and with a movement of his shoulders, he easily dispelled the aura exerted by Taylor. Before the battle officially started, the air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Can smell gunpowder in the air. Quitala is not Vermut. This kid named Khan, if he can beat Vermut, he may not necessarily win Quitala. Well. As a Gods of Destruction candidate, it's pretty cool to beat a Gods of Destruction to advance to the final round, and there's no shame in losing to Quitala. Compared with Khan, the gods are more optimistic about Quitala. After all, Quitala's strength lies there. Both he and Beerus are frequent visitors of the Gods of Destruction Summit champions. This year, Beerus did not come to the Gods of Destruction Summit. If there is no accident, the championship should fall into the hands of Quitala. Just as other Gods of Destruction have their say on this battle between Khan and Quitala. Vermut's face was extremely gloomy, obviously. He was a disgrace to the Gods of Destruction community for losing to Khan in the first round. Who lost the Gods of Destruction Summit to a candidate who has not yet officially become Gods of Destruction? It's him. Thinking that he would be the laughing stock of the gods in the next 10,000 years, Vermut's psychology gradually distorted. He actually started to hope that Khan had won. As long as he wasn't the only one who lost Gods of Destruction to Khan, then he wasn't fighting alone. Everyone has lost. Why only laugh at me? In the arena. Khan and Quitala are over, the pre-game trash talk session. Immediately, Quitala's eyes gradually became fiercer, directly turning on the destructive energy in self-extreme mode. The burning destructive energy covering the surface of Quitala's body caused the surrounding space to gradually distort. Obviously, the energy intensity of Quitala is completely unmatched by Vermut. Quitala is not only strong in destructive energy, but his self-consciousness has also reached its peak, which is for advanced self-consciousness. Quitala transformed into a fighting form, and the expressions of all the gods present became serious. Quitala and Beerus can be called the twin stars of the 12 universe Gods of Destruction. In the previous Gods of Destruction summits, most of them were Quitala and Beerus who respectively won the championship of Gods of Destruction summits. Yellow-haired boy, my self-intention has reached its peak, and with your great self-intention, it is impossible to be my opponent for Quitala. Hee. Whoever said it is not the same? Khan chuckled, and the terrifying aura of Japanese stocks, which was even stronger than before, erupted from Khan. Wisps of purple energy flames loomed. After 2 seconds. Boom. A purple energy flame with a height of several tens of meters erupted, and Khan instantly transformed into the ultimate self. Compared with when he was fighting Vermut just now, N's breath at this time has undoubtedly stepped up to a higher level. Khan, who was under the extreme intention of the advanced self, had a fierce face, which was a little more violent. It makes Khan look like the god of death from hell, which is chilling. How is this possible? Champa was stunned. Cold sweat continued to slide down his forehead, reflecting the shock in Champa's heart at the moment. Khan was clearly just a Dacheng self-intention just now, and now he has broken through to an advanced self-intention in the blink of an eye? It's unbelievable. Now I believe what was said just now. His self-consciousness may really be self-taught. Even Alice, who is an angel, was deeply shocked. She has never seen anyone who can understand such a high level of self-consciousness. When fighting Vermut just now, Khan's self-extreme intention was clearly still at the stage of great success. How long has it been since he reached the peak? Is this Khan really a human being? How did his ego improve so quickly? The guy who can't see through. Monster-like guy. Give him a little more time. In time, his strength will definitely surpass Beerus. If he really becomes gods of destruction in the future, I'm afraid the name of the strongest gods of destruction will change hands. If it is said that Khan's self-intention just now only slightly surprised the gods. So now, they are shocked. Dasheng's ultimate self-intention wants to break through to the advanced self-intention. The difficulty is not ordinary high. It requires not only extremely high talent, but also unwavering belief and long-term accumulation of practice. Not to mention that in just 2 days, he broke through from Dasheng's self-extreme garden to advanced self-extreme intention. If it were them, it would be impossible to even think about it. But today they witnessed with their own eyes that a person's self-consciousness has been promoted from Dacheng to the peak of perfection in just 2 days. From this, we can get a glimpse of how shocked the hearts of the gods are. They stared at Khan on the ring with the eyes of monsters, and their eyes were full of shock and disbelief. In terms of talent and understanding, Mr. N is definitely the most suitable person I have ever seen to be gods of destruction. The 10th universe angel said so. Rumshi frowned, completely unable to refute Kessie's words. Even if the person he hates the most is Beerus, he has to admit that Khan is excellent. As his guide Angelex says, Khan is a better gods of destruction than any of them. But, would Khan really want to be gods of destruction? Or, will he really be content with being a mere gods of destruction? As Khan himself said, he came to participate in this Gods of Destruction summit because of the big Gods of Destruction staff. From the start, Khan made it clear what he was here for. He never concealed his ambition and even threatened to be the master of this great palace of gods of destruction in front of the gods. N is very ambitious, and his talent and understanding are even more amazing to the gods. But no one thought that even if Khan won the Gods of Destruction Summit Championship today, he would be able to pull out the great Gods of Destruction staff and let the great Gods of Destruction recognize the Lord. You yellow-haired boy, you are quite capable. Quidala was not afraid, but smiled excitedly. Things are getting more and more interesting. Really. Khan was also extremely excited. The Saiyan blood in my body is already boiling. Hey, let me see how much worse you are compared to Beerus. Call out. In the next moment, Gitra launched an attack without warning. He stepped into the void and appeared behind Khan in an instant, attacking Khan directly from behind. Call out. When Quidala's kick was about to hit Khan, Khan's figure disappeared instantly. Behind you. Khan's voice came from behind with a burst of wind. Quidala turned around suddenly, tapped the void with her toes, and avoided Khan's back blow at an extreme angle. Immediately afterwards, Quidala burst into anger, taking advantage of the gap between Khan's moves, and directly bullied him. Hey, yellow-haired boy, you've shown your flaws. Boom. A muffled sound followed. The gods took a closer look and saw that Quidala's fist was still 20 centimeters away from Khan's face, and Khan's fist hit Quidala's face firmly. Khan also grinned, and said sunnily, hey, mousetail juice, your hands seem to be a little short. Thump. This punch directly sent the short Quitelli flying. While Quidala was still flying upside down in the air, Khan chased him with an instant transmission, and Chen Shang pursued him. But Quidala is not a vegetarian either. He and Beerus can be called the twin stars of gods of destruction, not for nothing. When being repelled, Quidala exploded, hovered in the air, and then punched out suddenly. Call out. Khan flew upside down, almost touching the ground. Yellow-haired boy, take my trick and try. Quidala raised one hand above his head, and a purple energy Qigong bomb containing destructive power quickly condensed. Immediately, Quidala threw out the Qigong bomb in his hand suddenly. The Qigong bomb hit the water at a super low altitude, and finally hit Khan accurately. Boom. The violent energy explosion affected half of the sky. Gunpowder smoke mixed with flames rose into the sky, demonstrating the terrifying power of this Qigong bomb. How's it going? I don't know. The eyes of the gods focused on the place where the gunpowder smoke rose into the sky. They wanted to know what happened to Khan. Moment. When the gunpowder smoke gradually dissipated, Khan's figure gradually emerged in the smoke. Flutter Khan patted the dust off his body. Didn't you eat? It's not good. A cold sweat slid down Quilla's forehead. Even Beerus couldn't take that blow unscathed. Khan did it. And looking at Khan's aura, there is still a steady upward trend. According to this situation, it is only a matter of time before he loses. It's unscathed. This guy seems to be stronger than when he fought Vermut. No, even if his strength is strong, it is impossible for Fufa to receive Quilla's attack without injury. I thought Khan was going to get a little bit of an injury, but after taking a Qigong bomb from Quilla, Khan didn't show any signs of injury. On the contrary, because of the 520 of the self-extreme characteristic, Khan absorbed part of the energy of Quilla's Qigong bomb and turned it into himself. That is, Quilla's blow just now not only failed to break through Khan's defense, but even made his strength a bit stronger. In this way, Master Vermut, you are not wrong, my dear. Makarita said. Vermut shrugged, noncommittal. Really? According to Khan's performance, it is indeed not wrong for him to lose to Khan. If it were him who played Quilla's Qigong bomb just now, he would have been seriously injured, not to mention unscathed. But Vermut doesn't think about it anymore, he just wants Quilla to lose too. Even if he wants to become a laughing stock, he has to pull a backer. Hey, Alice, this isn't right. Champa was surprised. Khan didn't seem to have such a strong defense when he fought with me last time. Alice pushed her glasses and said, Master Champa, you also said that that was the last time. Mr. Khan was only a great self-intention before, but now he is an advanced self-intention. You can't see Mr. Khan the same way you used to. Champa. It seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Khan. What kind of monster is he? At this time, Khan and Quilla had once again engaged in a fierce battle. Boom. In the arena. Energy explosions resounded continuously, as well as battle clutter. The sturdy arena became devastated again because of the unbearable fierce battle between Khan and Quilla. At first, whether in terms of strength or speed, Khan is not as good as Quilla. However, with the blessing of immortality and infinite energy, Khan took the initiative to block all kinds of attacks of Quilla, even those that could be easily avoided. Khan took the initiative to block them. Khan's seemingly desperate fighting style directly stunned Daedra and the gods. Although it is true that self-extreme will can transform the attacks it endures into energy for itself, theoretically speaking, there is no upper limit to the power of self-extreme will. But everyone's physical fitness and endurance have limits. So, if it is not necessary, gods of destruction will not deliberately take the opponent's attack. But Khan is different. Khan responded to Quilla's attacks in all kinds of fancy ways, and he didn't even show any fatigue or injury. The gods couldn't help but wonder if Khan was really a monster. As the battle progressed, Khan's fighting spirit rose wildly, and his strength also increased. Soon, Khan gradually moved from the downwind to a tie with Quilla. Half an hour later, Khan's power really surpassed Quilla's and began to counterattack. Boom. 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 After starting the counterattack, Khan's offensive became more and more fierce, and Quilla could hardly parry it. In the battle just now, he had consumed a lot of energy. In addition, the strength was surpassed by Khan, so in the face of Khan's fierce attack, Quilla was gradually unable to do what he wanted. See here. Although the winner has not yet been officially determined, in the eyes of the gods, Quilla has actually lost. And how could Quilla, who is the person involved, be unaware of his own situation? It's just that he can't accept losing to Khan. Puff. After a fierce attack on Quilla, as Khan finally finished with a left jab, Quilla, who was almost smashed into a pig's head, flew backwards screaming. In the end, he fell heavily on the gravel-strewn arena. Destroy. Boom. As Khan's understated words fell, the ground of the arena with Quilla as the center suddenly exploded. The terrifying power shook the entire arena. At the center of the explosion, a burst of smoke and dust 100 meters high was raised. It's hard to see where Quilla is today. At this moment, Whis on the 7th Universe stone platform showed a meaningful smile. This time, the winner should be decided. Woo woo woo. A long time. The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and there was a big pit with a radius of 100 meters. Quilla, who was seriously injured, was lying in the deepest part of the pit. His face was covered with scars, and his breath was weak. It is impossible to get up again. Looking at the almost half-dead Quilla, the gods took a deep breath. Before this, no one thought that Quilla, who is also known as the twin star of gods of destruction with Beerus, would lose so ugly. Even against Beerus, Quilla has never lost so badly. Because not only was Khan unhurt, but he was kicked up a notch. The 4th Universe Gods of Destruction Quitilla is incapacitated, and the 7th Universe Gods of Destruction candidate Khan wins. Khan earns 1 point, Quitilla deducts 1 point. Confirming that Quitilla has no power to fight anymore, the Dragon God Salama, who is far away in the Dragon God realm, announced the defeat of Quitilla. The gods fell silent as the Dragon God Salama declared Quitilla's defeat. Until this moment, they finally understood that Khan is not a simple-minded idiot, but the darkest dark horse in this Gods of Destruction summit. It was the first time I participated in the Gods of Destruction summit, and I entered the final round with a sudden emergence. And defeated Vermut and Quitilla one after another with an absolute advantage. According to this development, I am afraid that Khan will realize what he said before the game. Tread on your bones, to the top of the altar of the great gods of destruction. When Khan's infinitely arrogant and domineering words sounded again in the minds of the gods, the scalps of the gods all burst open. According to the current situation, not surprisingly, Khan may really become the first person in history to participate in the Gods of Destruction summit as a Gods of Destruction candidate, win the crown, and climb to the top of the Gods of Destruction altar. This moment, the gods finally re-examined Khan with equal eyes. It would be foolish for them to look at Khan with superior eyes after Khan defeated Khan strongly. Obviously, even if a person who can become Gods of Destruction is not very smart, he will not be so stupid. Just when the gods were deeply shocked by Khan, I saw Khan suddenly turned his head, his sharp eyes swept across Champa, Hareth, Eric and Sidra. Now, it will be up to me to challenge. Champa, Hareth, Eric, Sidra, dare to accept my challenge and fight with me. Earth, Magnum Capsules Inc. That night. Tonight, the night sky in Western Capital is shrouded in layers of dark clouds, just like Bulma's mood. On the second floor platform, Bulma propped her chin, feeling a little depressed. My husband has been away for 2 days, when will he come back? I think it should be soon. Vados was more optimistic, and said with a smile, maybe, I'll be back tomorrow. Vados is not as depressed as Bulma is because she knows where Khan has gone. Centennial Gods of Destruction Summit. At first, she was wondering why Whis was suddenly looking for Khan, but after careful calculation, it was 100 years since the last Gods of Destruction Summit. Isn't it time for Gods of Destruction's 100-year Gods of Destruction Summit? If correct, Whis should have taken Khan to the Gods of Destruction Summit. Khan can be on such a big stage, Vados is naturally happy for Khan. Regardless of whether Khan can stand out at the Gods of Destruction Summit, this trip to the Gods of Destruction Summit will greatly increase Khan's experience. Immediately, Vados also raised his eyes to look at the night sky. A glamorous smile floated on his vermilion lips. Honey, I hope you can achieve good results in the 10th Gods of Destruction Summit. If only Khan could win this year's Gods of Destruction Summit and let the big Gods of Destruction staff claim his master. Although Vados also knows that this is almost impossible. It's okay to be the champion of the Gods of Destruction Summit, but it's not so difficult for the big Gods of Destruction staff to recognize the owner. It can be said that at the current level of Gods of Destruction, wanting to recognize the master of the great Gods of Destruction staff is like a wealthy lowly on the list of young writers who have hit the streets, and since then they have reached the pinnacle of life and no longer have to write novels. Certain difficulty. Zeno Palace. Grand Priest is holding a large angel-long staff, and a picture is emerging on the crystal ball at the top. It's the Gods of Destruction Summit that's happening in the big Gods of Destruction world. It seems that the champion of this year's Gods of Destruction Summit has been announced. For the first time to participate in the Gods of Destruction Summit, Gods of Destruction beat the crowd to win the championship. For Khan, a human being, it is already very good. For Khan, the son-in-law, Priest Yin gradually became satisfied. If Khan can make the big Gods of Destruction staff recognize the Lord, then he thinks he will really recognize Khan as the son-in-law. After all, as a human being, no matter how powerful he is not worthy of Vados as an angel. If you want the great Gods of Destruction staff to recognize its owner, it does not rely on great strength, nor does it depend on conditions such as talent or potential, but Great Palace of Gods of Destruction. Khan's imposing voice resounded throughout the venue. Domineering, enduring. Challenge 4 Gods of Destruction at the same time in the final round, unprecedented. Not to mention the final result, just this courage is enough to convince people. After Khan defeated Quitilla, the gods did not dare to ridicule Khan again when he uttered such arrogant words. Instead, I was deeply impressed by Khan's confidence and courage. This is the case in the world of Dragon Ball. The strong are respected. If you want people to look up to you, you need to show convincing power. This is especially true in the system of gods ruled by Zeno. Take the simplest example. Gods of Destruction and Supreme Kai have a symbiotic relationship at the same level, but have you seen that Beerus has seen the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe? The old Supreme Kai Peter Toro was even sealed in the Supreme Kai sword for 75 million years because he angered Beerus, and he hasn't released it yet. In the original book, Beerus even treats Shin as a younger brother. These are all status gaps brought about by great power. Are you going to challenge 4 gods of destruction at once? Makarita said with interest. I hope you don't capsize in the gutter, dear. As for the 4 Champa who were challenged by Khan, they couldn't believe their ears. What is Khan saying? Want to challenge the 4 of them? Is your kid going to heaven? In the past so many gods of destruction summits, strong players like Beerus and Quilla have never challenged 4 gods of destruction at once, and have always won steadily. We seem to be underestimated, it's time to teach him a lesson. 5th Universe Gods of Destruction Eric narrowed his eyes slightly. He does not deny that Khan is very strong, but to challenge the 4 gods of destruction at the same time, it is a bit overconfident. Hey, what do you say? Champa Kanji also 3 gods of destruction. None of the Champas think they can beat Khan if they go it alone, but not necessarily if they join forces. Tread. The 2nd Universe Gods of Destruction Hareth took the lead on the ring. As gods of destruction, I can't be underestimated by a gods of destruction candidate. Eric and Sidra also took the stage one after another. They have the same thoughts as Champa. Going it alone, they will never be Khan's opponents. If Khan chooses to play steadily, then the champion of this Gods of Destruction summit can basically be reserved for Khan. But now Khan is threatening to challenge all 4 of them at once. This gives them a chance to reverse the situation. As long as they can defeat Khan, they will each get 1 point, and it will be hard to say who will win the championship. Immediately afterwards, Champa also entered the ring. The 4 of them formed a fan shape, facing Khan in a 2-way confrontation. Khan, if you only challenged 1 person, you might be the champion of this Gods of Destruction summit. Champa smiled sinisterly. Clearly, Champa was laughing at Khan's overreach. The man named Khan, you should be very clear, if you lose, your points will become -3. Hareth then said. Of course I know. How could Khan not be clear about this point? If he loses, the points will become -3, and he will completely miss the championship. Only. What kind of waves do you think 4 people can make by working together? Khan stretched out a hand and said confidently, 5 minutes, within 5 minutes, if there is still one of you standing on the ring, or not falling down, I will lose. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the audience was shocked. This can no longer be called arrogance, it is arrogant. Beat 4 gods of destruction team-ups in 5 minutes. Dare you blow it any harder? Regardless of whether Khan is defiant or really has this confidence. The ruthless words have been released, and after 5 minutes, if there are still people standing on the ring or not falling down, if Khan does not take the initiative to admit defeat, then he will be pushed to the forefront in an instant, and he will be branded as an infamy that does not count for words. Forever. I really can't do anything about you. I said I should be conservative, but I'm still so impulsive in the end. Whis also rubbed his forehead with a headache. Originally, it was sure to win the championship of this year's Gods of Destruction Summit if it was steady, so that's it. The cruel words have already been thrown out, and Khan just wants to take them back. Now. He can only hope that Khan really has this self-confidence, rather than impulsive. In the arena. The battle is imminent. Champa, Hareth, Eric, and Sidra looked at each other. Then the 4 of them surrounded Khan in a 4-sided manner. Do you think 4 people can become a success together? Khan is unafraid. He stomped his feet, and the billowing purple energy flames swept in all directions like a fire dragon, exuding destructive waves. The faces of Champa's 4 changed dramatically. Because above the purple energy flame, they felt a dangerous breath. Immediately, the 4 of Champa didn't dare to make a big deal, and retreated violently. Next second. Khan rushed out of the purple energy flame and came straight to Champa. Asshole. Why me? There are obviously 4 people, why did you pick me to fight? With a teasing arc on the corner of Khan's mouth, he said, Perimans, you have to be soft. Laugh. Champa's eyelids twitched fiercely, and he said angrily, stop looking down on people. Then Champa gritted his teeth, clenched his claws into a fist, and slammed his fist at Khan's face angrily. Khan didn't even dodge, and also punched him head-on. Boom. 2 fists collide. The terrifying power from Khan's fist made Champa's arm numb, and then fell from midair to the ring at a 40-degree angle. There is a flaw. While Khan fought off Champa, Eric and Sidra attacked Khan from behind. Call out. When Khan fell from the sky, an arrow with destructive power carried a long purple tail flame and shot at Khan's back with the momentum of thunder. When the arrows with destructive power came, Khan suddenly exploded and hovered in the air, then tapped the void with his toes, and swept up again. The arrow fired by gods of destruction Hareth also missed. As I said just now, within 5 minutes if there are still some of you standing on the ring, or if you haven't fallen down, I will lose. Looking down at the 4 champas below, Khan's purple pupils flashed sharply. I won't play with you anymore, I will finish you all at once. Bluff. Eric disagrees. Take out all 4 of them at once, gods of destruction. What a big deal. If it's a fight to the death, it's hard to say who will win. But 5 minutes? How is this possible? No matter how good the 4 of them are, they cannot all be defeated within 5 minutes. After all, they are gods of destruction. They are the ceilings of their respective universes, the supreme rulers. It's really hard to pinch them as mud. Therefore, in the eyes of the Champa 4, Khan has lost. The rest of gods of destruction are also holding the mentality of watching the show. They also want to see how Khan can defeat the Champa 4 at once. Not even Beerus and Quitilla can do it. Although Khan did defeat Quitilla just now, it doesn't mean that he already has the powerful strength to instantly kill 4 gods of destruction. Khan didn't explain much, just flashed a chilling smile. Immediately afterwards, Khan stretched out his hands and volleyed at the 4 of Champa below. The endless purple energy quickly condensed, forming a high-speed rotating purple energy vortex in Khan's palm. Above the purple energy vortex, there are extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. And this energy fluctuation is still increasing, which means that N is still pouring energy into this energy vortex. Boom. In the next second, this purple energy vortex suddenly exploded. A purple energy vortex with a diameter of several meters appeared in the sight of the gods. What kind of trick is this? What a terrifying energy. Is there no limit to his strength? Is this guy really just a candidate for gods of destruction? The faces of the gods changed drastically, and they stared at Khan in disbelief. Just feeling the fluctuations emitted by the purple energy vortex made the gods feel scalp numb. Not to mention picking up Khan himself. They couldn't imagine how a mere candidate for gods of destruction could possess such terrifying power. In the arena, under the purple energy vortex with a diameter of several meters, all 4 of Champa felt an extremely dangerous atmosphere. And unparalleled pressure. Champa's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he said in a deep voice, "It seems that this kid is really planning to get rid of us all with one move. It is undeniable that this force is very strong, but if the 4 of us join forces, the outcome is hard to say." Eric put his hands on his back and narrowed his eyes slightly. It is impossible for any of them to take Khan's move. But with the 4 of them joining forces, there are a few more possibilities. There is no other way at the moment. Sidra looked dignified, as if facing a formidable enemy. If Khan's move fails, they will have no way out and can only fight against Khan. Either lose or win. Buzz buzz. The purple energy vortex rotating at high speed caused the surrounding space to appear extremely distorted. There are also dark red lightning flashes constantly on it, which is shocking. Khan stood in the air, looking down at the 4 of Champa from a high position. If you can take this move, I will automatically admit defeat. In order to avoid falling out of the ring due to a sneak attack, Khan did not intend to fight with Champa and the others. In close combat, even if you are immortal, you can fight the Champa 4 head-on without losing, but if you are attacked and fall out of the ring, it would be ridiculous. So from the very beginning, that's what Khan intended. A direct confrontation ends the battle. Either they lose or they lose. Next second, Khan's eyes froze suddenly, and a very imposing voice resounded throughout the venue. "Come on, let's decide the outcome." Space Annihilation Cannon. Boom. Accompanied by Khan's deep shout, a 3-meter diameter Space Annihilation Cannon surrounded by dark red lightning blasted out. The Space Annihilation Cannon pierced the space, and the space around it was shattered wherever it passed. A shocking space crack is left along the way. The Space Annihilation bombarded Setsuna, and all the gods present gasped in horror. Even Zoo Angel frowned. "Let's fight together, we have no way out." Sidra shouted loudly, pulling the 3 of Champa back from the shock. This moment. Only then did the 3 of Champa realize that Khan's Space Annihilation Cannon was heading for them. This bastard, Khan, actually hid such a trick. Under the terrifying pressure of the Space Annihilation Cannon, Champa's face completely darkened. He didn't expect Khan to hide such a nirvana, and he hid it so securely. To use it at this time, for them, it is simply King Bomb. In the next second, Champa didn't have time to think too much, and quickly blasted out a burst of destructive energy, which merged with the destructive energy of Sidra and the other 3 in midair. The 4 destructive energies converged to form a more powerful destructive energy whose diameter overwhelms the Space Annihilation Cannon head-on. It's too late to say it. Just a blink of an eye. The space annihilation cannon issued by Khan, and the destructive energy blasted by the four gods of destruction of Champa together, meet as shocking as sparks hit the earth. Boom. The Setsuna where the two energies collided, a loud noise exploded like thunder. Boom. Setsuna collided with the space annihilation cannon and destructive energy, and a terrifying shockwave capable of destroying the universe swept the entire venue. The angels on the stone platform opened their energy shields one after another to avoid being directly impacted by this shockwave. Inside the protective cover, the eyes of the seven gods of destruction and the 12 angels are all focused on the intersection of the two energies, and the purple-black radiance shines on the entire venue. Kyla. Kyla. As the two energies eroded each other, violent lightning flickered continuously. For a while, there was a stalemate. It's deadlocked. Can you compete with the four gods of destruction with your own strength? What a terrifying guy. When did the humans of the seventh universe become so strong? Seeing this appalling scene, cold sweat gradually broke out on the foreheads of the gods. Khan, who is only a candidate for gods of destruction, can already rival four gods of destruction. If he is really allowed to become gods of destruction, coupled with the blessing of the power of destruction. I'm afraid that when 11 of them play gods of destruction together, it may not be Khan's alignment. Boom. The arena was mid-empty, and the two energies were still engaged in a fierce confrontation. You push me to block, very fierce. Hey, it's not good to go on like this, increase your strength. At present, none of the four of them have achieved a clear advantage when they teamed up, so Champa became anxious. Stop talking nonsense, I'm adding. Eric gritted his teeth, now is not the time to be lazy. Although the four of them have their own little thoughts, but in front of the common enemy, they don't dare to hold back anymore. They draw out all the destructive energy in their bodies and pour them in continuously. With the four of Champa no longer holding hands, the stalemate was broken. The space annihilation cannon actually began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. The situation has changed. Seeing this scene, the gods tensed up even more physically and mentally, holding their breath. Humph. Go back to me. Boom. With Khan's uninterrupted injection of energy, the space annihilation cannon swelled a circle, and at the same time stabilized the original disadvantaged situation, and there were faint signs of pushing back. This situation of you coming and going lasted for several minutes. The aura of the four elephants' paw has gradually become sluggish, which means that the energy in their bodies has almost been exhausted. Look at Khan again. Not only did the aura not drop, but it was even stronger than before. Some moment. There was a faint light in Khan's purple eyes, and he shouted, "It's over." Boom. The moment the words fell, the space annihilation cannon expanded again, and the energy fluctuations contained in it reached a new height again. It has surpassed the combined destructive energy of the four gods of destruction of Champa. Then, the gods were shocked to see that Khan's space annihilation cannon pushed back the destructive energy wave blasted by the four gods of destruction of Champa at a speed visible to the naked eye. The space annihilation cannon grew bigger and bigger in the eyes of the four Champas, and gradually covered the four Champas with a look of despair. At this moment, they already knew that they had lost. 10 seconds later, the space annihilation cannon completely defeated the destructive energy and fell on the four of Champa. The four of Champa could see in despair that every time the space annihilation cannon fell, the space along the way collapsed inch by inch. The breath of death lingers in my heart. If the front is hit by this space annihilation cannon, they will have no bones left. On the nick of time, the ethereal and sacred voice of the dragon god Salama resounded through the venue again. Champa, Eric, Hareth, Sidra lost, Khan won. Khan gets 4 points, Champa, Eric, Hareth, Sidra deduct 1 point each. Immediately afterwards, a 9-color light containing the supreme dragon power came through the space, shining on Khan's space annihilation cannon. Under the illumination of the 9-color light, the space annihilation is invisible at a speed visible to the naked eye. The broken space was also quickly repaired. Until the moment they were rescued, the four of Champa were still haunted by death, unable to recover for a long time. Unexpectedly, the dragon god Salama-sama actually made a move himself. Hey, this is the first time in so many gods of destruction summits. Sir Salama, the dragon god, personally took action, the kid from the 7th universe. It's really impressive. Almost everyone did not expect that the dragon god Salama would personally make a move. In the 1,999,998 gods of destruction summits held in the past, none of them reached the point where the dragon god Salama needed to take action. Moreover, if the dragon god Salama hadn't made a timely move just now, I'm afraid that the four of Champa would not even have any scum left. Now, no one dared to doubt Khan's arrogant words before the game. If it weren't for the dragon god Salama, Khan might have stepped on the bones of the 4 Champas and climbed to the top of the altar of the great gods of destruction. Kala. Until this moment, Khan breathed a sigh of relief. Back to the ring. Champa and the others also came back to their senses. Just now, it seems that the dragon god Salama saved them. Otherwise, they would be Khan's ghosts by now. Looking at Khan again, the eyes of the 4 of Champa were filled with deep fear. This guy really dares to be cruel. A long time. Eric sighed for a long time, and said with a depressed face, "Young people are better than blue, I abstain. It seems that I have no chance, so I will abstain." Sidra also abstained accordingly. "TCH, I will give you the championship this time." Champa snorted arrogantly, then fled back to the stone platform of the 6th universe. Including 1 point from the victory over Quidla just now, Khan now has a total of 5 points. With such a large score gap, it is meaningless to continue the next 4 games. Several people in Champa knew very well that they had no chance to surpass Khan again. Although there were only 2 challenges in the final round, the champion of this year's Gods of Destruction Summit has been announced. Now, with 5 points in his hand, Khan, who is superior to the 5 players in Quidla, has undoubtedly become the focus of attention of the audience. Finally, we haven't lost the face of our 7th universe. Looking at Khan standing in the middle of the ring like a king, Whis couldn't help but have a look of pride and satisfaction on his face. How many times has Beerus stood in the position of champion after being the champion? But Khan now is more dazzling than Beerus at that time. In the final round, they climbed to the top with a huge advantage of 5 points, directly breaking the points record for the final round of nearly 2 million Gods of Destruction Summits. This champion is well deserved. This should be the first highlight moment in Mr. Khan's life. It really makes people's hearts surge and blood boil, dear. Makarita's beautiful eyes stared at Khan's back, and a flash of light flashed by. If other Gods of Destruction won the championship of this year's Gods of Destruction Summit, then she still feels nothing. However, Khan, as the candidate of Gods of Destruction, became the darkest dark horse of this Gods of Destruction Summit. No one competes with it. This has never happened in previous Gods of Destruction Summits. This is an unprecedented time. There is no one before, and it is estimated that there will be no more comers in the follow-up. At the same time, the 1,999,999th Gods of Destruction Summit ended successfully. The Gods of Destruction candidate Kakong from the 7th universe won the championship of this Gods of Destruction Champion Summit. As the voice of the dragon god Salama fell, the gods and angels on the stone platform bowed to Khan one after another. To show respect to the champion of this Gods of Destruction Summit, Khan took a deep breath, then looked in the direction of the 7th universe stone platform, smiled slightly at Whis, and said, "Fortunately, we didn't embarrass our 7th universe." Whis also gave a slight glance, and cast a look of admiration and appreciation towards Khan. Whoever wins the championship will have a chance to recognize the Lord without Gods of Destruction. Thump thump. A staircase glowing with sacred purple gold light stretched from the edge of the arena to the large altar of Gods of Destruction directly behind the arena. It is like a celestial road at the apex of the universe, which makes people awe-inspiring. This year's champion, Khan, the 7th universe Gods of Destruction candidate, please follow the steps to the top of the great Gods of Destruction altar. Kala. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his nervousness slightly, Khan looked up at the big Gods of Destruction altar on the top of the stairs, and there was a touch of fire in his eyes as dark as the night sky. "Great staff of Gods of Destruction, I am coming." After the words fell, Khan took a big step and stepped onto the first step of the purple gold ladder. The gods tense as Khan steps up the steps to the great altar of the Gods of Destruction. As a newcomer who participated in the Gods of Destruction Summit for the first time, he swept the major Gods of Destruction Summits all the way as a dark horse and won the championship of this Gods of Destruction Summit. It has to be said that Khan's performance at this Gods of Destruction Summit was indeed outstanding. But it is as difficult as climbing the sky to make the great Gods of Destruction staff recognize its master. Although most people don't think that Khan can make the big Gods of Destruction staff recognize the owner, but before the final result comes out, no one dares to be sure. Because they've been slapped enough by Khan just now. Shout, "Yellow-haired boy, if you have the ability, you really pull out the big Gods of Destruction staff and recognize the Lord, otherwise I will call the name of yellow-haired boy away." Although Khan really exceeded everyone's expectations, he won the crown of this year's Gods of Destruction Summit. But Quidla still doesn't think Khan has the ability to make the great Gods of Destruction staff recognize the master. He has tried more than 300,000 times, and he knows how difficult it is. The most important and crucial point is that he made a bet with Khan before that. If Khan really let the big Gods of Destruction staff recognize the owner, then he has to change his name to Rat Tail Juice. Quidala didn't understand the meaning of the name, but it didn't sound like a good name either. Tread. With Khan's feet off the last piece of the purple gold stairway, officially ascend the great gods of destruction altar. This moment, an incomparable divine coercion struck, causing Khan's face to change, and he had an urge to kneel down. Not simple. Khan's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that it would not be an easy task for the great gods of destruction staff to recognize its master. Otherwise, it would not be his turn to try. Among the nearly 2 million gods of destruction summits in the past, gods of destruction, the previous champion, has long been given the upper hand. After taking a deep breath, Khan continued to walk along the steps of the altar. Climb to the top of the great gods of destruction altar. Gazing closely at the large staff of gods of destruction inserted in the pure gold stone platform, Khan felt a strong sense of awe in his heart, almost making him want to kneel down and worship. The purple gold light emitted from the big gods of destruction staff is even more dazzling. Shining brightly. Sure enough, gazing at the large staff of gods of destruction bursting with purple gold light, Khan's eyes became more and more fiery. Just as Khan ascended the summit of the great gods of destruction altar. Zeno Palace. The Grand Priest is watching Khan, who has ascended the altar of the great gods of destruction, through the great angel staff. Great staff of gods of destruction, Grand Priest said to himself. The way to make the great gods of destruction staff recognize its master does not require great strength, but a self-centered heart and a firm will. Khan, I wonder if you have the potential to become the master of the great gods of destruction staff? Simply put. In Setsuna holding the big gods of destruction staff, the big gods of destruction staff will release a supreme divine coercion. Under this supreme divine coercion, the willpower is not firm enough, and will kneel down on the spot surrender to the great staff of gods of destruction. For in the eyes of the great gods of destruction staff, those who try to make it recognize their masters are all insects, crawling and trembling under my supreme coercion. Unless you can withstand the supreme coercion released by the big gods of destruction staff, and surpass the big gods of destruction staff in momentum, and firmly believe that you are its master, only then is it possible for the big gods of destruction to let the big gods of destruction the staff of destruction surrendered willingly. And it's only possible to have the great gods of destruction staff recognized as Lord. Of course, it is really too difficult to resist not surrendering under the supreme pressure of the big gods of destruction staff, keep a clear mind, and surpass the big gods of destruction staff in terms of momentum. Otherwise, the gods of destruction summit would not have held so many sessions. Hey, I can guarantee that as soon as this yellow-haired boy holds the big gods of destruction staff, he will be so suppressed by the coercion released by the big gods of destruction staff that he can't even lift his head. Quidala gloated. He seemed to have seen the end of Khan. This is what happened to him when he won the gods of destruction summit for the first time. After trying more than 300,000 times, Quidala still can't overcome the coercion of the big gods of destruction staff, because the coercion released by the big gods of destruction staff is too terrifying. In the face of the supreme coercion of the great staff of gods of destruction, Quidala felt as small as an ant. Although it failed more than 300,000 times, this did not stop Kuishi's fanatical pursuit of the great gods of destruction staff. He always believed that one day he would be able to conquer the great staff of gods of destruction and make him willingly recognize the Lord. Call. Next second, Khan took a step forward, and then stretched out his strong right palm, under the gaze of the gods, angels, and Grand Priest. He suddenly grasped the great staff of gods of destruction inserted on the pure gold stone platform on the top of the altar of gods of destruction. With Setsuna holding the large staff of gods of destruction, Khan's mind went blank for an instant. His people are still in the great palace of gods of destruction, but his consciousness has long drifted to a void. In front of it is a black shadow that seems to run through the sky and the earth, covering the sky and the sun. He is high above, as if he is the supreme existence in this world. The terrifying coercion emanating from it made the world eclipsed by it. Are you the ant who came to challenge me this time? Kneel down. Boom. The incomparably terrifying coercion that made people tremble, instantly acted on Khan. Thump. Suppressed by the supreme coercion, Khan instantly felt as if he was being crushed by a mountain, and immediately knelt down on one knee. Under this supreme coercion, Khan could clearly feel that even his soul was trembling violently, as if he was afraid of this supreme terrifying existence. Ants who don't know how to live or die, get out of. Seeing that Khan was already kneeling on the ground, Sombra seemed to have lost interest. You say, who will let it go? Suddenly, Khan's head, which was deeply pressed because of the supreme coercion exerted on him, raised it up again, trembling slightly. I saw the blue veins on Khan's face and forehead bursting out, making Khan look extremely hideous. Only At the corner of Khan's mouth, there was a confident arc. He forcibly carried the supreme coercion emanating from the black shadow, exerted all his strengths, and finally raised the head that had been deeply lowered. Khan raised his head again and looked at the black shadow running through the sky and the earth. There was no fear in his eyes as black as the night sky. It is an unwavering will and self-confidence. When he first felt this supreme pressure, Khan found himself trembling. It was trembling of fear. Fear from the depths of the soul, but soon, Khan figured it out. At the beginning, even when facing the Grand Priest, he didn't feel any fear, but the reason why he feels fear now is because this black shadow running through the sky and the earth is playing tricks. What is the source of human fear? From unknown. Human beings may be afraid of many things, as well as people and things. But the greatest fear of human beings comes from the unknown. The unknown is always the most frightening. This mysterious black shadow did not show its true face, coupled with the supreme coercion. That's why Khan's body felt subconsciously terrified. Fear of the unknown. And the best way to overcome fear is to face it. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the mysterious shadow, Khan raised his head and slowly stood up again. This process lasted for several minutes, but in the process of getting up again, Khan was like a mountain, under the supreme coercion, standing still. At last, Khan stood up straight, then raised his head and chest, staring at the mysterious black figure without fear. See. The mysterious black figure seemed surprised. Fearless ants, all your efforts are like a joke in the old eyes. Boom. Another even more terrifying supreme coercion shrouded down. Only this time, Khan is like a pinnacle in the storm. No matter how coercive the mysterious black shadow exerted, Khan still stood there straight, without even frowning. In the eyes of Khan, the coercion that seems to be a mysterious black shadow is nothing. Impossible. Seeing this scene, the mysterious black shadow finally let out a horrified voice. HMPH. With a little coercion, you want me to kneel down and admit defeat? Khan shrugged and said domineeringly, even if Zeno and Grand Priest stand in front of me, I will not have any fear, let alone a mere magic staff. Click. Click. As Khan's voice fell, cracks appeared in this world, and it was on the verge of collapse. Seeing this, Khan pursued the victory. An astonishing aura erupted from the body, and the supreme coercion released by the mysterious black shadow disappeared at this moment. Great staff of gods of destruction. Khan looked at the mysterious black figure, with a firm will and an aura like a rainbow. From now on, I am your master. I am the great gods of destruction, and I will surrender quickly. Click. Click. There are more and more cracks in this space. Do not. The mysterious black shadow panicked, as if making the last resistance. I am the great gods of destruction, you are just a human ant. Why should you let me surrender? His words were very domineering, but his flustered tone exposed his heart. Just because I am the great gods of destruction. If you hesitate, you will lose. At this critical moment, Khan launched a fierce offensive again and again. It's just a staff. Why don't you surrender after seeing the gods of destruction? Boom. At this moment, this piece of space that was already on the verge of collapse was completely shattered. The mysterious black shadow straddling the sky and the earth shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a purple gold staff, which plundered into Khan's hands. At the same time, the palace of the great gods of destruction, the summit of the great gods of destruction altar. I saw that Khan, who was holding the big purple gold gods of destruction staff, suddenly opened his eyes, and there was a purple gold light looming in the eyes that were as dark as the night sky. Next second, the purple gold rays of light blooming on the big gods of destruction staff suddenly flourished. Under the shocking eyes of the gods and the angels, Khan exerted a little force, and the purple gold staff inserted into the pure gold stone platform at a 45-degree angle was pulled out by Khan at a speed visible to the naked eye. Khan holds the great staff of gods of destruction and stands atop the great gods of destruction altar. Immediately afterwards, an aura containing supreme divine power swept across the audience in an instant. Feeling this supreme divine power, the faces of the gods changed drastically, and their minds were shocked. Oh my god! The big staff of gods of destruction has been pulled out. It's fake. How is this possible? Impossible. How could this guy Khan? The gods were beyond shocked by this scene. Each of them has tried countless times. Even after experiencing so many times, they will still be defeated in an instant in the face of that supreme divine coercion. Because the supreme divine coercion is too terrifying, it makes them feel like Zeno and Grand Priest, and it makes them feel a strong sense of fear that cannot be overcome in the depths of their hearts. All the gods couldn't believe it. How did Khan overcome the fear brought about by that divine coercion, and how did he make the great gods of destruction staff recognize his master? However, the facts were in front of them, and they couldn't help but not believe it. In the next second, the gods could no longer stand calmly on the stone platform. Immediately, they knelt down on both knees and kowtowed deeply in the direction of Khan. They did not worship Khan, but the great staff of gods of destruction in Khan's hand. Because even if you pull out the great gods of destruction staff, it only proves that you have obtained the approval of the great gods of destruction staff. In the end, you still need the godhead and priesthood of the great gods of destruction from the Lord. After that is the real big gods of destruction. It can be said, letting the great gods of destruction staff recognize the Lord is a pass to ascend to the priesthood of the great gods of destruction. Quitala and other gods knelt deeply on the stone platform. Their hearts were already shocked beyond measure. No one expected that the great gods of destruction staff, which the gods tried nearly 2 million times but failed to conquer, was actually conquered by a Khan who came to the gods of destruction summit for the first time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed that Khan could actually pull out the big staff of gods of destruction and make him recognize the Lord. Especially Quitala, at this moment his heart is not only shocked, but also fearful. Khan succeeded in getting the great gods of destruction staff to recognize the owner, which means that Khan will inevitably become the real great gods of destruction, that is, their immediate boss, in the near future. And he just got into trouble with Khan again. When Khan takes office as the big gods of destruction, I still don't know how to deal with him. And that's it. From now on, Quitala, may really change its name to Mouse Tail Juice. Top of the great gods of destruction altar. Khan held the big purple and gold gods of destruction staff, and his excited heart could not calm down for a long time. Even he himself didn't expect that he had unknowingly found a way to make the big gods of destruction staff recognize its master. Originally, I just came here with the mentality of giving it a try. Who knew the great staff of gods of destruction would want him to kneel and submit? Khan couldn't take it anymore. Judging from the scale of the entire Dragon Ball world, Khan's current strength may not be called the top row of the pyramid, but he is born with a tough bone and cannot kneel down. Let alone a big gods of destruction staff, he didn't kneel down when he met the Grand Priest. You are just a staff, why should I kneel down for you? In order not to humiliate himself, Khan had to conquer the great staff of gods of destruction. Come to yourself. Khan glanced at the gods who were bowing in his direction, and Khan murmured, "So, am I considered the great gods of destruction now?" "No, not yet." Just at this time, a gentle and humble voice suddenly sounded. Looking along the source of the sound, a purple space vortex slowly emerged from Khan's line of sight. Appearing along with the space vortex, there is also the Grand Priest with a humble face and kind eyebrows. Yes. It is Lord Grand Priest. Bye. When the Grand Priest descended, the gods bowed tremblingly in the direction of the Grand Priest. Before Khan officially became the Grand Gods of Destruction, in the minds of the gods of destruction, the Grand Priest was more majestic. Meet Lord Grand Priest. The 12 guides, angel, also bowed slightly to show respect to the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest gods nodded, and said kindly, "This summit of gods of destruction is over, let the gods leave first." Snapped. The Grand Priest snapped his fingers, and the 11 gods of destruction and 12 guide angels were immediately sent out of the Grand Gods of Destruction world. After finishing all this, Grand Priest turned his head and said to Khan, "Mr. Khan, congratulations for being the first person to recognize the Lord of the Great Gods of Destruction staff. The Great Gods of Destruction Palace has been empty for hundreds of millions of years. Welcome to its first owner. Also, regarding your question just now, let me tell you in detail. First of all, please give me the staff temporarily." What? Hearing this, Khan was taken aback. Although I don't know why, Khan still gave the Grand Priest the power of gods of destruction in his hand. After accepting the big gods of destruction staff, Grand Priest explained, "Mr. Khan, because the big gods of destruction staff has been unknown for a long time, the divine power contained in this big gods of destruction staff one of the best moments. I will help you restore the divine power of the great staff of gods of destruction to its peak state, which will take 10 to 20 years. After the divine power of the great gods of destruction staff has returned to its peak, you still need to practice under the guidance of the great gods of destruction's exclusive guide and become familiar with the great gods of destruction's exclusive power, as well as the responsibilities of the great gods of destruction. Afterwards, when everything is ready, Master Zeno will summon the gods and officially grant you the priesthood of the great gods of destruction." Hearing this, Khan nodded thoughtfully. "I see. That is, he is only a quasi-big gods of destruction right now, and it will take a while before he can become a real big gods of destruction." Khan is in no rush. And he also feels that now is not the time to be a big gods of destruction, it would be good to have 10 to 20 years of preparation time. In this way, I can take advantage of this time to spend time with my 2 wives. Certainly. The most important thing is to give birth to your offspring first. After a pause, Khan asked again, Master Grand Priest, may I ask who Wei Wei is the exclusive troublemaker of Gods of Destruction? Grand Priest shook his head and smiled, no. What? The exclusive guide of the great Gods of Destruction is not any angel, but the dragon god Salama who created the great Gods of Destruction world. You can look forward to it. F*K? The exclusive guide of the great Gods of Destruction is the dragon god Salama? Seeing Khan's surprised expression, Grand Priest smiled and said, okay, Mr. Khan, when you return to the world of Gods of Destruction, you will be the owner of this place. Now you go talk to Whis. Let's go back to the 7th universe together. Then, Grand Priest snapped his fingers again, sending the surprised Khan out of the Gods of Destruction world. After sending Khan out of the Gods of Destruction world, Grand Priest suddenly showed a satisfied smile. In fact, the Grand Priest has long since concluded the reason why no Gods of Destruction was able to successfully make the great Gods of Destruction legal right to recognize the Lord in the nearly 2 million Gods of Destruction summits in the past. The main reason is that these Gods of Destruction are extremely afraid of their superiors, so they can't overcome the sacred coercion and fear imposed by the big Gods of Destruction staff. If you can't overcome the fear, then it is impossible to surpass the big Gods of Destruction staff in terms of momentum. This is the main reason, not because the Gods of Destruction are not powerful enough. However, Khan managed to make the big Gods of Destruction staff recognize the Master once, which was completely beyond the Grand Priest's expectations. The Gods of Destruction tried hundreds of thousands of times but failed to overcome the fear and coercion. Khan actually did it right the first time. This also just shows Khan's excellence. Perhaps, Khan is the owner of the staff of the great Gods of Destruction who has been waiting for eons. Come back to God. The Grand Priest summoned his large angel long staff and called softly, Vados, can you hear? I am Grand Priest, please respond. Buzz buzz. The crystal ball on the top of the big angel's long staff flickered for a few seconds, and Vados' pretty face with a changed skin color emerged. Father. Ah no, Lord Grand Priest, are you here to inform me of Khan's achievements at this Gods of Destruction summit? Vados hit the nail on the head. Yes. Grand Priest nodded slightly, and said with a light smile, this is good news for you. Khan has won the championship of this year's Gods of Destruction summit, and Grand Priest showed Vados the great staff of Gods of Destruction, and said with a smile, Vados, congratulations, Khan, he successfully made the great staff of Gods of Destruction recognized as the Master. In the near future he will become the first in hundreds of millions of years, big Gods of Destruction. What? Vados, who had heard that Khan won the Gods of Destruction summit, was already proud of Khan. In the next second, Grand Priest actually told her that Khan had made the great Gods of Destruction staff recognize him. Vados opened his cherry red lips in surprise, and blinked in disbelief. Master Grand Priest, is what you said true? Khan, he really succeeded in making the great Gods of Destruction staff recognize its owner? Yes, you heard correctly. Grand Priest nodded and said, Vados, congratulations on finding a good husband. Maybe this is also the fate between you and Khan. Vados smiled sweetly. She said, my Lord Grand Priest, do you acknowledge him now? Now I admit, Khan is a qualified son-in-law. When Vados insisted on marrying Khan at first, Grand Priest actually disagreed. Because he felt that Khan, as an ordinary human being, was completely incompatible with Vados in terms of identity and strength. If Vados hadn't forced him to die, Grand Priest would never have agreed to Vados' request. Because in Grand Priest's view, it is extremely unreasonable for Vados, who is an angel, to marry an ordinary human being, but now, watching Khan grow up step by step, he no longer objected to the marriage between Vados and Khan. When Khan officially ascends to the position of great Gods of Destruction, Khan will be worthy of his daughter Vados in terms of power and status. So far, the priest has officially recognized Khan as the son-in-law. After finishing the call with Grand Priest, a tear of excitement burst out of my eyes in an instant. Watching Khan grow from a weak human being with only 300 fighting strength back then to the present situation, Vados is also very happy for Khan deep in his heart. At the same time, she was also happy for herself. In order for Khan to quickly improve her strength, she also spent a lot of effort. When Khan returned to Earth from Namek, the Universe spacecraft and the meteorite impact incident were carefully planned by her. If she didn't plan an event where the Universe ship hit a meteorite, she would never have the opportunity to send Khan to Whis to practice. If it weren't for that time, Khan's strength would never have reached the current level. Now Vados just hopes that Khan can understand her difficulties in doing so. If possible, she would rather Khan never know the truth of this matter for the rest of her life. Husband, you are really wonderful. At first, Vados thought that Khan could achieve a good result in this year's Gods of Destruction Summit, and she was very satisfied. Result. Khan not only won the championship in the hands of the Gods of Destruction, but even managed to make the great Gods of Destruction staff recognize the owner. This has completely exceeded Vados' expectations. This news, for Vados, is undoubtedly a great news. First universe. Big Gods of Destruction beyond the realm. After being forcibly sent away from the world of Gods of Destruction by the Grand Priest, the gods did not leave immediately. Instead, they waited for Khan to come out, call out. After a while, with a flash of colorful light, Khan's figure appeared out of thin air. Seeing Khan coming out, the gods swarmed up in an instant. Many of them have ridiculed Khan to a greater or lesser extent just now, and they don't know whether Khan holds grudges or not, but for their future immediate boss. The gods felt that it was still necessary to please them. Otherwise, if he is tied up with Khan's Liang Zi, after he really takes office as the Grand Gods of Destruction, then he may be the one who is unlucky. Quidala squeezed in first, and tremblingly said, "Well, Mr. Khan, I was sorry just now. I hope you will not remember the villain's mistakes, and don't take it to heart. Isn't this rat tail juice?" Khan made a joke, and then asked back, "Why? Did I give you the impression that you are such a narrow-minded person?" "Aha, unknown currency, a unknown currency, a unknown currency." Quidala was taken aback for a moment, then immediately understood what Khan meant. "Haha. Haha." Quidala showed an awkward yet polite smile, and said, "How is it possible? Lord Khan is the most generous-hearted person I have ever met." "Ah yes yes yes." The rest of the gods followed suit flatteringly. Khan smiled noncommittally, and then said, "You haven't forgotten the bet just now, have you?" "No. Don't dare to forget. Don't dare to forget. Lord Khan, I am willing to bet and admit defeat. From now on, I, Quidala, will be renamed Rat Tail Juice. From now on, everyone, don't call me Quidala's name anymore, call me Mouse Tail Juice." When saying this, Quidala looked proud and complacent, without any trace of shame or humiliation at all. In order to please Khan, Quidala also resorted to all means. "Okay, Mouse Tail Juice." Khan suppressed a laugh. If Quidala knew the true meaning of Rat Tail Juice, his face would turn green. After Quidala finished speaking, other gods rushed up one after another, as if they wanted to get close to him, but Khan was not in the mood to deal with them now. So he quickly waved his hand and said, "Tired, Whis, let's go back." Star, Mr. Khan. Whis bowed to the gods and angels, "Everyone, see you later." Talking. Whis took Khan into a colorful long rainbow, and disappeared in the deep space of the universe in a blink of an eye. Watching Khan leave helplessly, except for Quidala, the other gods of destruction are more or less desolate in their hearts. Especially Champa. Although he looked as steady as an old dog on the surface, he was already panicking in his heart. If you want to say that everyone present has the biggest problem with Khan, it must be him. "Master Champa, your complexion seems a little bad, are you uncomfortable?" Alice noticed Champa's inner fluctuations, so she asked. Asked knowingly. Champa curled her lips, and couldn't hold back anymore, and said frantically, "It's over, I'm over. Alice, what should I do?" Alice pushed her glasses, and gave Champa a serious note. "Master Champa, I suggest you find a time to apologize to Master Khan. I think with Master Khan's broad mind, I shouldn't deliberately embarrass you. Does an apology help?" Champa frowned. He was clamoring to destroy Khan at the beginning, and if the Grand Priest hadn't arrived in time, I'm afraid he would have done so. If Khan just apologizes and forgives him, Champa is willing to apologize. But his intuition told him that even if he apologized to Khan himself, it might not work. If Khan can't be allowed to expose the incident at the beginning, when Khan takes office as the Grand Gods of Destruction, I'm afraid he will be in bad luck. Well, judging from the situation that day, it doesn't seem to make sense. "Then you still apologize?" Champa was frothing, and said angrily, "Quickly think of a way for me." This. Stretch. After thinking for a while, Alice's beautiful eyes lit up. "Lord Champa, we have it." "What?" "Say it. Isn't your last guide Angel Vados? Isn't Vados the husband of Lord Khan? Maybe you can try to find Vados and ask her to communicate with Lord Khan. Maybe this method will work." "Yeah." Hearing this, Champa suddenly realized. However, in the next second, the hope that Champa had just raised was extinguished in an instant. "Alice, Vados must know about what happened last time, right? Vados has done nothing but benevolence before he came to me to settle accounts. How dare I go to her to intercede? He, Master Champa, who made you suffer on your own? Stop gloating. Come up with a reliable idea for me." The veins on Champa's forehead popped violently, and his mouth was frothy. He was in no mood to joke with Alice right now. "Okay, Master Champa." Alice said with a serious face, but I always think that it is easier to find Vados than you go directly to Master Khan. After all, Vados used to be your guide angel. I think as long as you be sincere, Vados should forgive you. Go and intercede with Lord Khan. I can't help but do this. Champa's ears were deaf and his face was full of depression. Now apart from the method Alice said, it seems that there is no other better way. He didn't dare to bet whether Khan would remember what happened that day. So to be on the safe side, Champa still had to find a way to resolve the festival with Khan that day. Otherwise, when Khan takes the post of gods of destruction, let alone his position as gods of destruction, whether his life can be kept is still a question. On the way back to the 7th universe, Whis joked, Mr. Khan, life is really impermanent. When you came, the gods looked down on you, but when you left, they all wanted to get close to you. It's just a group of guys who are following the trend, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Khan shrugged, but dismissively. If it wasn't for him successfully winning the championship and letting the big gods of destruction staff recognize the master, he would become the quasi-big gods of destruction. Would Champa and Quilla, a group of arrogant guys who are usually high above them, talk to themselves in such a low voice? The answer is negative. This is the status change brought about by strength and identity. That sums it up brilliantly. Whis agrees with this. Gods of destruction is such a creature. Follow the trend, bully the weak and fear the strong. Submissive to the Zeno and the Grand Priest, and hard on the humans in their respective universes. In fact, how different are these gods of destruction from Raditz? In Khan's view, the gods of destruction, who think they are the supreme rulers of the universe and put their heirs high above, are not even comparable to Vegeta. Go back to Beerus. Khan didn't stay too long and returned to Earth directly. It was exactly noon when we returned to Earth. It has been 4 days since he left. Seeing Khan coming back, Vados and Bulma greeted him immediately. Seeing that Khan came back safe and sound, the stone hanging in Bulma's chest was finally let go. Husband, what are you doing when Whis has been looking for you? Bulma asked with concern. Khan smiled and said softly, let's go back and talk slowly. On the sofa in the living room, Vados and Bulma sat on the left and right of Khan. Quietly listened to Khan talking about what happened in the world of gods of destruction these days a daily. After listening to it, Bulma waved his small pink fist and said aggressively, as expected of my husband, I can't beat these shameless bastards to death. Although Bulma didn't understand very well, she was shocked. Haha, forget it, we can't be as narrow-minded as them. Khan said in a very happy mood. After talking about things in the gods of destruction world, Vados suddenly said, by the way, husband, a man named Vegeta has been looking for you for the past few days, and he said that you owe him a favor. Are you going to meet him? Oh, you said Vegeta, it seems that there is such a thing. In the month since she married Bulma, Khan hasn't paid attention to Vegeta's movements. This guy has really lived on Earth. As for favors, this is also true. When he was on Namek, he did promise Vegeta not to hinder Klin and Son Gohan from collecting the Dragon Ball, and gave the Dragon Ball in his hand to Son Gohan to summon Shenron. I owe him a favor. So far, this favor has not been returned to Vegeta. Just in time. Let's repay Vegeta's favor this time. Khan doesn't like to owe favors to others very much. Soon. Vegeta, who had been waiting for Khan outside Magnum capsules, was called into Magnum capsules. Sitting in front of Khan, Vegeta, who has always been arrogant, looked so well behaved. Vegeta, tell me, how do you want me to repay your favor? Khan cut directly to the point. Vegeta also didn't say anything, and said straightforwardly, it's very simple, I want to know how you cultivate, if possible, please teach me to practice for 3 months. Then you may be disappointed. I have stopped practicing recently. As for what you said about teaching you to practice for 3 months, this is not impossible, but you may have to wait for a while, because I am not free recently. Originally, according to Khan's plan, after Vados and Bulma had children, he began to teach Son Goku and Son Gohan how to practice. After all, Son Goku and Son Gohan's current strength is too weak, and they have to improve their strength faster. Otherwise, in a few years, their strength might not be able to keep up with the rhythm. It just so happened that Vegeta made this request, and adding another Vegeta at that time seems to be not too bad. In this way, Vegeta's favor is returned, which is not bad. Heard the words. Vegeta was overjoyed and asked impatiently, how long do I have to wait? Khan stretched out a finger and said slowly, at least a year. Looking at Vados and Bulma sitting next to Khan, Vegeta instantly understood. He nodded and said, okay, I'll just wait on Earth for another year. Well, you can go now. Time flies like an arrow, the sun and the moon fly like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, a year passed quietly at the fingertips. During this year, Khan basically stayed with his two wives, which was the most relaxed and leisurely time since Khan traveled to the world of Dragon Ball. It's worth mentioning that Vados and Bulma both tested out to be pregnant about 8 months ago. Checked again later, Vados is bad for girls, and Irma is bad for boys. This day, both Vados and Bulma are 10 months pregnant each, almost on the verge of giving birth. West Hospital. Outside the delivery room, Khan and son Goku's family waited patiently at the door. Congratulations Uncle Khan, you are going to be a father. Son Gohan congratulated happily. Haha, thank you nephew Gohan, I have loved you all these years, uncle. Khan said with a smile in a good mood. Rumble. As soon as Khan finished speaking, the sky in Western capital suddenly became cloudy. Immediately afterwards, a powerful breath of God came from the delivery room and entered Khan's perception. It was still sunny just now, why is it going to rain all of a sudden? Looking at the dark clouds outside the window, like the oppressive sky before the storm, Chi-Chi said a little depressed. Ranga. Son Goku shook his head, and said solemnly, I can feel a strong sense of oppression, what is going on here? This oppressive feeling does not come from Khan. Me too. Son Gohan followed suit. Khan, on the other hand, stared closely at the door of the delivery room. This breath of God, could it be? ZZGE. In the delivery room, Vados was half lying on the bed, her expression was the same as usual. There is absolutely no weakness that a woman should have after giving birth. Because she is not born naturally like a normal human, but through her own angel staff. Beside the bed, a petite girl stood. She is about 1.5 meters tall, and has the same long silver-white hair as Vados. The long silver-white hair is like a waterfall, pouring down to her waist. She perfectly inherited the genes of Vados and Khan, with a small and immature face, exquisite and flawless, just like the perfect work of God. Her clear and agile black pupils turned into silver gray at this moment. Because she was just born, she didn't wear any clothes, just a white sheet on her body. If Khan were here, he would be shocked to find that his daughter was born with a sense of ease. The silver gray energy exuding the scorching divine aura lingered around her. Mom. What's my name? She looked at Vados leaning on the head of the bed, and smiled sweetly. The immature voice, like a silver bell, is extraordinarily beautiful. It is refreshing. Name. Vados thought for a while, then narrowed his eyes, and smiled softly. Ask Dad. Let Dad name you. Yes. The 1.5 meter tall girl in front of Vados is her daughter with Khan. She is not like a normal baby, but has a height of 1.5 meters since she was born, and she is born with a sense of freedom. Not only that, but because of the fusion between Khan's super bloodline and Vados' angel bloodline, the bloodline of their daughter has mutated. Later Khan named this mutated bloodline the Super Saiyan God bloodline. Whether it is potential or talent, they are far above Chuan Chao's bloodline. Lita S. not list these for the time being, Lita S. talk about them later. While Vados was talking to her daughter, the doctors and nurses who were supposed to deliver Vados sat on the ground, looking at the mother and child in horror. They had just witnessed how Vados delivered himself with the angel staff. And it was a baby who was born with a height of 1.5 meters. How could this not make them feel frightened? At this time, Vados cast a harmonious and friendly gaze, and said with a smile, Doctors and nurses, please don't tell what you just saw, I am very grateful. Gulu. The doctors and nurses gulped and could only nod symbolically. Thank you for your cooperation, please go and bring my husband here. Outside the delivery room, Khan was a little nervous. He did sense an aura similar to Ultra Instinct just now, but it disappeared soon. He's sure he's not mistaken, either Vados' daughter or Bulma's daughter, born with a sense of freedom. The problem is, he doesn't feel at ease at all. How can you be born with a sense of freedom? Crunch. Just when Khan couldn't figure it out, the door of the delivery room was suddenly pushed open, and a nurse with an obviously panicked expression came out and said to Khan, Mr. Khan, Ms. Vados gave birth, mother and daughter are safe, you can go in. Okay, thank you. Without any hesitation, N walked quickly into the delivery room. Miss Nurse, can our family members go in? Chi-Chi stepped forward and asked. She also wants to go in and have a look. However, the nurse just shook her head, and then closed the door of the delivery room again. Chi-Chi, let's wait here. Dad. As soon as he entered the delivery room, he heard the sound of father, which almost didn't surprise Khan. Khan stared blankly at the girl in front of him wearing a bedsheet, convinced that this was the daughter he had with Vados. The question is, how did a newborn baby get so big? Could it be because his genes are too strong? Khan nodded, ignoring the tense doctors and nurses standing beside him, and sat down on the edge of the bed, gently stroking Vados' face, and said with concern, Honey, how are you feeling, are you okay? Vados shook his head with a smile, and said, "It's okay, husband, my daughter just asked me what her name is, so please name our daughter." "Well, you lie down and rest for a while." Immediately, Khan raised his head again and looked at his daughter with complicated eyes. Looking at her daughter who was born with a height of 1.5 meters, Khan was both happy and complicated. Fortunately, Khan's ability to accept is relatively strong, and he attributes this strange phenomenon to his own powerful genes, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why his newborn daughter is 1.5 meters tall. "Dad. What's my name?" A sound like a silver bell came. Khan showed a fatherly smile and said, "Daughter, don't worry, let Dad think of one for you." Think for a while. A name flashed through my mind. "Raids, your name is Raids." "Lades. Okay, I have my own name, thank you Dad." The daughter, whom Khan named Lades, danced like a newborn baby. Khan smiled, "Honey, what do you think of this name?" "It sounds good, as long as it's from my husband, it sounds good." Vados smiled brightly. "By the way, hubby, is sister Bulma born?" "Probably not yet, the doctor hasn't informed me yet." Hearing this, Vados smiled and said, "Nalades is a sister now." "Huh? Do I have an unborn brother or sister?" When he heard that he had a younger brother or younger sister, Radston looked ecstatic. Seeing his own daughter, N was deeply shocked. Because he could see that there was a huge amount of energy in Lade's body, although it was not as good as the one after he participated in the Gods of Destruction Summit, but it was not much worse. "You bastard, are my genes really that strong?" "Think so." Khan looked at Vados again, and now he doubted more and more that the Vados in front of him was the original 6th universe angel Vados. If it was just her own genes and a daughter born to an ordinary woman on Earth, it would be impossible for her to have such a powerful force at birth. The breath of God that belonged to the Ultra Instinct that she felt outside the delivery room just now. It also verified the terrifying energy contained in Lade's body. Subsequently, since Vados is still in good health after giving birth to Lades, she does not need to be hospitalized. After the doctor's consent, Dian N took Vados and Lades out of the delivery room. "Brother Khan, is she really your daughter?" Son Goku, Chi-Chi and Son Gohan were also dumbfounded. Especially Son Gohan, "My newborn cousin is actually taller than him?" "Yes, my name is Lades." Lades introduced himself brightly. Her personality seems to be very lively and cheerful. When facing the three of Son Goku, she is not strange or introverted. It was hard for Son Goku and Chi-Chi to believe that Khan's newborn daughter grew up so big, but after repeated statements from Khan and Vados, they finally accepted this fact with difficulty. Mainly, this is so magical, if not seeing it firsthand, plus Khan and Vados repeating it. Neither Son Goku nor Chi-Chi could have believed that such a thing had happened. Recovering from the shock, Chi-Chi asked, "By the way, is Bulma still alive?" "It should take a while." Khan glanced at the delivery room and said. Bulma and Vados went in at the same time, but because Vados was born with the angel staff, it didn't take a long time for her like ordinary people. That's it. Khan and others waited outside the delivery room for more than 2 hours. Cemetery. A burst of crying came from the delivery room, and a strong breath entered the perception of Khan and Son Goku at the same time. Not surprisingly, Bulma gave birth to a son. Although it is a hybrid of Khan's super bloodline and the Earthlings, Khan's youngest son was born with his super bloodline, but the purity is not too pure. Compared with purebred Super Saiyan like Khan and Broly, it must be slightly inferior. The purity is a little bit short, but the talent and potential of Khan's youngest son should not be underestimated. He was born with a fighting power of 8,000. This is Son Goku watching silence, Vegeta watching tears. If they were born with a combat power of 8,000, how could they have such little strength now? Later, Khan named his youngest son Khan II, which is indeed a bit random compared to the name of his daughter Lades. "Son Smash, Mom and Dad are true love, you are just an accident." But later Bulma disliked the name 870 and 2 as too casual, and strongly urged Khan to change Khan II's name. So Khan changed his young son's name to Lin Yu. Lin is the surname of Khan's previous life. So far, the names of one son and one daughter have finally been determined. The daughter, Lades, is transliterated from the English word lettuce, and the son, Lin Yu, is named Lin Yu after Khan's previous surname. The son's name corresponds to Khan's past life, and the daughter's name corresponds to Khan's present life. As soon as Lin Yu was born, Lades enthusiastically asked her to bring his younger brother. This saves Khan and his wife a lot of trouble. Then, such a strange picture appeared in the Universal Capsule Company. Every day, Lades carried his younger brother Lin Yu to wander around the platform, yard and back garden on the 2nd floor, and Lades basically took care of milk powder and changing diapers by himself. Since he didn't have to worry about raising children, Khan began to take Son Goku, Son Gohan and Vegeta to practice. It is also worth mentioning that Chi-Chi also gave birth to her second son with Son Goku, named Son Goten, a year before Lades and Lin Yu were born. After the life was on track, Bulma also began to find time to continue her scientific research work. What about Vados? Vados is in charge of keeping an eye on Lades and Lin Yu, preventing any accidents from happening to them. Just this day, 6th Universe Angel Alice used the Angel Staff to contact Vados and asked her out. Universe space somewhere in the Milky Way. Vados, Alice, and Champa are all here. Looking at Champa, whose eyes were a little dodgy, Vados couldn't help but a look of disgust flashed across his face. Originally, for Champa, Vados couldn't say how much she was satisfied with the gods of destruction she was in charge of guiding, but at least she didn't hate it either. But now, after Champa had tried to destroy Khan that year, Vados had nothing but disgust for Champa. Master Champa, Vados has come, tell her the purpose of your visit. Seeing that Champa hadn't spoken for a long time, Alice couldn't help reminding her. Vados said impatiently, if you have anything to say, hurry up, I don't have time to play mimes with you here. Vados, sorry about last time. Champa bowed deeply, and then said bravely, I was impulsive last time, I really didn't expect to destroy Lord Khan, please forgive me. Hey. Vados smiled coldly, and said sarcastically, it's really rare that the 6th Universe gods of destruction would apologize to someone. However, gods of destruction of the 6th Universe, if Lord Grand Priest hadn't come in time that day, can you guarantee that you really wouldn't do that? Vados' rhetorical question directly kills Champa. He was really angry that day, and it would be more appropriate to say that he was impulsive, or that his reason was controlled by anger. Had the Grand Priest not arrived in time to stop him, he would have destroyed Khan without hesitation. The reason why he said this just now was to get Vados' forgiveness. Facing Vados' rhetorical question, Champa opened his mouth, as if wanting to defend himself, but he swallowed the words down his throat. Having worked with Vados for so many years, Champa knows Vados' temper all too well. Unlike Whis, Vados can be very irritable at times. When Vados was Angel, the guide of the 6th Universe, Champa was a little afraid of Vados. Not to mention that Vados is no longer his guide Angel, and he even angered Vados because he once had murderous intentions towards Khan. At this time, no matter what he said, he would be refuted by Vados. This is for sure. Alice also saw all this clearly, so she had no choice but to speak out for Champa. Sister, Master Champa was at fault that day, but Master Grand Priest has already taught him a lesson, and Master Champa has also seriously reflected on it afterward, so I will come to you today to apologize and ask for your forgiveness. When facing Alice, Vados' attitude is completely different. She said in a respectful tone, since sister said so, as a younger sister, of course I want to give you face. Since Champa has already apologized and admitted his mistake, I will forget about what happened that day, but I don't want it to happen again. I hope my sister will help Champa well and fulfill her duties as a guide angel, and don't let him do some stupid things again. That's right, she is indeed my good sister. Alice pursed her lips and smiled. Vados smiled back, Sister Meow Zan, I'll go back first if I don't have anything else to do. Hey, wait a minute, sister. Seeing that Vados turned around and was about to leave, Alice quickly stopped Vados and said, Master Champa came to see you today. Besides apologizing to you for what happened that day, there is another matter. You might as well listen to what Master Champa said first. Say? Tell me what's the matter. Alice gave Champa a wink, and Champa knew that he had to say the second thing in person. Although he was still afraid of Vados in his heart, in order to protect his position and life as gods of destruction, Champa could only bite the bullet and tell the second story. The second thing, of course, is to ask Vados to intercede with Khan and ask Khan to forgive him for his recklessness that day. For Alice's sake, Vados forgave Champa, but it doesn't mean that Khan, who is involved, will forgive him. However, for this matter, Vados expressed his helplessness. Sorry, whether my husband chooses to forgive you is up to him to decide. I have no right to decide for him, nor will I intercede in front of him for you. Vados said, Champa, if you really want to get Khan's forgiveness, you should go to him and say it yourself, forgive me for being helpless. Talking. Vados turned his head and said to Alice, Sister, I have to go back to take care of my daughter, so I'm sorry to say goodbye first. Immediately afterwards, Vados no longer stayed any longer, turned into a colorful rainbow, and disappeared from the sight of Alice and Champa in the blink of an eye. After Vados left, Champa's ears fell down again, and he said with a dejected voice, Alice, I just said it won't work, I know Vados too well. Alice said optimistically, Master Champa, this trip is not without any progress, at least Vados has forgiven you, hasn't it? As for whether the future Lord Gods of Destruction Khan will forgive you, perhaps you really need to ask Lord Khan for forgiveness in person. Outside the 12 universes, there is a vast starry sky independent of the 12 universes. Here is where it all begins. As early as the 12th universe, and even before the birth of the 18th universe, this vast starry sky already existed. And here is the space where Zeno, the supreme ruler of all universes in the Dragon Ball world, lives. A golden auspicious cloud full of sacred aura floats in the vast starry sky. Above the golden auspicious cloud, there is a large substance similar to a jellyfish. On it, there is a full-shaped palace. This palace is the palace where the supreme ruler of the universe lives, Zeno. Around the palace, there are 12 pillars floating, and a universe instrument is suspended on each of the 12 pillars, representing the 12 universes today. Zeno Palace, Main Hall. Hey, Grand Priest, who is that guy who pulled out the big staff of Gods of Destruction? I'm so curious, I want to meet him. The bored Zeno suddenly had a whim, and wanted to meet the man who pulled out the big Gods of Destruction staff a year ago. After all, in the history of hundreds of millions of years in the past, there has never been a person who can make the great Gods of Destruction staff willingly admit his master, so Zeno has a strong feeling for the person who pulled out the great Gods of Destruction staff interest. He wanted to see who the future great Gods of Destruction really was. It's a human from the 7th universe. Grand Priest bowed slightly, and replied. At the same time, he is also the husband of Angel Vados. If Master Zeno wants to meet, I will invite him here now. Is it Vados' husband? Hearing this, Zeno became more interested. He also heard about the marriage of Angel Vados, the guide of the original 6th universe, from the mouth of the Grand Priest, so after hearing that the person who pulled out the great staff of Gods of Destruction was Vados' husband, Zeno wanted to meet the future Gods of Destruction even more. Then, Zeno couldn't wait to say, curious, I want to see you. Grand Priest, go and invite him here. Yes, Master Zeno, please wait a moment, I'm leaving for the 7th universe now. Magnum capsules, in the back garden. Lades was swinging on the swing with Lin Yu in his arms. Although he was just born, Lin Yu didn't have the slightest fear of swinging. On the contrary, he thought it was fun. Brother Yu, is it fun? Lades asked while swinging. Lin Yu smiled childishly. Although he hadn't learned to speak yet, from the analysis of his expression, Lades could guess how Lin Shou was feeling at the moment. So she swung even more merrily. Looking at Lades, who was having fun with his younger brother Lin Yu, Vados couldn't help showing a motherly smile. Sister, she is her daughter. Vados turned around, and it was Alice who came. Yes, sister, her name is Lades, Vados said with a smile. It's so cute and beautiful, Alice praised. He, my sister has won the prize. Vados seemed very happy, and she waved. Lades, come and say hello to your Aunt Alice. Coming. Hearing Vados' call, Lades hugged Lin Yu lightly, and landed firmly in front of Vados and Alice. Hello, Aunt Alice, my name is Lades, Lades greeted politely. At the same time, on the other side of the back garden, Khan glanced at Champa expressionlessly and asked, what's the matter? Originally Khan was instructing Son Goku to practice, and then Champa came. So Khan first asked Son Goku to practice in the gravity training room first. I came out to receive Champa myself. Although Khan doesn't like to see Champa very much, Khan still has the basic etiquette for receiving guests. After all, he is not as unqualified as some people, and he doesn't even have the most basic etiquette. Standing in front of Khan, Champa's whole body was in a state of extreme tension, with cold sweat constantly falling from his forehead. It was only with Alice's encouragement that he plucked up the courage to come to Earth to meet Khan. Immediately afterwards, Champa gritted his teeth, bent his body deeply, and said tremblingly, Master Khan, I am very sorry. I was wrong last time, please forgive me, Lord Khan. The desire to survive is full. Champa is probably afraid that he will regret to settle accounts with him after taking the post of Gods of Destruction, so he came to Earth today to apologize to him. Otherwise, with Champa's haughty character, it is absolutely impossible to take the initiative to apologize to himself and ask for his forgiveness. But well, I'm sorry, if it's useful, what do you need strength for? Khan raised his eyelids slightly. If a human offended you, and the other person apologized to you and said sorry, would you forgive him instead of destroying him? Heard the words. Champa was shocked. A coolness rushed from the soles of the feet to the tinling guy. The breath of death welled up in his heart, causing Champa's body to tremble uncontrollably. In terms of strength, he is no longer Khan's opponent. On status. Status is based on strength. Although Khan has not yet officially assumed the position of Gods of Destruction, in terms of strength and status, he is not necessarily higher than Khan. Even leaving aside his strength, Champa is only the gods of destruction of the 6th universe, and has no deterrent effect on Khan, who is a human being in the 7th universe. Therefore, Champa has nothing to do but ask Khan for forgiveness. Otherwise, once Khan takes the position of gods of destruction, he will inevitably settle accounts with him. Next second, Champa couldn't hold back any longer. The fear of death has crushed all his dignity and arrogance, and he knelt down directly, with a crying voice full of deep fear. Master Khan, I really know that I was wrong, please forgive me. As long as you forgive me, let me do anything, please. At this time, a purple spatial vortex suddenly appeared in front of Khan, and the figure of Grand Priest came into Khan's eyes. Grand Priest. Khan raised his eyebrows. What is the Grand Priest doing on Earth at this time? And looking at this appearance, the other party seems to be looking for him? After showing up, Grand Priest ignored Champa, who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, and said to Khan, Mr. Khan, please be safe. Khan nodded as a response, and then asked, Master Grand Priest, why did you come here today? Master. Grand Priest. Hearing Grand Priest's voice, Champa turned around and knelt down at Grand Priest's feet like a frightened bird. Bye. At this time, Alice also came over and met Grand Priest. Not far away. Vados stared at Grand Priest's back. She instinctively wanted to go up to see Grand Priest, but she held back the next second. Mom, who is that person? I always feel very kind. Lades asked, pointing at the back of Grand Priest. Vados rubbed her little head, and said softly, Hey, Mom will tell you later. Oha. Mr. Khan, Master Zeno wants to see you. Do you have time to go to Zeno Palace with me? Grand Priest asked kindly. Zeno wants to see me. All. Master Zeno wants to see her husband? After Khan left with the Grand Priest, Vados was horrified. If only the Grand Priest wanted to meet Khan, Vados would not be so surprised, but the one who summoned Khan was Zeno. The supreme ruler of the universe. It's unbelievable that Lord Chenju thinks of Lord Khan. Alice was also shocked, and Champa at this time. It's already a look of lovelessness. If he can't get Khan's understanding, the only thing waiting for him in the near future is to remove the position of gods of destruction. Maybe his life will be lost. Mom, who is Zeno? Lades blinked his clear and smart eyes, and asked curiously. Master Zeno. Speaking of Zeno, even Vados, who is an angel, has a look of fear. That is the supreme ruler of the entire universe, Grand Priest who is the most powerful person in the universe, and is only the steward of Master Zeno. It sounds amazing. It's more than powerful. Alice said with a serious face. As long as Master Zeno is not happy, the universe can be destroyed in a flick of a finger, and hundreds of millions of living beings will also be wiped out in an instant. The last time Master Zeno felt that the universe was too much already cleared 6 universes. Thinking of the last time Zeno cleared 6 universes, Alice still has a deep impression on her. During the 18th universe, she was the guide angel of the 15th universe. Later, because Zeno cleared the 6 universes, she fell into a deep sleep, and was awakened from a deep sleep by Grand Priest not long ago to serve as the guide angel of the 6th universe. Lattice blinked and asked innocently, will Dad be in danger? Will not. Vados rubbed Lades' little head, signaling her not to worry. But in fact, Vados was a little flustered, because Zeno was too dangerous. Once he felt unhappy, even with the Grand Priest, it was difficult for her to guarantee that Zeno would not eliminate Khan. Zeno Palace. It was the first time I came to Zeno Palace, and N looked around curiously. From the outside, Zeno Palace is not very big, but inside it is extremely spacious, but it is too deserted. On the passage leading to the main hall, there are only the footsteps of Khan and Grand Priest. Master Grand Priest, why did Master Zeno suddenly want to see me? He really couldn't figure it out. What did Zeno want to see him for? Was it just for fun? Grand Priest said, it's like this, Mr. Khan. Master Zeno is rather boring in the palace on weekdays, so after learning that you have become the master of the great staff of gods of destruction, I feel very curious and want to meet you this future great gods of destruction. Meeting Zeno this time can be regarded as letting you get acquainted with Master Zeno in advance. I see. Khan nodded thoughtfully. He understood this. Zeno summoned him this time, just like a leader summoned a high-level executive who was about to enter the company. Come to the main hall. Master Zeno, Mr. Khan is here. Supported by 2 guards, Zeno, who looks like a colorful child, stepped into the void and slowly flew to Khan. Zeno tilted his head, looked Khan up and down. Hey, are you the first owner of the big gods of destruction staff? Yes, Master Zeno, my name is Khan. Khan answered Zeno's question without being humble. At the same time, he was looking at Zeno carefully. Ida's no different from Khan's memory, except that this seemingly harmless Zeno is actually the most dangerous character in the entire Dragon Ball universe, bar none. Zeno nodded thoughtfully, and then said, "Can you tell me, how did you pull it out? Curious." Mr. Khan, you might as well tell Zeno in detail how you became the master of the great gods of destruction staff and what your experience is. Grand Priest followed closely. This. According to Khan, there is nothing to say about this. But since Zeno wants to hear it, it seems that he can only be respectful rather than obedient. For Zeno's temper, Khan still has a certain understanding. If Zeno gets upset because he doesn't want to say it, then I'm afraid it will be troublesome. Then, Zeno invited Khan to sit down face to face, and then listen to the story of how Khan conquered the great staff of gods of destruction and made it lord. When he heard that Khan withstood the coercion from the great gods of destruction staff and launched a counterattack against him, Zeno even exclaimed wonderfully. Probably so. After speaking, Khan also let out a long sigh of relief. On the other hand, Zeno was still a little unsatisfied, and then admired from the bottom of his heart. "Khan, you are amazing, you are completely different from Beerus and the others." Yes, Master Zeno, Beerus and the others cannot overcome the coercion and fear from the staff of the great gods of destruction, so even if they are given another 100 million years, they will not be able to become the masters of the great gods of destruction. Grand Priest then said, "Perhaps, Mr. Khan is the one destined to become the great gods of destruction." What Grand Priest said is true. If any one of Beerus and the others has the potential to become a great gods of destruction, how can the Gods of Destruction Summit be held for nearly 2 million sessions? All of this may be predestined. Grand Priest, what you said makes sense. Zeno agrees with Grand Priest. Master Zeno, Master Grand Priest are joking, but in fact, I am just lucky. The reason Khan was able to pull out the great gods of destruction staff and become the master of the great gods of destruction staff, besides his self-centered heart and unwavering will. In fact, it relied on a little luck. May I ask Beerus which gods of destruction does not have this condition? It's just because they were originally gods of destruction in the god system under Zeno's rule. So deep down in their hearts, the fear of Zeno and Grand Priest is in their DNA. Therefore, when the great gods of destruction staff unleashed the coercion over them, Beerus and the others shivered as if seeing Grand Priest and Zeno. As long as they can't stand before the Grand Priest with an equal mind for a day, it's impossible to conquer the great staff of gods of destruction. So, Khan had a bit of luck. If he was originally from the world of Dragon Ball, like Beerus and the others, and held a priesthood under the god system ruled by Zeno, then he would be released in the face of the great gods of destruction staff when under pressure. The end will be the same as Beerus and the others. Mr. Khan is humble. You are more suitable to be the gods of destruction than Beerus, there is no doubt about it. Khan was telling the truth, but in Grand Priest's view it was modesty. Well, bet. Zeno agrees with Grand Priest. Immediately, Zeno smiled innocently. Khan, it was a pleasure chatting with you today. Khan laughed and said, "Haha, me too. Will you still chat with me in the future?" Zeno blinked his eyes expectantly. "As long as you want to chat, I can chat anytime." Great. Hearing this, Zeno turned around on the spot to express his joy, and then he stretched out his little hand to Khan. Then Khan, can you be my friend? Oops. Grand Priest's eyes widened in surprise. Zeno proposed to make friends with Khan, which he didn't expect at all. But soon, Grand Priest understood why Zeno proposed to make friends with Khan. As the supreme ruler of the Dragon Ball world, Zeno is supreme. The supremacy has also caused Zeno's loneliness. He was sitting in a high position, and the gods of destruction were all terrified when they saw him, and they didn't dare to step over the threshold, let alone talk to Zeno with an equal attitude like Khan. So, after communicating with Khan today, Zeno feels very happy, and he also enjoys chatting with Khan. In addition, Khan is not like those people in Beerus, who can't even speak well when they meet him. In front of him, Khan talked freely without any tension at all, let alone deliberately lowered his posture to please him, so Zeno felt that Khan was a place where he could make friends. That's what Zeno said just now. Khan was also stunned all of a sudden, he didn't expect this to be true. Can you? Seeing that Khan stood still for a long time without answering, Zeno couldn't help getting closer, his little eyes full of anticipation. Of course you can. Khan came back to his senses, smiled, and then stretched out his right hand to Zeno, saying, "I'm very glad to have you as my friend." Hey. Zeno smiled happily. He stretched out his little hand to hold Khan's hand, and said in a baby voice, "You are my first friend. Since we're friends, I'll call you Kwantu from now on." Full sauce. A question mark popped up on Zeno's face, as if he didn't quite understand what Quan Zhong meant. "It's a kind of endearing nickname," Khan explained. "That's it. Then such a happy decision. Ho! Seeing Zeno, who had never been so happy, Grand Priest was also taken aback. It seems that his son-in-law is really capable, at least much stronger than the universe gods. For example, those gods of destruction will only make Zeno angry, let alone make Zeno happy. Once, Zeno summoned the gods of the 12 universes to hold a hide-and-seek competition, and then Beerus secretly ran back to sleep for 50 years. Zeno was so angry that he almost wiped out the 12 universes. Before leaving, Zeno gave Khan a Zeno summoning dew. Said it was a gift for his friend. Khan didn't refuse, although he thought it was useless, but since Zeno gave away, might as well just accept it. Afterwards, Zeno shouted Enshin officer led out of the Zeno Palace. After leaving Zeno Palace, Grand Priest suddenly said, Khan. Today is the first time I see Master Zeno so happy. So, is this a compliment to me? Actually, I just did what I should do, Khan said calmly. Grand Priest was noncommittal, and then waved his hand. A space vortex emerged. You go back. I wish you a happy life. Khan nodded slightly, and did not stay too long in Zeno Palace, and returned to Earth through the space vortex of Grand Priest. Seeing Khan coming back, Vados couldn't wait to greet him. Honey, you're back. Khan responded with a smile and said, It's okay, don't worry. That's good. Vados breathed a long sigh of relief. Just make it back safely from Zeno. After pacifying Vados, Khan looked back at Champa, who was slumped on the ground with a look of lovelessness. Then he squatted down, looked at the deaf Champa and said, Why are you still so sad? You should be happier. When Khan said this, Champa's mood became even more depressed. This feeling is as if Khan has sentenced him to death, telling him to eat and drink, and not to forget when things happen. Don't you just want me to forgive you for trying to destroy me? That's easy to say. Khan draped Champa's shoulders and said solemnly, Aren't you collecting some super wishing beads recently? Collect all 7 super wishing beads and give them to me, and I won't bother with you. Heard the words. Champa, who was still depressed at first, was overjoyed and cheered up, and said excitedly, Really? Really, Master Khan, as long as I collect all 7 super wishing beads and send, will you forgive me if I give it to you? Khan nodded. Of course it's true, do I seem to be such a narrow-minded person? Seeing that Khan didn't mean to be joking at all, Champa was so excited that he was amnesty. Thank you, Mr. Khan. I must collect all 7 super wishing beads as quickly as possible and give it to you. Well, better hurry up, my patience is limited. Khan, who had a good talking appearance just now, suddenly became harsh. If you have nothing to do, you can get out, don't disturb me and my family here. Yes, Master Khan, I'm leaving immediately. Champa trembled in fright, and quickly left the earth with Alice without stopping. Daddy. At this time, Lades, who was holding Lin Yu in his arms, greeted him, and explained like 100,000 reasons. What is the super wishing bead you just mentioned? In front of Rades, Khan switched to the loving father mode, and patiently explained to Rades. It is a wishing bead that can fulfill wishes, and any wish can come true. It seems very interesting, can I make a wish? Lades blinked his big clear eyes and looked up at Khan expectantly. Sure. Khan hugged Lades and said with a smile, Does Lades have any wishes to fulfill? I want more ice cream. Raduz voiced her unpretentious wish. Well, this wish can come true with Bulma and. Looking at this happy scene, Vados couldn't help but smile happily. Such a warm and everyday life is very similar to the one in her prophetic dream back then. Years after. The Earth has entered a period of peace, and the life of the Khan family is quite happy and fulfilling. After Son Goku successfully broke through to Super 3 and Son Gohan turned into Super 2, Khan stopped training them and asked them to go home and practice on their own. I calmed down to accompany my family. In fact, it is not very difficult for Khan to train Son Goku to Super Red or even Super Blue, but Khan thinks it is unnecessary. Anyway, let Son Goku practice with Whis when Beerus comes to Earth in the future. In this way, I can save myself some effort. As for Vegeta. After practicing with Khan for 3 months, he basically mastered the core points of cultivation, so he left Universal Capsule Company and went to practice alone. Later, after Son Goku's training in Khan ended, Vegeta would often find Son Goku for actual combat. Spring goes and autumn comes again, and 6 years have passed in a blink of an eye. Dragon Ball IG 774 May 7th. This day is the opening day of the 25th Budokai. Today, Khan's family came to the registration office of the 25th Tianxiayi Budokai early. There was a huge crowd of people at the registration site, almost all of them came to register for this world's #1 martial arts association. Originally, Khan had no interest in this kind of martial arts club, which is not even considered a rookie level. He was reluctantly accepted by his daughter Lades. A lot of people. Looking at the crowds of registration sites, Lades looked extremely excited. After 6 years of growth, Lades, who was only 1.5 meters tall at the time, is already slim and handsome, and he has perfectly inherited the good-looking genes of Khan and Vados. An embryo of a beautiful woman. It's just that what most people don't expect is that Lades is only 6 years old. Hey, Lades, are you here to sign up for the adult competition? Asked Bulma. Of course. Lades playfully spit out the lilac uvula. He. This girl said last night that she wanted to challenge her father. Vados unkindly debunked Lades' idea. Khan had a black question mark on his face. Dare Lades pull him to participate in the world's #1 martial arts association just to challenge himself? It is true that fathers are kind and daughters are filial. You girls' wings are stiff, aren't you? Khan switched from loving father mode to strict father mode in an instant. Isn't this person trying to make 2 tricks with dad? Dad will remember to be merciful later. Lades stuck out his tongue again, and used the cute trick to pass the level. Yo, brother Khan, you guys are here too. Just as Khan was about to lecture Radz further, Son Goku's voice came from the crowd. I saw Son Goku walking towards him with the grown-up son Gohan. A Goku uncle is good, Gohan big brother is good. A. Radz greeted Son Goku and Son Gohan directly, diverting Khan's attention. It is good. Son Gohan responded and greeted Khan, Vados and Bulma respectively. After saying hello, Son Gohan asked, is Radz going to compete in the senior division? That's right. If you meet Gohan big brother later, please ask Gohan big brother to put some water. Heard the words. Son Gohan curled his lips, scratched his head and said in shame, come on, just don't slap me and cripple me. Son Gohan still can't forget the scene when he was instantly killed by Lades. That was his biggest psychological shadow in the past few years. When Son Gohan said this, everyone burst into laughter. There is a cheerful atmosphere in the air. By the way, where's brother Lin Yu? Looking left and right, Son Gohan didn't find Lin Yu's figure, so he asked. This brat is probably already fighting Goten in the junior competition. Khan said. The competition of the youth group started earlier than that of the adult group, so Lin Yu went out excitedly early this morning. After chatting for a while, Khan let Vados and Bulma go to the auditorium first. He started queuing up with Lades, Son Goku and Son Gohan to sign up. Subsequently, Earth Z fighters such as Keelan, Piccolo, Tien Shinhan also came to the registration site. And of course, Vegeta. After registering, Khan and others went to the player lounge of the adult group together. In the lounge, there are already many registered contestants. Good and evil are mixed, and there are all kinds of people. When Khan and others entered the players' lounge, they saw a group of players gathered around a boxing machine, testing their strength. Then, it actually hit a terrifying value of 137. As expected of Mr. Satan, with an afro-haired beard, stood among the crowd, enjoying the cheers from the contestants. Just when Mr. Satan was enjoying himself, a blonde woman in line behind him stepped forward and punched down lightly, and the boxing machine was directly scrapped. The onlookers were dumbfounded on the spot, and Mr. Satan was even more frightened and called out blindfolding. Hey, isn't that woman artificial human 18? Son Gohan recognized the blonde woman who smashed the boxing machine with one punch at a glance. It was android number 18. Behind number 18, number 16 and number 17 followed. However, since the boxing machine was disabled by No 18's punch, the 3 of them simply found an empty corner and leaned against the wall, out of tune with the players chatting together in groups of 3 or 4. I didn't expect that even they came to participate. This world's #1 martial arts association is getting more and more interesting. Son Goku smiled excitedly. Shout, it's just a few war scum, not worth mentioning. Vegeta folded his hands on his chest, disdainful. Back then he looked down on the 3 of number 18, let alone now? The reason why he came to participate in the world's #1 Budokai was only because Son Goku came, so he came. Over the past few years, the rivalry between Vegeta and Son Goku has been even. Therefore, Vegeta intends to formally defeat Son Goku in this world's #1 Budo tournament, to prove that he is the second strongest Saiyan. Dad, do you know them too? Radz asked. It's considered to be acquaintances, but we haven't seen each other for a few years. Khan's eyes fell on 18. I haven't seen you for a few years, but now the delicate and pretty face of number 18 not only does not show any signs of aging, but is becoming more and more feminine. And when Khan stared at number 18, she seemed to be aware of something, her eyes shifted slightly, and met Khan's eyes in the air. Khan's face, which he hadn't seen for several years, came into view, and No 18's delicate body trembled suddenly. Yes. It's him. Seeing Khan again after several years, number 18 was so excited that even his hands began to tremble. Number 17 on the side noticed the strangeness of number 18, then winked at number 16, and then walked towards Khan. Number 18. The voice of number 17 came, and number 18 quickly looked away. Although she didn't know where number 17 was going to take her, number 18 still followed. However, after walking a few steps, number 18 was shocked to find that number 17 actually went straight to where Khan and the others were. As the distance from Khan got closer, no 18's mood became more and more uneasy. However, she still suppressed her inner emotions and tried her best to make herself look as calm as possible. Yo, isn't this Mr. Khan? Long time no see. Still 10 meters away, Tien Cheui reached out to greet Khan. Khan waved his hand in response. Coming in front of Khan, number 17 said, Mr. Khan's family is the richest man in the world, you can't come to the world's #1 martial arts association just for that little bonus. The prize money for the champion of the world's #1 martial arts club is 10 million. This is the purpose of their participation on the 18th. Khan didn't answer what number 17 said, but instead asked, I'm not wrong, you are here for bonuses, right? Yes. Number 17 didn't shy away from it, he gave a glance to number 18 beside him, and said, if number 18 hadn't liked the 10 million prize money for the champion, I wouldn't have come to participate in such a boring competition. Oh. Number 18 turned her face away arrogantly, as if she didn't want to admit that she dragged number 17 and number 16 to participate for the bonus. It turns out that if you want to win the championship bonus, you have to rely on your ability, although I don't care about that little bonus. Good girl, let's go watch your brother's game. After speaking, Khan immediately walked towards the older stage of the youth group. Goodbye. Lades politely bid farewell to the three of number 17, and then followed Khan's footsteps. Hey, is this Mr. Khan's daughter? It's so old. Looking at Lade's back, number 17 blinked in surprise. I remember that Mr. Khan was married only a few years ago? I remember too. Number 16 echoes the road. Yes. According to their memory, Khan was only married for more than 7 years, so this daughter doesn't look like she is less than 7 years old, right? But Khan did call Lades his daughter just now. On the contrary, number 17 can't fix it. The competition arena of the youth group. There were only 35 contestants in the junior group, but most of them were soft-legged shrimps, so Sun Goten and Lin Yu reached the finals of the junior group almost without any pressure. The final of the juvenile group. At this time, Son Goku and others also finished chatting with the three on the 17th. The final is Goten and brother Lin Yu, Son Gohan said. Hey, brother Khan, do you think Goten won or Lin Yu won? Son Goku rubbed his palms together and said expectantly. It goes without saying, of course it's brother Yu. Lade's eyes fell on Lin Yu, and he smiled sweetly. Dad, what do you say? Well, there should be no surprises. Although Lin Yu's Chuanchao bloodline is not too pure, it is not comparable to Son Goten. As early as a year ago, Khan started Lin Yu to practice. After a year of training, although Lin Yu could not transform into a humanoid giant ape or super race form, but his normal combat power has also reached a terrifying 50 billion. However, Son Goten's normal combat power is only about 38 million, even if he transforms into a super race, it is only worth 1 billion. Therefore, there is almost no suspense about the outcome of the final of the youth group. Lin Yu, come on, give me a hard blow. In the auditorium, Bulma cheered for his precious son at the top of his voice. Goten, don't let me down, you must win the junior championship. Chi-Chi on the side showed no sign of weakness. Subsequently, as the referee's whistle sounded, the juvenile group's decision officially began. Lin Yu's height is about the same as Son Goten's, but there is a bit of Khan's shadow on that rather handsome face. Lin Yu looked confidently at Son Goten who was facing him, and said, Goten, if you survive 5 tricks, I will lose. Hey, I'm not afraid of you. Son Goten was not afraid, and put on a fighting stance on the spot. Immediately. The battle is imminent. Once the battle started, the entire auditorium instantly became silent. Because the final of the junior group was completely different from the previous competitions were just playing games, and the battle between Lin Yu and Son Goten was the real battle. Even more exciting than previous adult competitions. Although Son Goten is not weak, it is a pity that he met Lin Yu. Just as Lin Yu said, at the 5th move, Lin Yu was full of breath, defeated Son Goten with 1 move, and established the championship of the junior group. Good. So strong. The breath released by Lin Yu just now shocked Son Gohan directly. Even if he transforms into Super 2, it's hard for him to be Lin Yu's opponent. Originally Son Gohan thought that only Lades was a pervert, but Lin Yu was also a pervert. Lads said with a hippie smile. Gohan big brother, they say there is no suspense. Come on, it's almost our turn. Lin Yu won the championship of the junior group, and it was time for Mr. Satan to put on a show. Khan was not in the mood to watch a clown put on a show. Then, Khan and his team left the competition ring of the junior group and went straight to the preliminaries of the adult group. The so-called qualifiers are the boxing machines that Mr. Satan played just now. The top players whose strength is measured by the boxing machine pass the qualifying round and directly enter the main match. No surprises. After breaking more than a dozen official boxing machines of the #1 martial arts association in the world, Khan and his party barely managed to control their strength so as not to hit the useless boxing machines with one punch. Then successfully passed the qualifiers, but on the way to the venue for the adult group, Khan and his party were blocked by two people. Supreme Kai Shin and his minion Jebet. Supreme Kai was floating in midair looking at Khan and others who were walking towards them with a pretended face. Hey, that guy floats in the air too, Vital whispered to Son Gohan. Khan also raised his eyebrows and looked at Supreme Kai Shin, interesting. Immediately, Shin, who was floating in midair, moved in front of Khan. Excuse me, you are Khan, right? Yes, I am. Khan seemed to ask intentionally or unintentionally. Are you floating in midair because you are worried that I won't see you? Suddenly, a series of ellipses floated above Supreme Kaixin's head. Why doesn't this guy play his cards according to the routine? However, for the sake of the universe, Shin did not talk to Khan about the height issue. He said, I've heard about you a long time ago, so I really hope to join forces with you once. The so-called joining forces is nothing more than to deal with Majin Buu. This is the purpose of Sin's visit to Earth this time. Because the magician Babidi has brought Dabra, the king of the demon world, and a group of younger brothers to the Earth, preparing to release Majin Buu, who was sealed by the magician Babidi 5 million years ago. What? Are you afraid of Majin Buu? As soon as these words came out, Yin Wang Shenshin's face suddenly changed. You know Majin Buu? Supreme Kai Shin was shocked. Why does he feel that Khan has seen through his underwear? He obviously just said to join forces, but Khan directly pointed out his reason for coming. What is Majin Buu? Son Gohan scratched his head. I don't know. Son Goku says we don't know either. Sounds like an evil guy, can you let me deal with him? Lades was already ready to move. I know too many things. If you are joining me for Majin Buu, then I don't think it is necessary. Khan said casually. The current Earth, for Majin Buu, is no different from a copy of Hell difficulty. It's not that he can swipe it alone if he wants to. Why? Majin Buu will destroy the Earth. No. Supreme Kai Shin seemed to feel that this was inappropriate, so he said again, once Majin Buu is released, even the universe may be destroyed. Khan glanced at Shin and said, how did you become Supreme Kai, you soft-legged shrimp? You don't need to attend there is still time for the devil eggs to leave the Earth, otherwise no one will collect their bodies later. What? What? Supreme Kai stepped back a few steps, and a look of shock appeared on his face, which was still full of cups just now. This guy, doesn't he know how powerful Majin Buu is? Not only Shin, but Jebet was also shocked. Nobody cleaned up Majin Buu? You're the first person to say that in 5 million years. You know, when the 5 Supreme Kai besieged Majin Buu together, 2 of them were counter-killed, and 2 were absorbed by Majin Buu. In the end, it was the magician Babidi who sealed Majin Buu back into the magic egg. The 5 Supreme Kais are helpless monsters, how dare you say that? After being shocked, Shin asked in a deep voice, Mr. Khan, do you know the power of Majin Buu? Majin Buu is a monster that claims to be invincible. Shin knows that Khan defeated Frieza, Emperor of the Universe, but defeating Frieza does not mean defeating Majin Buu. Frieza kind of thing, he can clean him up with one finger. But in front of Majin Buu, he is just a scumbag, not enough for Majin Buu to plug his teeth. So, Zinkai came to cooperate with Khan with a fluke mentality to eliminate Majin Buu together. HMPH, sounds like a powerful guy, so let me do it. At this time, Vegeta stepped forward and said arrogantly, I'm worried that I can't find someone to practice. I hope that guy named Majin Buu can make this prince enjoy himself to the fullest. Vegeta, you can't be too selfish, count me in too. Son Goku grinned excitedly. And me, Uncle Khan used to protect the Earth, now the Earth is in danger, it's our turn to stand up. Son Gohan also volunteered. Then Lades seemed to want to participate, but was interrupted by Khan. Lades, you don't want to have 2 tricks with me. Just let Goku Uncle go. It would be no fun to let Lades go. A match against Majin Buu would also be of some benefit to Son Goku and Son Gohan. Moreover, it is impossible for me to protect the Earth from being invaded all the time, so I still have to let Son Goku and the others get used to protecting the Earth by them. Let's talk about it if they can't beat it at that time. Anyway, everything is under the king's control. Seeing that Khan didn't plan to make a move, Shin was a little worried. Mr. Khan, don't you plan to join forces with us? A few of them. HMPH. Stop talking nonsense, Vegeta said coldly. Where is the Majin Buu you mentioned? Take me there. I think we should be able to beat Majin Buu. Son Goku said confidently. People have already given it to you. If you still can't beat Majin Buu, I don't think you need to be a Supreme Kai. Shin pouted. He really wants Khan to go with him, but seeing Khan's lack of interest, he probably won't make a move. No way. Shin and Jupiter could only take Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan and Piccolo to leave Tianxia No. 1 Budokai and go to the location of the magic egg that sealed Majin Buu together. Dad, is that Majin Buu good? After Son Goku and the others left, Lades asked enthusiastically. You can get rid of Majin Buu with one finger, you're so good, Khan said casually. Ah. So it's so weak, it's okay. Raids, who was still a little interested in Majin Buu, lost interest in an instant. Instead of bullying this kind of fighting scum, it's better to have 2 tricks with your father at the No. 1 martial arts association in the world. Come to the competition venue of the adult group. Originally there were 16 players, but due to the departure of Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Piccolo, Shin and Jetbi, there are only 10 players left. However, due to Son Goku's abstention, the organizers added 6 more players. Subsequently, under the arrangement of the host, the 6 contestants in Tien began to draw lots to determine their opponents. In the end, Khan drew number 16 and Lades drew number 8, which meant that the father and daughter would meet in the last round of the first round. Okay, I got my dad. Seeing that the number of the ball in Khan's hand was 16, Lades danced happily. My dear daughter, don't blame dad for being too ruthless later. Khan made a stern look. Lades pouted and said with tears in his eyes, Dad, put some water. Lades once again used his nirvana to pass the test. That's impossible. At the same time, other contestants also completed the lottery and the result of the lottery was not quite the same as in the original book. Yamu was drawn on the 17th and 8th, and Vital was drawn on the 16th by Spobic. After the results of the lottery were released, the competition for the adult group officially began. The first was Tien Shinhan vs Kling. They didn't follow Son Goku to deal with Majin Buu, because they were too weak, Khan let them stay. Anyway, if they went, it would be a disservice. It seems that Son Goku and the others have all abstained, so our chances of winning the championship will be greatly increased. Not far away, number 17 watched the father and daughter Khan staying together and said. With that guy around, we have no hope of winning the championship. 16 said. What number 16 said is true, even if Son Goku and the others abstain, as long as Khan is still there, they will not be able to win the championship. Number 18 thinks so too, not necessarily. Number 17 boldly guessed. If number 18 can enter the final, I think Mr. Khan will lose to number 18. Stop joking. How could I be his opponent? Number 18 herself didn't believe that she could beat Khan. If she really met Khan in the final, she would be satisfied with the runner-up. There is also a lot of prize money for the runner-up. Number 17 just smiled meaningfully, but didn't make his words very clear. The game continues. The first game of the adult group was finally won by Tien Shinhan, and then the 3 on the 18th appeared one after another. Yamu and Spobic, sent by Babidi to collect energy, were instantly killed by number 17 and number 18. In the original book, only the idiot Sunwoo was able to be taken away by these 2 fighting scum. The 17th and the 18th are not inked with them. Soon. The first round of 16 to 8 came to the last game. Khan played against Lades. Tread. Under the eyes of everyone, Khan and Lades stepped onto the ring successively. Oh, Lades met her husband in the first scene. It's a good show. In the auditorium, Vados raised his red lips and said with great interest. She also knows that her daughter has huge energy in her body, but it is still difficult to defeat Khan. I thought my husband and Lades would meet in the final, but I didn't expect to meet so soon. The result of the lottery was also unexpected by Bulma. In the arena, Khan and Lades faced each other 20 meters apart. Dad, don't be too harsh, you are willing to beat your good daughter. When it came to the ring, Lad did not forget to use the great method of acting like a baby. Good girl, do you know that there is a saying that there are no fathers and sons on the battlefield? You'd better not let Dad take the opportunity, or you will definitely not have good fruit for you. Khan grinned. Lades stuck out his tongue helplessly, and then his beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Since Dad refuses to release the water, it seems that I have no choice but to get serious. Immediately afterwards, Lades put on a fighting stance. Dad, please enlighten me. Seeing that both of them were getting ready, the referee who didn't like wearing sunglasses waved his big hand. The match begins. The game officially begins. Lades took out a rubber band from his pocket and tied up his long hair. After tying her hair into a ponytail, Lades, who looked pure and lovely, was a little more sassy. Dad, I'm ready. Okay, let Dad check how much your freedom has improved over the past few years. Next second. Call out. Khan and Lades disappeared in place almost at the same time, and reappeared above the ring. Bang bang bang. Khan and Lades fought in the air above the ring, and the two fought each other extremely fiercely. After Khan's careful teaching in the past few years, Lades' ultimate intention of freedom has become more and more proficient, and he can already use extreme intention of freedom under normal conditions. Even if the opponent was his own daughter, Khan didn't hold back anything. Various angles were tricky, and fierce offensives enveloped Lades, and Lades immediately fell into the stage of passive defense. However, relying on the characteristics of freedom and extreme intention, when dealing with Khan's fierce offensive, Lades can still perform with ease. Wow. Is this a cover-up? How did these two players fight in the sky? I do not know. Speaking of which, can you see clearly? Can't see. The fierce battle between Khan and Lades stunned tens of thousands of spectators in the arena. Although the previous few battles were quite fierce, compared with the battle between Khan and Lades, they were just playing games. This is the real grand finale. It turned out to be a battle between my husband and Lades. I don't know who to support. In the front row of the audience, Bulma was dazzled and didn't know who to support. Of course I support Dad. Lin Yu, who was sitting next to Bulma, looked resolute. He. Although it is right to support your father, but Xiao Yu, you were brought up by Sister Lades, don't you support Sister Lades? Vados quipped. I don't support it. Lin Yu said with reason. Who made her so much taller than me? PFF'd. Vados was amused on the spot. I dare you to be jealous of your sister's height. Not to mention, although Lades is only 2 hours older than Lin Yu, Lades is already a little over 1.7 meters tall, a few centimeters taller than Bulma. What about Lin Yu? About the same as Sun Goten, maybe a little higher than Sun Goten, but not much higher. Bulma quickly comforted. Xiao Yu, you are only 6 years old this year, so don't worry, you will be almost like your father in a few years. But Sister Lades is only 6 years old. Bulma. Do you compare with others? He was born with a height of 1.5 meters. In the arena. After warming up, the battle between Khan and Lades gradually became intense. Relying on his free-spirited agility, Lades avoided many of Khan's attacks, but in terms of combat experience and skills, Lades and Khan are a bit different. Finally, Lades, who was in a normal state of mind and body, still couldn't escape Khan's fierce attack, was hit head-on by a blow, and fell from the air. But this blow Khan controlled the power. It was only then that Lades was able to make quick adjustments during the fall, and finally landed smoothly. As expected of a father, Lades sincerely admired it. Immediately, the jade hand gently flicked the ponytail on the back of the head, but next, I have to be serious. Go ahead, just recreate all your calendars, then I'll come. As Lades' melodious voice fell like a silver bell, the entire auditorium instantly became quiet. Because everyone can feel a sense of oppression that is about to come. The tens of thousands of spectators at the scene held their breath, and their eyes were fixed on Lades on the ring. What's with this suffocating sense of oppression? In the players' rest area, the three of them on the 17th could also feel the strong sense of oppression that permeated the air. It seems, Mr. Khan's daughter is going to use some trick. Under this strong sense of oppression, No 18's pretty face gradually became dignified. Next second. A beam of silver-gray energy beam exuding a scorching aura and a strong sense of oppression suddenly exploded from Lades' body, heading straight into the sky. The sky was also completely dark at this moment. And the dazzling silver-gray beam of light on the ring became the focus of attention of the audience. So hot. It's like the sun. God, is this a new trick? The scorching aura emanating from the silver-gray energy beam swept across the entire auditorium. Tens of thousands of spectators were shocked at the scene. If this is a trick, then this trick is too advanced. Immediately. Under the attention of everyone, the silver-gray energy light beam that seemed to penetrate the sky and the earth shrank rapidly, forming a silver-gray energy aura covering Lades' whole body. At this time, Lades' hair color did not change much. Because her color was originally silvery white, if you want to talk about changes, it will change from silvery white to silvery gray. In addition, Lades' originally clear and agile black eyes also turned into silver gray. This look is exactly Ultra Instinct. While the scorching silver-gray energy flames rise, the surrounding space is constantly distorted. Dad. This is my ultra instinct. Lades raised his vermilion lips, full of confidence. Not bad, but compared with Dad, you are a little tender. Raging. The moment the words fell, a purple flame burst out from Khan's body without warning. Khan also opened up to self-consciousness. Khan, who had activated his self-consciousness, instantly changed from a fatherly look to a fierce and violent one. Seeing Radz shudder, she had never seen Khan like this before. Vados, what is this? How did my husband become so fierce? Bulma was also stunned by Khan in his ideomorphic form. Daddy is so handsome. I want to learn from him. Looking at Khan in the form of self-consciousness, Lin Yu's heart surged instantly. He prefers Khan's self-consciousness to Lade's ultra instinct. Dad. What is this you? I've never seen it before. Lades was dumbfounded. She felt a sense of oppression and danger from Khan. Khan explained. Your one is called Ultra Instinct, which means freedom, while mine is called Ultra Instinct, which is self-centered. Come on, dear girl, let's compete with Dad. The words fell. The purple energy flame lingering around Khan's body suddenly exploded, forming a terrifying airflow that swept out of his ears. It is good. At this moment, Lades was extremely excited when Khan expanded his aura. Lades is also an explosion, the hot energy breath explodes instantly. Then, everyone at the scene saw such a shocking scene. The two energy auras, one purple and one silver, presented a situation of two separate regimes in the arena, with a clear distinction, as if dividing the arena into two. This is the confrontation between the self-consciousness and the free will. Just the confrontation in momentum shocked countless people present. Boom. The collision of the two energy momentums of self-extreme will and free will form two strong air currents that sweep the entire competition venue and audience seats. Although Khan and Lades had tried their best to control it, many people were still blown away by the airflow generated by the collision of the two momentums. Drip drip. In the player area, number 16 was analyzing the energy intensity of Khan and Lades, and the result was completely beyond his expectations. I can't analyze the upper limit of energy intensity. Their energy intensity has exceeded my cognition. Number 16 was expressionless, but his heart had already been deeply shocked. It's ridiculously strong. Judging from the fact that he was instantly killed by Khan that year, number 17 could also guess that Khan's power was far above his, but what he didn't expect was that he still underestimated Khan's power. Khan's power is completely different from the three of them. It is not too much to say that it is a dimensionality reduction blow. It's too strong, just a confrontation in momentum, the space is almost unbearable. No 18's beautiful eyes were fixed on this scene, her pretty face was covered in shock. With these two players who are not in the same dimension as them, how can they win the championship? Number 18 can't think of any way to win the championship. Unless Khan and Lades abstain. Rumble. The confrontation between Khan and Lades continued, and the sky was dark again. Lightning and thunder, strong winds. Sister Vados, who will win? Bulma stared at the strong wind blowing towards his face, and shouted at the top of his voice. Vados narrowed his beautiful eyes. It seems that my husband is even better. There is no doubt that there is a huge amount of energy in Lades' body. But in front of Khan, it still seems a little unsightly. Coupled with the existence of Khan's infinite energy, Lades does not have the advantage whether it is fighting energy or fighting momentum. Lades apparently noticed this too. Although it seems that the confrontation between the two auras is still in an evenly matched situation, Lades is very clear in his heart that Khan is letting her. Had Khan been on full power, she would have been defeated. I surrender. Just as the confrontation between the two auras was gradually heating up, Lades suddenly withdrew all his energy and released the Ultra Instinct form. I chose to take the initiative to admit defeat. Admit. Admit defeat? The referee yelled into the microphone in disbelief. It's unbelievable that Lades chose to admit defeat. Then the last game of 16-8 will be won by Khan. Lades, you're doing pretty well. Khan also returned to normal, switched back to the loving father mode, and said with a smile, in time, you will definitely be able to surpass me. There is no doubting the great potential of Radz. It's just that she is still young, and she still doesn't know how to maximize the use of the huge energy contained in her body. Even Khan is jealous of Lades' Super Saiyan God bloodline. He. Dad has won the prize. Although he lost, Lades didn't feel discouraged at all, on the contrary, he felt happier. Originally, her goal was to compete with her father, and she didn't expect to win against Khan. It turns out, your father is still your father. At the same time, Babidi managed to collect enough energy for Majin Buu by inducing Son Goku and others to enter the universe spaceship where the energy was collected. Finally, as the dome that sealed Majin Buu broke in half, Majin Buu was sealed for 5 million years. Appear again. Lita's talk about the #1 martial arts association in the world. After all the 16 to 8 games are over, the next game will continue. 8 into 4, 4 into 2. Finally came to the adult group finals of the 25th Tianxiai Budokai. And the finalists were Khan and number 18. In the 4-2 competition, number 18 encountered number 16, but number 16 voluntarily abstained and gave number 18 the place to enter the final. Gentlemen and ladies, the exciting adult finals are finally here. As soon as he put on the sunglasses, the referee who didn't like anyone put on all sorts of strange poses in the arena, with a passionate tone. The adult group finals of the 25th Tianxia #1 Budokai, contestant Khan will face contestant number 18. As the referee's exciting words resounded through the venue, cheers erupted from the auditorium. The cheers are like waves, one wave after another, rushing straight into the sky. Husband's opponent is that man-made man. It seems that there is no suspense for the championship. Bulma still has a little impression of number 18. Then let's go. Go outside and wait for my husband to finish the show. Vados said. Bulma, Lades and Lin Yu expressed no objection, so Vados and Bulma's family of 4 left the auditorium first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to leave after the game is over. When Vados and others left the auditorium, the whistle of the referee sounded, which meant that the finals officially started. Khan folded his hands in front of his chest, looking at number 18 with great interest. Will he take the initiative to admit defeat or fight me? Cut. I won't admit defeat. Number 18 gritted his silver teeth lightly and said stubbornly. Even if number 18 knows that he is definitely not Khan's opponent, it is impossible to admit defeat. No matter what, she has to look good when she loses. Can number 18 really win? In the player area, number 16 was very skeptical. That depends on what kind of mentality Mr. Khan treats number 18. This championship means nothing to him, and the prize money is not attractive to him. At this time, number 17 can't guarantee it anymore, and said it conservatively. Number 16 looked down at number 17, with a big question mark on his face. Obviously he didn't quite understand what number 17 said. Championships and prize money do not have much meaning and appeal to Khan. Does this prevent him from killing number 18 in one move? Number 17 said speechlessly. You really don't understand human feelings at all. If Mr. Khan has a good impression of number 18, then there is a high probability that he will lose to number 18 and give up the championship to number 18. No, having said that, number 16 understands. In the arena, Khan hooked his fingers towards number 18, and said provocatively, then let's do it. Let me see how much progress you have made in the past few years. Heard the words. Number 18 gritted his silver teeth and instantly became vigilant. In the next moment, number 18 kicked his feet and directly attacked Khan. Khan's head moved slightly, avoiding No 18's head-on blow at a slight angle. Tisk tisk. How cruel are you? I saved your life back then. Is that how you treat your savior? After avoiding No 18's attack, Yin En did not forget to tease him. Shout. Who wants you to save me? No 18's pretty face flushed. I said, even if you saved me, I won't thank you. Talking. The offensive on the 18th became more and more violent. The stormy offensive enveloped Khan, forcing Khan to retreat continuously. Seeing number 18, who was getting more and more ruthless, Khan couldn't help but smile. I said, number 18, do you like me? Who would like a person who almost beat himself to death? I don't have masochistic tendencies. Number 18 shouted angrily, but the blush that suddenly appeared on her face completely betrayed her. At this time, No 18's heartbeat accelerated rapidly. It never occurred to her that Khan would ask her such a question without warning. Is it? Khan made a frivolous arc, then grabbed the wrist that was attacking number 18 from the front, and then leaned forward slightly. Attached to No 18's ear and said, then why do you blush every time you see me? Then tell me why number 17 called me brother-in-law that day? Swish. Khan's masculine breath came, and No 18's blushing face instantly turned as red as a red apple. Then, No 18's knee suddenly pushed upwards, but at the same time when he noticed No 18's movement, Khan had already released her, and took a step back, making No 18's knee bump come to nothing. Yes. So what? Number 18 gritted his silver teeth and stared at Khan with resentful eyes. You already have a wife, so is it meaningful to ask me these things? Number 18 was hysterical unwillingly, and then jumped out, clenched his fists tightly, and threw all his strength towards Khan's chest. Boom. Accompanied by a muffled sound, under the amazed eyes of number 18 and tens of thousands of spectators at the scene. Khan was hit hard by No 18's punch, drew a parabola in the air, and finally fell out of the ring. Instantly. The audience is silent. Even the referee couldn't believe it, the game ended so abruptly. Out. Out of bounds. Contestant number 18 won this year's #1 martial arts championship. As the referee announced the result, the auditorium was instantly detonated. All the audience were cheering loudly, celebrating the birth of the champion of the 25th Tianxia Dalwi. How? How could? Until this moment, number 18 hadn't reacted yet. How could this be? With her strength, she couldn't even break through Khan's defense. Actually, I don't want to have one more of you. When number 18 was in a daze, Khan's voice came again, and number 18 came to his senses suddenly. I saw that Khan who fell out of the ring was already done, and he was gone, hiding his achievements and fame. Looking at Khan's tall and stalwart figure, number 18 proudly turned his head away. Who cares? Just finished. Number 18's vermilion lips could not help but rise slightly. It seems that you have hit the mark. Looking at number 18 standing alone on the ring, no 16's expression remained calm. Number 17 said, actually, if number 18 can let go of her arrogant character in the past few years, she might be Mr. Khan's third wife now. Outside the venue of the #1 martial arts association in the world. Seeing Khan coming out, the 4 Vados went up to meet him. Bulma took the lead and said, it's over so soon, my husband, you won the championship. Khan shook his head with a smile, and said, it doesn't matter whether the champion is the champion or not. If it wasn't for the girl Lades who forced me to come, I wouldn't even want to participate. I'm satisfied if I can do 2 tricks with my father. Lades giggled, then made a playful look. Then we should go back? Vados asked. You guys go back first. Khan looked towards the horizon, thoughtfully said, the situation over there is not good for Goku, I will deal with it and come back. Is that Majin Buu? I want to see it too. Lades said that he also wanted to join in the fun. I think you want to be cleaned up by your mother, and you want to join in the fun of everything. Khan urged. Vados, take this girl back. Seeing that it was impossible, Lades could only stick out his tongue resentfully. This is Majin Buu B. At this time, Supreme Kai was sluggish and seriously injured, looking at Fat Buu who was fighting fiercely with Super Saiyan Son Goku with a look of horror on his face. Not far from his feet, Vegeta, Piccolo and Son Gohan were all down. In terms of strength, Super 3 Son Goku has indeed suppressed Fat Buu. But Fat Buu's vitality is too strong. As long as he is not blown to nothing by one move, Fat Buu can recover to his original state with his tenacious vitality. More importantly, this guy doesn't seem to know what it means to be tired. Even after being beaten by Son Goku and the others, Fat Buu's anger still didn't drop. Master Supreme Kai. Jebet fell to the ground dying, he didn't even have the strength to treat Vegeta's injuries. In the sky, Super 3 Son Goku sent another ki blast to smash Fat Buu into pieces. However, this had no effect on Fat Buu, and Fat Buu soon returned to his original state. Is this guy unbeatable? Super 3 Son Goku looked serious. If he continued to fight like this, he would soon be unable to maintain his super form. The power of the Super 3 form is indeed very strong, but it consumes too much energy. The consumption of energy is also huge. No way, it seems that I can only let Brother Khan come. Call out. Just when Goku had this thought, a tall figure suddenly appeared. Goku, you did your best, let me do it. This figure is exactly Khan who came over using instant transmission. Brother Khan. With the appearance of Khan, Son Goku's tense body and mind relaxed a little. He directly released the Super 3 form and returned to normal, saying, sorry, this guy's vitality is too tenacious, I can't do much with him. Well, you go and rest first, then just leave it to me. It is good. Son Goku returned to the ground, and Supreme Kai asked quickly, Mr. Son Goku, don't you plan to join forces with Mr. Khan? Shin believes that Super 3 Son Goku can already be on par with Fat Buu, just because he can't kill Fat Buu. If Son Goku and Khan join forces, Majin Buu will definitely be wiped out with absolute power. However, Son Goku said, because there is no need, Khan brother himself is enough to eliminate Majin Buu. The opponent is Majin Buu after all, don't underestimate the enemy. Supreme Kai said solemnly. Hey, I said Master Supreme Kai, you probably haven't seen Brother Khan's true strength, you will know later. What? What? Supreme Kai was stunned. According to what Son Goku said, Khan can easily defeat Majin Buu. This is impossible. Just when Supreme Kai was worried about Khan. Then. He was shocked. She was so shocked that she even lost the ability to manage her expressions. I saw that Fat Buu, whom a group of them were holding him helpless just now, was no different from a 3-year-old in Khan's hands. After beating Fat Boo with absolute strength, a skinny Boo was separated from Fat Boo. That is the evil side of Boo. Immediately afterwards, Khan fired an unpretentious space annihilation cannon, which completely wiped out Slender Boo, leaving not even a single tissue or cell. Thesa 2.2. Majin Buu was wiped out without the ability to resist at all. It's too strong. When Khan kills Skinny Boo's Setsuna, Supreme Kai was so shocked that his jaw dropped for a long time. Majin Buu. Witnessing Slender Buu being instantly killed by Khan, Babiti's eyes were tearing apart. My Majin Buu. Unbelievable. Babiti couldn't believe it at all. Majin Buu, a monster that existed since ancient times, fought against 5 Supreme Kais by himself, beheaded 2, and absorbed Majin Buu of 2 Supreme Kais. In Khan's hands, it is like a baby, and the devil has no history of resistance. He will never forget the shocking scene when Fat Buu was kicked by Khan like a ball and Skinny Buu was instantly killed by one move. At this time, Babiti shuddered suddenly, and he raised his head suddenly. I saw Khan's extremely cold eyes, like the god of death from hell, staring at him closely. At this moment, all Babiti's dead souls burst out, and a strong breath of death rushed to his head. Who are you? My Majin Buu? Babiti gritted his teeth. He was shocked and confused, but in the next second, Babiti suddenly became excited. Majin Buu can be killed, which shows that it is not enough pressure. He actually had the idea of controlling Khan. However, Khan seemed to see through Babiti's inner thoughts, and sneered. Magician Babiti, are you trying to control me and use it for you? As soon as the words came out, Babiti was shocked beyond measure again. He stepped back a few steps, and said in horror, You know what I'm thinking? I know exactly how many hairs you have on your body. Khan teased. What kind of sex Babiti is, Khan knows it all too well. This is how Dabra, the king of the demon world, was controlled by Babiti using magic. But at this time, Dabura has already become a piece of chocolate in Fat Boo's stomach. Immediately, Khan stretched out his big hand, aiming at Babiti from the air. Remember, in your next life, before you invade a planet, you'd better find out who are the powerful people on that planet, otherwise the end will be the same as today. Let's go. Under Babiti's horrified gaze, Khan's right hand was suddenly clenched. Immediately afterwards, Babiti felt in horror that the surrounding air was squeezing him crazily. Next second. Boom. The magician Babiti was crushed on the spot, blood mist flew in the air, and the air was filled with a bloody smell for a while. After finishing Babiti, Khan looked down slightly, and said to Son Goku, Goku, I leave this place to you, that comatose pink fat man, give him to Mr. Sashin. Fat Buu is lazy, but at least he has a kind heart. Mr. Satan is a perfect match for him. After explaining to Son Goku, Khan ignored Supreme Kai, who was still in shock and hadn't recovered for a long time, and left the plane with another instant transmission. Thereafter, the Earth is once again at peace. It seemed that with just a flick of a finger, another 4 years had passed. The time has come to Dragon Ball, August 18, 778. Divinity, Star Beerus. On this day, the 7th universe gods of destruction Beerus, who had slept for 39 years, finally woke up. In the palace of gods of destruction. Oh, Master Beerus has only slept for 39 years, which is really rare. Whis teased Beerus while sipping a cold drink. Have I only slept for 39 years? Beerus was taken aback on the spot, then yawned, and lazily said, No wonder I always feel that I haven't slept enough, I'll make up for it later. By the way, what caused Beerus-sama to wake up so quickly? Whis hit the nail on the head. Beerus dragged his chin, recalled it carefully, and murmured, I had a precognitive dream this time. In the precognitive dream, a strong enemy of mine appeared. It seems to be some Super Saiyan or some other god. I can't remember. It's so clear. Super what Saiyan what god? Whis was startled, and then asked, Is it Saiyan? It seems to be. It seems not. Beerus thought about it carefully, but couldn't remember it, and said irritably, I really can't remember it, the name is too long, it's really annoying. Prophecy fish. You're not dead yet. Beerus, who really couldn't remember, had to turn to the prophecy fish for help. Thump thud thump, call out. As soon as Beerus finished speaking, a miniature staff fell from above the palace, and there was a small fish tank on the top of the staff. In the bathtub is Beerus's pet prophecy fish. Master Beerus, do you need me? Asked the prophecy fish lying on the edge of the bathtub. Beerus briefly talked about his prophetic dream, and then said, Quickly help me predict. What is the name of the powerful enemy that appeared in my prophetic dream? The prophecy fish thought about it for a while, but since it really couldn't remember, it simply put it down. I remember it's called a Super Saiyan or something god, but I can't remember it, I forgot. Hey, Whis, the prophecy fish was fed 3 meals a day before, how about changing it to 2 meals a day? Whis echoed on the spot. It's a good idea. This prophecy fish couldn't accept it anymore. A clear name came to mind instantly, and hurriedly said, "Ah, I remembered, it's called Super Saiyan God." Super Saiyan God. Beerus grinned, and then suddenly remembered something. Whis, I remember that the Saiyan nation should have been wiped out by Frieza, right? Are there other Saiyans in our universe? Yes. Whis said while demonstrating with the angel staff. According to your instructions, Frieza did destroy planet Vegeta back then, but there were still a few Saiyans who survived, and one of them was a Saiyan named Khan, who later defeated Frieza. Speaking of which, Khan appeared in Whis' angel staff. This Saiyan named Khan does look capable of defeating Frieza. Is he still alive? Whis nodded slightly at, yes, still alive. Mr. N and the surviving Saiyan are all living on a planet called Earth. But, carefully looking at Khan in angel's staff, Beerus found it difficult. This Khan is not like the Super Saiyan God that appeared in my precognitive dream. Master Beerus, if you mean Super Saiyan God, then Mr. Khan is indeed not Super Saiyan God. If you want to know about Super Saiyan, maybe you can go to the Earth and ask Mr. Khan. Whis suggested. Are all the surviving Saiyans on Earth? Beerus asked again. Hey, let's go. Beerus's eyes flashed a sharp edge unique to gods of destruction, Super Saiyan God. According to Beerus's instructions, Whis packed a lunchbox for Beerus to eat on the way. By the way, Whis, how long will it take to get to Earth? Before leaving, Beerus asked casually. About half an hour. Half an hour, is it this far? It's enough for me to watch an episode of anime. Forget it. As long as I can see that Super Saiyan God, half an hour is half an hour. Whis smiled slightly, then tapped the angel staff, leading Beerus into a colorful rainbow, and disappeared in the sky of Beerus' star in the blink of an eye. Earth. A giant cruise ship is sailing on the sea. Today is Bulma's 45th birthday, so Bulma rented the world's largest cruise ship to hold her own birthday party. However, Bulma declared his 38th birthday. In order to hold this grand birthday party, Bulma invited almost all familiar people to attend. Not to mention the Son Goku family, Vegeta, and Earth Z fighters. Even Yaki Rob, Pool and his ilk are also invited. In addition to 29, there are also number 16 and number 17. As for number 18, that has to start from the day when the 25th Tianxia No. 1 Martial Arts Association ended. After that day, Khan and number 18 met again several times, and then confirmed their relationship. After confirming the relationship with number 18, Khan told Vados and Bulma about it. Vados is more open-minded. Bulma disagreed at first, but after thinking about it, she can't turn against Khan because of this matter. Besides, if you really want to say it, she is not the main palace, she used to be number 18. Vados agreed, and she seemed to have no reason not to. So the matter was settled. On the deck of the first floor of the cruise ship, there are crowds of people, and the sound of chatting with laughter and laughter is mixed with an attractive fragrance. Everyone is in groups of 3 or 4, or get together to chat, or get together to eat delicious food. Today's Bulma is very well dressed. Wearing a cheongsam, her pretty face full of the charm of a mature woman is slightly powdered, and even the skin does not have any traces of age. The main reason is that Bulma is so well maintained that she doesn't look like a 45-year-old middle-aged woman at all. Bulma, this cruise ship is really big. It is an honor for our Sun family to have an in-law like you. Chi-Chi held a glass of red wine and clicked his tongue. Keelan on the side asked, speaking of which, Bulma, how old is your birthday? Of course it's my 38th birthday, otherwise how old do you think I am? Bulma said confidently. Puff. As soon as Bulma finished speaking, Khan, who was sitting next to her, laughed unkindly. Bulma glared at Khan on the spot, and Khan was so frightened that he quickly fell silent. What's wrong? Sister Bulma. Number 18 was about to ask Khan why he was smiling, but before he could finish speaking, Khan covered his mouth and gave her a wink. Number 18 understands instantly, and then can match. Khan. At this moment, the voice of the old Supreme Kai resounded from the air and fell into everyone's ears. After solving Majin Buu that year, Khan went to the Supreme Kai world again and released the old Supreme Kai from the Supreme Kai sword. Otherwise, he might be sealed to death in the Supreme Kai sword. Hey, this is the voice of the old Supreme Kai. Son Goku looked up to the sky and instantly recognized the old Supreme Kai's voice. On weekdays, the old Supreme Kai is as unrespectful as Master Roshi, with a wretched face, only thinking about the beauty's photo impurities, but this time the old Supreme Kai's voice is extremely dignified. Shout, an old bastard. Vegeta doesn't like the old Supreme Kai. There are words and farts. Khan came back to his senses and spoke to the sky. The old Supreme Kai's incomparably serious voice continued to sound. It's not good. Gods of Destruction Beerus has awakened and is on his way to the earth now. Lord Beerus is a terrible god. You must not contradict him. Otherwise there will be annihilation disaster. Oh, I thought it was something important. I already knew. What should you do? How could Khan, who is a time traveler, not know that Beerus has woken up? And Khan reckons, Beerus is about to arrive. The old Supreme Kai in the Supreme Kai world looks confused. Isn't this an important thing? Although the old Supreme Kai also learned from Shin that Khan instantly killed Majin Buu, but Majin Buu and Gods of Destruction Beerus are not scary figures of the same dimension at all. Honey, who is Gods of Destruction Beerus? Asked Bulma. Khan spread his hands and said, it's more troublesome to explain, and you'll know when he arrives. Looks like a pretty scary guy. Number 18's pretty face froze slightly. Based on what old Supreme Kai said just now, this so-called Gods of Destruction Beerus seems to be a dangerous person. Master Beerus. What is he doing on Earth? Vados's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly said in his heart, my husband seems to have nothing to do with him. After thinking about it, he couldn't figure it out, and Vados simply didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, with her here, if Beerus wants to play wild here, he has to ask her if she agrees. Hearing the name Gods of Destruction Beerus, Vegeta, leaning on the deck railing, fell into deep thought. Gods of Destruction Beerus always feels a bit familiar with this name. Vegeta. Do you know this Gods of Destruction Beerus? Listening to Vegeta's muttering, Son Goku asked curiously. It's a bit familiar, but I can't remember it for a while. Vegeta propped his chin and pondered. At this time, a rainbow of 7 colors appeared from the sky, and in the blink of an eye, this rainbow of colors landed on the deck of the cruise ship accurately. The colorful light dissipated, and 2 thin figures came into everyone's sight. It is the Gods of Destruction Beerus who came all the way from the star Beerus, and Angel Whis, the wizard of the 7th universe. Who are they? I don't know, but it looks very disturbing. Could they be the Gods of Destruction Beerus that Supreme Kai just said? Beerus and Whis appeared at Bulma's birthday party, and everyone started talking in low voices. And when seeing Beerus's face, a memory from the shadow of childhood rushed into my mind. Yes. He remembered. He has seen Gods of Destruction Beerus since he was very young. Beerus put his hands on his back, looked around briefly, and finally fell on Khan in front of him, with a serious expression, and said in a condescending tone, if I read correctly, you are the survived Saiyan Khan? What's the matter? Khan was still sitting on the chair, talking casually. Beerus stared at Khan for a few seconds before continuing. He is indeed the one who can defeat Frieza. Since you are Saiyan, let me ask you a question. Do you know Super Saiyan God? Before answering your question, you might as well answer me first. Do I know you? What capacity are you talking to me? Why should I answer your question? Khan raised his eyelids, and directly gave Beerus 3 sentences of soul torture. Listening to Khan's 3 sentences of soul torture, Japanese stock anger suddenly surged from the depths of Beerus's heart. Do you know who you're talking to? Beerus paled. After all these years, Beerus has never seen Saiyan dare to talk to him like that. Suddenly, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped sharply. Almost everyone can feel that chilling chill in the air. The faces of Son Goku, Vegeta, and the Earth Z fighters instantly became serious. This Gods of Destruction Beerus is different from those previous enemies. Even Son Goku, who is cheerful, is getting tense physically and mentally. Beerus obviously hadn't released any aura yet. He felt an extremely dangerous breath from the air. Crap. Crap. Vegeta said with a gloomy expression. Gods of Destruction Beerus is the most terrifying god in the universe. Once he gets upset, the Earth might be doomed. He seems to be angry. Son Goku pouted. Judging from this appearance, it seems that the end is not very good. Vegeta gritted his teeth. What is Khan doing? Doesn't he know the horror of Gods of Destruction Beerus? He even took the initiative to provoke Beerus. What should we do now? I can't help it. I can only watch Khan. Even if I go with you, I can't be the one with Beerus. Now, Vegeta can only pin his hopes on Khan. After all, he was the one who made Beerus angry, so he should have a way to deal with it. At this time, Supreme Kaiji. The old Supreme Kai and Shin sat on the ground limply, their foreheads already wet with cold sweat. The old Supreme Kai looked terrified, and tremblingly said, Khan, you idiot, you have clearly warned him just now, and you still want to offend Master Beerus. This is all right, the Earth may not be safe. Old ancestor, will Lord Beerus really destroy the Earth? Shin's complexion was not much better than that of the old Supreme Kai. It's hard to say. The old Supreme Kai said in a deep voice, Gods of Destruction destroys the planet, it all depends on his mood. judging from the current situation, he is only afraid of the Earth. On the deck of the cruise ship. Dad. Lades on the side also sensed a dangerous aura from Beerus. This guy was obviously here to make trouble. Khan waved his hand, signaling Lades to stay calm. Immediately, Khan got up slowly, looked at the sullen Beerus without fear. Gods of destruction Beerus, of course I know who you are. Originally, Khan had no prejudice against Beerus. But Beerus's condescending tone just now made Khan very unhappy. You're just gods of destruction in the 7th universe, and I'm still a quasi-big gods of destruction. You speak to your leader in this tone. What a kind guy. Now that you know who I am, you should die in peace. Beerus had thought Khan was ignorant, but now it seems stupid. Khan was the first person in the universe to dare talk to him like that. Plus Beerus had just woken up, so he wasn't out of breath yet. Lord Beerus. At this moment, Whis beside him softly called out to Beerus. But ignored by Beerus, because he is now on the top of his head. Seeing this, Whis frowned, and then said, Master Beerus, just listen to me. Whis, shut up. Beerus said coldly, I'm not in the mood to listen to your nonsense right now. Whisper. Come on. Originally, he wanted to remind Beerus that standing in front of you is your future leader, that's all right now. Since Beerus didn't want to hear it, he just shut up. I'm so sorry, I'm still young and don't really want to die. The corner of Khan's mouth raised slightly, it's you, if you feel that you are impatient with life, I don't mind giving you a ride. As Khan and Beerus go head to head, the air was instantly filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. Everyone's body and mind couldn't help becoming tense. It's troublesome, Barn doesn't seem to give gods of destruction Beerus any face at all. Seeing that Khan continued to confront Beerus's 10 fronts, Son Goku immediately felt bad. There is no other way. It seems that a big battle is inevitable. Get ready. Vegeta's body and mind were as tense as a string. He had mobilized all the energy in his body and was ready to fight Beerus at any time. According to the development of this situation, even if Khan has no intention of fighting, Beerus will certainly not be kind. Vegeta knows Beerus's tantrum all too well. Back then, his father, King Vegeta, hid the most comfortable pillow in the world and refused to give it to Beerus, and Beerus almost destroyed the entire planet Vegeta. Now Khan doesn't take Beerus seriously. According to Beerus's violent temper, how could he be kind? Immediately afterwards, Khan continued, when planet Vegeta was destroyed, you ordered Frieza to do it, because of you, my father and mother died under Frieza's hands. Frieza has been killed by me, do you think you can escape the main line? Beerus, the mastermind behind the scenes, hasn't settled with him yet. What face does he have to stand in front of him and talk like that? Although Khan knew it was Beerus's job to destroy the planet, so what? Beerus does bear some responsibility for the deaths of Bardock and Jine. You're right. I ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta, and then what? Do you want revenge on me? Beerus didn't shirk at all, because this matter was indeed ordered by him. But so what? He, Beerus, wants to destroy any planet without considering anyone's feelings, let alone worrying about being revenged. Just because, he is gods of destruction, the supreme ruler of the 7th universe. Also the strongest. However, when Vegeta heard the news, he was extremely shocked on the spot. His pupils constricted and he stared at Beerus in shock. Shocked and lost his voice. How? How is it possible? The destruction of planet Vegeta is actually because of gods of destruction Beerus. It was also at this moment that Vegeta suddenly remembered the words of Khan and Frieza when they were on Namek. The lord that Frieza was talking about turned out to be gods of destruction Beerus. Khan did not back down at all, and looked directly at Beerus. Frieza, the murderer, is dead, although you are not guilty of death, you will still suffer a beating. No one has ever talked to me like that before. Beerus laughed directly at Khan. That's it now. Khan grinned too. It seems that you have already made up your mind. Immediately afterwards, Beerus hooked his finger towards Khan. Then let me see how much you, the surviving Saiyan, weighs. I hope it will give me a little fun. Finish talking. A cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes. He intends to teach Khan a good lesson first, and then destroy the Earth. Khan wasn't too kind. Immediately, Khan's mind moved, and a horrible breath woke up quietly like a sleeping dragon. Honey, don't make trouble, today is my birthday. Seeing signs of a big fight between Khan and Bilu, Bulma hastened to persuade them to fight. Indeed, today is Sister Bulma's birthday, so don't make trouble. Vados's sullen voice suddenly sounded. Whis was startled, and quickly said, Master Beerus, I suggest you leave here quickly. Beerus was surprised, and then a tall and beautiful figure walked towards him directly under his gaze. Looking at Vados' face, Beerus felt more and more familiar. In a few seconds, With Beerus watching, Vados came to him. Vados frowned slightly, and there was a trace of anger in his eyes. Lord Beerus, enough is enough. This is not a place for you to run wild. Then, Vados raised his jade hand high and turned into a hand knife. Under Beerus's shocked gaze, it suddenly slashed down on the back of his neck. Thump. When Vados' hand knife landed on the back of Beerus's neck, under everyone's shocked eyes, Gods of Destruction Beerus rolled his eyes and fell to the ground with a plop. At this moment, the audience is silent, fell into deathly silence. Everyone opened their mouths wide, watching this scene in disbelief. Whis sighed lightly, shook his head and said, I told you to run away quickly. Not to mention that Khan is stronger than him, even Vados would not allow Beerus to act wild here. This Vados. Piccolo stared at the tall Vados in horror, his face turned green with fright. Just one seemingly unpretentious hand knife can knock down Gods of Destruction Beerus? Piccolo is sure that Beerus is definitely not comparable to those previous enemies. Because just the aura unintentionally emanating from Beerus made him feel terrified. However, is such a vigorous Beerus killed in one move by the seemingly powerless Vados? It's really hidden, Piccolo said in horror. Not only Piccolo, almost everyone did not expect that Vados is the one who hides the deepest. Good. So strong. Ah. What's going on? It's not very clear, but Miss Vados is definitely not as simple as it seems on the surface. Tien Shinhan and other Z-fighters also stared at Vados in shock. In their impression, Vados is almost the same as Bulma, an ordinary Earth woman. Result. If they read correctly, just now Vados did knock out the menacing Beerus with a hand knife. It was also at this moment that their previous perception of Vados was broken. Broken. Gods of Destruction Beerus was knocked down by one move? On the side of the railing of the deck, Vegeta's pupils constricted, and he couldn't even believe his eyes. In his eyes, that woman who had no power to restrain a chicken actually killed Gods of Destruction Beerus in one move. It's sister-in-law. What's going on, Sahita? Son Goku was stunned. Is this the Beerus who was blown into the sky by Vegeta just now? How do I know? Vegeta said in shock with cold sweat on his forehead, but what is certain is that that woman, Khan, possesses a power beyond that of Gods of Destruction Beerus. Son Goku nodded solemnly, and echoed. I can see this. The moment my sister-in-law made a move just now, I felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Kakarot, have you noticed? Vegeta glanced at Khan who was stunned, and said. What? Son Goku followed Vegeta's line of sight, and also noticed Khan who was stunned in place. Obviously. Judging from Khan's reaction, he doesn't seem to know that Vados has such a powerful force. Now Son Goku was even more confused. Mom, what did you just do? Lades was dumbfounded. She didn't even know that her mother had such a strong power. You know, Beerus is a scary person who can make her feel dangerous, but now Vados has given him a shot. Ah. I just teach this impolite guest a lesson. Seeing the shocking gaze cast from all directions, Vados reacted belatedly. She seemed to have done something extraordinary just now. Immediately, Vados subconsciously looked at Khan. I saw Khan staring at her with an unbelievable look. Honey, you're really Angel Vados. Looking at Vados who beat Beerus with that move, Khan was shocked. At the same time, he also confirmed what he had suspected for many years. My main wife, I am afraid, is really Angel Vados, the guide of the original 6th universe. Yes. At this moment, all the clues in Khan's mind are connected in series, pointing to one person at the same time. That's Angel Vados. During the Namek trip that year, they encountered a meteorite on their return journey, and the universe spacecraft was smashed to pieces. He, Bulma, Son Gohan, and Klin were all exposed to the vacuum of the universe. It wasn't until Khan woke up from a coma that he found out that he had been rescued. At first Khan thought it was Whis who saved him, but Whis denied this. Someone saved you and sent you to me. Whis' answer back then flooded his head again, as if it was just yesterday, vividly in his mind. Back then, Khan was thinking, who would save him, send him to Beerus, and let Whis be his teacher for a few years? Until now, Khan is finally sure. The one who rescued him from the universe vacuum and sent him to Whis was his first wife Vados. Later, he met the 6th universe Gods of Destruction Champa when he left Wampa, but standing next to Champa was not the guide Angel Vados in Khan's memory, but Angel Alice, a guide he had never seen before. Khan also asked Champa why Angel, the guide of the 6th universe, was not Vados. At that time, Champa was so angry that he couldn't fix him. It turned out that Angel Vados, the guide of the original 6th universe, went to Earth to marry him. In this way, it makes sense why Champa knew his name when he saw him for the first time, and even asked himself to fight him, because he robbed his guide Angel. Another example is why Son Goku's heart disease suddenly recovered during the artificial man period. The doctor didn't even explain how Son Goku recovered from his heart disease. Another example is my daughter Lades. Why was she born with a height of 1.5 meters, and she was born with Ultra Instinct? The Ultra Instinct that the gods of destruction couldn't learn, but Lades was born with the perfect Ultra Instinct. All of this is because of his wife Vados. She's no ordinary earthling, and she doesn't just happen to have the same look and name as Angel Vados. Instead, she is Angel Vados. This can also explain why Lades is born with a sense of freedom, and his blood is countless times stronger than that of Lin Yu. At that time, Khan was still wondering. His genes didn't seem to be so strong, and he didn't know Ultra Instinct either. It turned out that it was because of Vados' angel bloodline. In fact, before that, Khan had suspected more than once that his wife Vados was Angel Vados. It's just because he was in the skeptical stage at the time, because it was so incredible, it didn't even make sense, so Khan was never sure. It wasn't until Vados beat Beerus with one move just now that Khan was finally sure. The wife who has been married to him for more than 10 years is Angel Vados. Master Khan. Why do you only know now? Whis can't help but feel a little funny. You have been married to Vados for more than 10 years, and you only now know that she is Angel. Huh. Husband. Vados, who was sullen just now, suddenly changed into a little woman, and explained, actually, I didn't intend to hide it from you. Now that Khan knows, Vados also knows that his identity can no longer be hidden. Besides, she doesn't need to hide now. Whether it's strength or identity, Khan has enough access to her level now, so, Khan must be able to accept her angel status very well. The reason why she has been hiding her true identity before is actually because she is worried that Khan will not accept it, that's all. I know. Khan waved his hand, then slumped back into the chair. It's not that he can't accept the identity of Vados' angel, but that a mystery buried deep in his heart has finally been solved, and he can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Angel. Sister Vados, what happened to Angel? But Bulma was stunned. According to what she heard just now, why does Vados seem to have a different identity from her? Isn't Vados a person from Earth? I am Angel. Whis explained. The so-called angel is the guide of each universe gods of destruction. After Whis' explanation, the bewildered crowd finally understood. Turn out to be. Khan's main wife, Vados, used to be the guide of gods of destruction, that is, Angel. Mom, so you were Angel. Lades was very excited. Are angels as strong as you? He, of course. Vados smiled and said, Angel is not only the guide of gods of destruction, but also the teacher of gods of destruction. Lades, your Ultra Instinct, I reckon it was inherited from your mother. Said Khan, slumped in a chair. So, Mom will also use Ultra Instinct? Lades blinked and asked curiously. Well, you can say that, but Lades, your Ultra Instinct is still not perfect. Mom will teach you when I have time. Vados nodded lightly, with a gentle motherly smile on her pretty face, and said fondly. Great. The truth came out. Piccolo and other Z-fighters, as well as Son Goku, Vegeta and others finally figured out why Vados can beat gods of destruction Beerus in seconds if he can memorize the hand knife. Dare gods of destruction is not the strongest. The seemingly insignificant angel standing beside them is the strongest. This family is all monsters, Vegeta said with a gloomy face. The strength of Khan, the head of the family, is unfathomable. So far, Vegeta has not figured out what kind of strength Khan has reached. The main wife is Angel. Although Bulma is an ordinary earthling, she is the most outstanding woman on Earth. Not only is he good looking, but he is also one of the most outstanding scientists on Earth, with a rich family and the richest man on Earth. Khan's eldest daughter, Lades, is also unfathomable in strength, and even her youngest son, Lin Yu, Vegeta is not her opponent. To say that the most normal one is probably the 18th. Son Goku laughed and said, haha, actually I think it's okay. Birthday parties are held as normal. A comatose Beerus is carried into a room on the cruise ship, while Whis sits down for Bulma's big birthday party. It wasn't until late at night that everyone returned to the guest room to rest one after another. Above the sky, a bright Milky Way traverses the sky, like a dream. Under the starry sky, a giant cruise ship is sailing on the vast sea, like a lone boat floating in a river. On the top deck of the cruise ship, Khan and Vados sat side by side, dancing the Milky Way across the sky. Suddenly, Vados hugged Khan's arm. Husband, I'm sorry I kept it from you for so long. Khan smiled and said, actually, I started to suspect 10 years ago, but I couldn't believe it was really you at that time. Immediately, Khan shifted his gaze slightly, staring at Vados' beautiful purple eyes. There is just one question that I have been unable to figure out. What? It's still the same question. Why me? Why did you choose me? Khan didn't understand, so he said, "Before this, we haven't even met each other, you don't even know me. Why did you leave your job as the guide angel of the 6th universe, and even came to the 7th universe to have a blind date with me?" The identity of Vados' angel is confirmed, but Khan still can't figure it out. Because he is a time traveler, he knows that there is an angel in the 6th universe named Vados, but Vados doesn't know him. Not to mention there is a universe across. Why did Vados come to Earth to have a blind date with him? You said that. Vados smiled sweetly and said, "Husband, do you believe in prophetic dreams?" Precognitive dream? Yes, precognitive dreams. Vados narrates his prophetic dreams. At the end, Vados suddenly looked up at the starry sky, and there was an inexplicable sadness in his tone. "Husband, do you know? At the last moment of the precognitive dream, you lay peacefully in my arms, and you will be with me forever. Separate people." Later, when I woke up from the dream, I realized that I was crying uncontrollably. At that time, I made up my mind to find you and spend the next billions of years together. Hearing this, Khan's mind suddenly buzzed, and a clear pretty face came to mind. Khan stood there in a daze, his resolute and handsome face covered in shock. That face, which he had been unable to see clearly in his dreams for decades, appeared in Khan's mind at this moment with incomparable clarity. Yes, that's right. The face of the woman who married him in the dream but could not see clearly as Vados. Could it be his precognitive dream too? "Husband? What's wrong with you?" Vados' gentle voice came from beside his ears, pulling Khan's mind back. "Wife, do you believe it? In fact, I also had the same precognitive dream as you," Khan said seriously. Hearing this, Vados was slightly taken aback, then nodded lightly, and said with a light smile, "I believe it." Khan smiled and pulled Vados into his arms. Turn out to be. It's not because of some shit luck that he was spotted by Vados, but because of fate. The two meet and get acquainted in a prophetic dream, and finally come to reality. If this kind of plot hadn't happened to him, Khan would never have believed it. It's incredible. It's even more incredible than Khan himself traveling to the world of Dragon Ball. Khan held Vados tightly in his arms, like countless times in precognitive dreams, and he said, "Wife, you are not the 6th universe's vassal. How can you come to Earth to marry me?" Grand Priest agrees. "Husband, don't talk about this matter, okay?" Anyway, Grand Priest finally agreed. Vados blinked his beautiful eyes, and didn't seem to want to talk about this topic too much. Because she didn't want Khan to know that she was forced to come to Earth by death, Grand Priest had no choice but to compromise. "Okay, don't say it if you don't want to." Since Vados didn't want to talk about it, Khan didn't ask anymore. Exactly how the Grand Priest agreed is irrelevant now. Anyway, he has been married to Vados for more than 10 years, and even has a daughter. How did the Grand Priest agree with Vados? Does it matter? That's it. Khan and Vados sat quietly on the top deck, admiring the dreamlike starry sky, as if they were the only two left in the world. "I do not know how long it has been." Vados suddenly said, "Honey, I have something to tell you, do you want to hear it?" "What's the matter, say." So, Vados said one word at a time. "In the past, I used my staff to look up some deeds about your father Burdock, and one of them was about you." "About me?" Khan raised his eyebrows and asked, "Are you talking about the eve before planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, and my father sent me and Goku to Earth?" "Not." Vados shook his head and said, "Since you know that planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza, then you must remember this incident, and I am not talking about this incident." "What is that?" A big question mark appeared on Khan's face. If this is not the case, then what is it? Khan couldn't figure it out. "This happened about 30 years ago, after you and Uncle Goku were born." Vados said, "It's too troublesome to explain the ins and outs of the matter clearly. Why don't we borrow a time ring from Supreme Kai after this sea trip is over, and go back to the past to see?" "Is that so?" "That's fine." Khan is fine with that. "Since it's too troublesome to say, let's go back and have a look." "Just right." Khan kind of misses Burdock and Jine too. Although he is a time traveler, Burdock and Jine are indeed his biological parents in the world of Dragon Ball. And what child doesn't want his biological parents? Not to mention Burdock and Jine were killed by Frieza when Khan was very young. "But husband, I want to remind you of one thing. When we go back to the past, we cannot intervene in anything. Everything must develop according to the original historical track, otherwise it will have a huge impact on our current time and space." Khan smiled heartily and said, "Haha, don't worry, I'm still clear about this." "Then it's decided." "Well, that's the decision, Beg." The next day, Beerus, who was knocked unconscious by Vados yesterday, finally woke up. "Oh, Master Beerus, you finally woke up. Whis." Beerus scratched his head in a daze. carefully recalling the last scene before he passed out. Next second, Beerus kicked off, jumped up from the bed, and said in a trembling voice, Whis, the one from yesterday, isn't that Angel Vados from the 6th universe? Whis didn't speak, just nodded with a smile. Damn it. Beerus was unlucky. Why is Vados here? What's the matter with her? Beerus was still wondering at the last second before he passed out yesterday. How could a weak woman who seemed powerless could have knocked herself out with a handknife? Dare she be Angel Vados? Whis explained. Master Beerus, Vados is the wife of Mr. Khan, and they have been married for more than 10 years. What? Beerus petrified on the spot. Can angels marry humans? So the angel of the 6th universe is not Vados anymore? Beerus was a little confused. Whis, please tell me what's going on. It's a long story, Master Beerus. All you need to know is that Vados is Mr. Khan's wife. Beerus curled his lips and said in shame, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Beerus couldn't imagine that if he did something yesterday, Vados might not be able to kill him directly, but Vados went to the Grand Priest to complain, and he couldn't stand it. Thinking about it now, Beerus still has lingering fears. Speaking of this, Whis got a little tempered. He reminded, Master Beerus, have you forgotten? I thought of reminding you yesterday, but you said you don't want to listen to my nonsense. Beerus was at a loss for words. It seems that such a thing has indeed happened. By the way, Lord Beerus, there is one more thing to tell you. At the summit of the 1,999,999th World Gods of Destruction, Lord Khan played in your place and successfully made the great gods of destruction. The staff has recognized the master. In other words, Lord Khan will become the first grand gods of destruction in the near future. Seeing Beerus's deflated look, Whis made another stab at him. This news, for Beerus, is simply a bolt from the blue. Beerus froze on the spot, his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Originally, he was already in a cold sweat when he provoked Vados yesterday, but now Whis told him that Khan successfully made the staff of the great gods of destruction recognized as the master, and he will become the first great gods of destruction in the near future, that is, his immediate boss. It's really a blessing, but a misfortune never comes singly. Hi, Whis. Beerus was trembling all over his body, his forehead was already wet with cold sweat, and he said in horror, You. What did you just say? Khan. Because of gods of destruction. When speaking, Beerus's teeth were trembling, which was very funny. Why does he feel that the world has changed when he wakes up from sleep? Angel Vados is married to a human, and this human is the future gods of destruction. The problem is, Khan succeeded in one attempt, which he tried more than 350,000 times without success. What the hell are you playing? Yes. Whis said sternly, no accident, Master Khan will take up the post of gods of destruction within 10 years, so do you want to consider apologizing to Master Khan now? Crap. Well, Whis, you didn't tell me about such an important matter, and I'll settle the score with you later. Beerus's panicked voice still echoed in the room, but his people had already disappeared. Puff. Seeing Beerus, who hurriedly went to Khan to apologize, Whis laughed unkindly. In the restaurant of the ship, Khan and others are dining. Suddenly a black shadow slid up from the door like lightning. He knelt down on one knee towards Khan without saying a word, and said tremblingly, Khan. Master Khan. Yesterday was a little god who had eyes but no pearls and didn't know Taishan. I don't know that you are the future great gods of destruction, so offend you. I also ask Mr. Khan to forgive me for yesterday's offense for the sake of the innocents. Hold head high? For a moment, all eyes were on Beerus. What's up with this bald cat? Wasn't it fierce yesterday, yelling for Khan to be dealt with? Why did the attitude change 360 degrees today? He even knelt down to apologize to Khan. Beerus's big change of attitude can't be dealt with by everyone. That is to say, Vados can understand why Beerus's attitude suddenly changed. Khan glanced at Beerus out of the corner of his eye, and said casually, I'm a big-hearted person, I can forgive your rudeness yesterday, but... Khan paused for a moment, and then his tone suddenly became cold. However, you ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta back then, which led to the killing of my parents. Master Khan, the little god knows it's wrong. Before Khan could finish speaking, Beerus had already kowtowed to apologize, and he quickly explained, Master Khan, you should know that the gods of destruction are gods of destruction, and destroying planets is the responsibility of gods of destruction. Back then, I ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. Yes, because King Vegeta deceived me. The little god insisted on using Frieza well to destroy planet Vegeta. The little god didn't know that he would kill Lord Khan's parents because of this, so I'm really sorry. If Lord Khan wants to blame me, I'm willing to accept the punishment. Everyone fell silent, only Beerus's words were still echoing in the restaurant for a long time. After pondering for a moment, Khan finally said, "Forget it. I know that you have no grievances with my parents, and you didn't intend to kill them, but in general, you still need to take some responsibility. Well, since you indirectly killed my parents then you can teach my younger brother son Goku to practice for a period of time, so that his strength can be improved, and the matter will be evened out." "Yes. Thank you Lord Khan for your generosity." Beerus felt instantly pardoned. Just teaching son Goku to practice can get Khan's forgiveness. For Beerus, this is undoubtedly amnesty. Although there is only one word difference between gods of destruction and the big gods of destruction. But the status gap between the two is a world of difference. And Beerus also doesn't think Khan is weak. Since Khan was able to make the big gods of destruction staff recognize the owner, it means that he successfully defeated other gods of destruction and won the crown of gods of destruction summit. This alone is enough to prove that Khan's strength is not weaker than him. "Okay. Step back, don't disturb our meal here." After such a fuss, Beerus was completely uninterested in the so-called Super Saiyan god. What a foretold rival in the dream, now Khan is his rival. If you don't please Khan, Khan will be the first to deal with gods of destruction after he takes office in the future. Then, during the next few days of sea travel, Beerus, who was full of character on the first day of his arrival, directly acted as a nanny and errand boy. After the sea trip, Beerus took son Goku back to Beerus Star. After thinking about it, Khan added a price tag to Beerus and asked him to bring son Gohan and Vegeta along. Back then, because of Beerus, the Saiyan nation was almost wiped out. Now it is not too much to let him train a few Saiyans. Moreover, Khan will leave the Earth one day sooner or later, so while still on the Earth, try to leave enough strength for the Earth to deal with future enemy invasions. Back to the second day at Magnum Capsules. Khan and Vados went to Kaiwang 29 God Realm together. "Master gods of destruction in the future, do you have any orders to explain when you come to the Supreme Kai world?" As soon as Khan arrived, the old Supreme Kai, Shin and Jabiter immediately greeted him respectfully. When returning to Star Beerus, Beerus made a special trip to the Supreme Kai world, warning Shin and the others not to make Khan, the future great gods of destruction, angry. Otherwise, it is specified that there is no good juice for them. So, every good old Supreme Kai and Shin who are usually good old when Khan is here are super cute. "No order, just came to ask you to borrow something." With his hands on his back, Khan said lightly. "What?" "What?" "Borrow a time ring that can go back in time." Dragon Ball IG 735, Cyril Star. This year, the Saiyan nation was still working for Frieza. They had just invaded Cyril and almost killed all the humans on Cyril. Still, 2 individuals survived the genocidal invasion. Granola and a Namekian named Monet. Later Burdock wanted to keep the surviving Granola and Monet, but was discovered by Sita. Then, in order to save the lives of Granola and Monet, Burdock fights with Jas from Theta's organization. In a clearing in the jungle, Burdock, wearing the battle uniform of the Frieza army, is engaged in a fierce battle with Jas, who has released his instinct. It's just that Burdock's strength is obviously not as good as Jas after releasing his instinct. It was almost unilaterally beaten by Jas. Not far from the battle between Burdock and Jas, Monet was holding the little Granola who had fallen into a coma, watching the battle at a loss. At high altitude, watching Burdock who was unilaterally beaten by Jas, Khan couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He did know Jas. Before the time travel, the manga of Dragon Ball has been updated to the plot where Son Goku and Vegeta come to Cyril. But he doesn't know what happened to the battle between Burdock and Jas, and from the plot of the comics, Burdock seems to have won the battle with Jas. However, judging from the current situation of Burdock and Jas fighting, it doesn't look like Burdock can defeat Jas. Boom. On the ground, Burdock abruptly received an onslaught from Jas, and then flung Jas into the jungle. Immediately afterwards, Burdock turned around and yelled at Monet. "Listen, you two are in the way, get out of here. Call out." As soon as Burdock finished speaking, Jas attacked again. Burdock had no choice but to continue to face Jas directly. And Monet also knew that he couldn't help anything by staying here, so he hurried back to the house in the jungle with little Granola in his arms. Eunuch Burdock is totally different from other Saiyans, he has a kind heart. Vados' pretty face condensed slightly, as he said. On this point, Khan agrees. Really. Saiyan is a violent and bloodthirsty nation, but Burdock is an exception. He attaches great importance to family and friendship, and has a kind heart. If fate hadn't forced him, he wouldn't have ended up serving Frieza and invading other planets. Husband. When the fierce battle between Burdock and Jace was in full swing, Vados suddenly reminded Khan. Khan turned his head, and saw Monet, who had returned to the house, took out 2 small Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron Trumbo. Tell me your wish, no matter what wish I will try my best to fulfill. Could it be? Seeing Shenron Trumbo being summoned by Setsuna, Kon seemed to guess something. Could it be that Manette made a wish to Shenron to increase Burdok's power, and Burdok turned defeat into victory and defeated Burdok? Or, however, the truth is not what Kon thought. Manette made a wish to Shenron. Send Burdok back to his own planet. At the same time, Burdok, who was fighting fiercely with Jas, received a voice transmission from Shenron Trumbo. Burdok, as Manette wishes, I will send you back to planet Vegeta. WH. What the hell? Who's talking? The voice in his head made Burdok bewildered. Shenron Trumbo replied, I am the wish-granting dragon, Trumbo. But, for Manette's wish, Burdok refused. Saiyan would rather die than run away. Burdok roared angrily. Even though he knew he was invincible, he still launched a fierce attack on Jas. When planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed, Burdok never backed down, let alone a mere Joss. Burdok's words made Kon's blood boil. Yeah, Saiyan has the blood that belongs to Saiyan. Even if she dies, she won't run away. Kon muttered to himself. He is proud of Burdok as a father. Although Burdok's mere 10,000 combat power is weak in Kon's eyes, Kon still admires him as a father. Honey, it's coming. At this time, Vados reminded again. Kon was surprised, and saw that after being rejected by Burdok to send back planet Vegeta, Monet had no choice but to compromise. He asked, well, tell me, do you have any other wishes? I want to help you. Burdok was fighting Cass with his life, protecting him and Granola Jr. So, Manette also wanted to do something for Burdok, or he would feel guilty inside. What have you been talking about since just now? Are you wishing on a shooting star or something? In the next second, Burdok's scarred face suddenly showed a gentle, fatherly smile. Since it's a wish, then. Just pray that my children thrive. Boom. When he heard Burdok's wish, Kon's scalp exploded and his mind went blank. Dad. At this moment, Kon's eyes were wet with tears. He tried hard not to let his tears fall. Burdok obviously didn't know if he could survive, but he still missed Kon and the others. Just like the eve of the destruction of planet Vegeta, Burdok is also like this, knowing that Frieza is very likely to destroy planet Vegeta and wipe out the Saiyan nation in one fell swoop. But he sent himself and Kakarot away from planet Vegeta in a miniature universe ship. And himself and Jine stayed, and they didn't leave until planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. Finally turned into universe dust along with planet Vegeta. Returned to the main time and space. Seeing that Kon was still a little depressed, Vados asked, Husband, do you want to revive Mr. Burdok? Kon looked up at the deep space of the endless universe in front of him, then come back to life. Whether it is father or mother, they all hope that Kakarot and I will thrive, but they don't see me in Kakarot now. I think they should have regrets in their hearts bar. All his life, Kon had done nothing for Burdok and Jine. Why not just make up for their dying regrets? At least, Kon now has the conditions to resurrect Burdok and Jine. However, it has been so many years since planet Vegeta was destroyed, how to revive it? Vados questioned. I don't know if it is possible to make a wish with the Shenron of the earth. Use the Dragon Ball to make a wish to Shenron. Speaking of which, Kon has traveled to the Dragon Ball world for decades, and has basically never used the Dragon Ball to fulfill his wishes. Come on then. Then, after returning the time ring, Kon and Vados returned to Earth. With the help of Bulma's Dragon Ball radar, 7 Dragon Balls were collected in just 10 minutes. However, after Kon said his wish, Shenron said, sorry, it's been too long since planet Vegeta was destroyed, and Burdok and Jine didn't even stay in the flesh before they died, so I can't fulfill this wish. Any other wishes? No, you can go. Kon waved his hand, indicating that Shenron could leave. Earth Shenron felt ashamed, and had no choice but to say, since there is no wish, there will be a period later. Husband, what should I do now? If I can find their souls, I can resurrect them. Since Earth Shenron cannot survive Burdok and Jine, it seems that he can only think of other ways. Looks like I can only use the Super Dragon Ball. Although the Earth Shenron cannot fulfill this wish, Kon still has a backup, that is the Super Shenron who claims to be able to truly fulfill any wish. Super Dragon Ball? Is that some kind of super wishing bead? For Super Dragon Ball, Vados is still a bit impressed. When she was the 6th Universe Guide Angel, she went out with Champa to find a Super Dragon Ball, but they only found a Super Dragon Ball after searching for a long time. Kon nodded and said, let's go to the 6th universe and see how many Super Dragons Champa has found. Had it not been for going back to the past and witnessing what happened back then, Kon would have almost forgotten that Champa owed him 7 Super Dragon Balls. Then, Khan and Vados came to the 6th universe non-stop again. Champa star. Champa, who just woke up, was going to eat breakfast happily, and then went out to find the Super Dragon Ball. But in the next second, Champa's pupils shrank suddenly, and all the dinosaur eggs he had just eaten were vomited out in fright. Master Khan. I saw that directly opposite Champa, Khan was walking side by side with Vados. Champa lost his soul in an instant, and couldn't even take care of the breakfast. He quickly got up and rushed over and knelt down on one knee. Master Khan, you have descended. Alice also stood up and greeted Khan and Myodos. How's the super wishing bead collection going? Khan didn't talk too much nonsense with Champa, and directly stated the purpose of his trip. Report. Report Master Khan, I have collected 6 super wishing beads, and the last one is missing. Just wait a little longer, I will find the last one soon. Champa tremblingly said. Khan waved his hand and said, no need, give me those 6 super wishing beads, and I'll find the last one by myself. Once you've collected 6 Super Dragon Balls, that's easy. Khan knew exactly where the last Super Dragon Ball was. A planet called Unnamed Star located on the border of the 6th and 7th universes is the last Super Dragon Ball. Aha, unknown currency. A unknown currency, ah. Champa was taken aback, he thought Khan was angry, and hurriedly said, Lord Khan, believe me, I'm really close to finding the last one. Did I say the last one I found, you deaf? Yes, Lord Khan. Champa has no choice but to give Khan the 6 Super Dragon Balls he collected since Khan said he wanted to find it himself. After handing 6 Super Dragon Balls to Khan, Champa asked cautiously, Master Khan, then. Okay. Khan waved his hand and said calmly, I am a broad-minded person, although you did not find all 7 super wishing beads, I still forgive you for offending me back then. Thank you Master Khan. Champa was suddenly ecstatic, the stone hanging on his chest finally fell down. For all these years, in search of the Super Dragon Ball to get Khan's forgiveness, Champa has not had a good night's sleep. Today, he will probably be able to sleep peacefully. After taking the Super Dragon Ball, Khan and Vados did not stop too much in the 6th universe, and returned directly to the 7th universe. But when it came to the boundary between the 6th universe and the 7th universe, Khan made Vados stop. Vados slammed on the brakes and asked, Husband, why did you stop here? Khan glanced at the top of the lonely planet in Fang universe. This planet is almost the same size as the Earth, with countless craters on its surface. It has not been captured by the gravity of any star, and there is only such an inconspicuous star in the universe space within millions of light years. This planet is the nameless star. What happened to this planet? Vados also noticed unnamed star, but this planet doesn't seem to have anything worth noting. Didn't you notice? This planet is about the size of a Super Dragon Ball. Huh, it seems so. After Khan said so, Vados really found out. Then, Vados understood immediately, she lightly waved the angel staff, the surface of the unknown star was instantly lifted off, and the last Super Dragon Ball appeared in the sight of Khan and Vados. 7 Super Dragon Balls the size of a planet formed a circle and floated in the vacuum of the universe, forming a shocking and spectacular scene. Staring at the 7 Super Dragon Balls in Fang universe, Vados smiled slightly and said, in this way, all 7 super wishing beads have been collected. Thinking that Khan's parents will be resurrected soon, Vados also felt an inexplicable sense of tension. Dad, Mom, I can see you soon. Khan blinked, a feeling of longing welling up in his heart. You must live. These were the last words his father Burdock said to him in Kakarot, it will never be the last again. Khan gathered his mind together, and then said loudly in the language of God, come out, Dragon of God, and fulfill your wish. I want to send. Hey, husband, you can speak divine language? It's just a trifle. Khan smiled. As for the language of God, Khan didn't know it originally, but among the various rewards that have been signed up in the past 10 years, there is such a reward as the language of God. Immediately afterwards, under the gaze of Khan and Vados, the universe space around the 7 Super Dragon Balls suddenly vibrated violently. Immediately, the red stars inside the 7 Super Dragon Balls burst into a crimson ray of light, connecting the 7 Super Dragon Balls together with golden lightning bolts. Under the traction of the golden lightning, the 7 Super Dragon Balls gradually moved closer to the center. When the 7 Super Dragon Balls gathered together, a golden light filled with sacred aura burst forth. Refracted in all directions, the vibration in the universe space became more and more violent. I do not know how long it has been. The radiant golden light that almost illuminated the universe gradually dissipated. When the golden light dissipated, a huge golden creature exuding the sacred aura from the ancient times appeared in the sight of Khan and Vados. Khan's current strength is formidable, But witnessing the strongest Shenron in the Dragon Ball world with his own eyes, he still feels extremely shocked. Compared with the Super Shenron, whether it is the Earth Shenron, the Namek Star Shenron Bolanga, or the Cyril Star Shenron Trombo, they all seem so small. Like a drop in the ocean. Is this the Shenron who can grant any wish? Vados' vermilion lips parted slightly surprised. Khan nodded and said, "It should be right." Click. As soon as the words fell, a strange noise suddenly came from the space in front of him. I saw the Super Shenron who had closed the eyes of the dragon suddenly opened the dragon eyes exuding crimson light, like a giant dragon awakened from the ancient times, giving people a deep sense of oppression. Afterwards, Super Shenron opened his mouth. Roar. With the sound of a dragon chant that shocked all beings in the universe, Shenron spread his huge dragon wings, wandered around the space of the universe at a speed exceeding the speed of light, and then rushed out of the galaxy. His body also skyrocketed at a terrifying speed at this moment, surpassing the galaxy in the blink of an eye. Wherever Khan and Vados looked, they were all super dragon gods. Dazzling golden light filled Khan's entire pupils. Although he was mentally prepared, Khan's visual nerves and mind were greatly shocked when he saw the seemingly endless dragon body of Super Shenron. It was the first time he had seen such a huge creature in his previous life. At last, the golden light dissipated, and Khan and Vados entered the body of Super Shenron, surrounded by countless stars in the sky, extremely dreamlike. When he realized that he had entered the body of Super Shenron, Khan suddenly had a whim. I don't know if there are any special rewards for signing in within the Super Shenron? It stands to reason that there should be, so what kind of reward will it be? Immortal. He already has. Khan couldn't figure out what special reward it would be for a while, but anyway. Try it, and then you'll know. So, Khan said to the system in his heart, "System, sign in within Super Shenron." Ding. The host signs in the Super Shenron body to get a special reward, Super Shenron Wishing Ability. Note. Super Shenron's wishing ability can only realize wishes for others, and requires others to actively propose wishes to the host before it can be realized. The cooling time is 1 year. The voice of the system resounded in my mind. Immediately, Khan could feel an endless surge of divine power pouring into his body. It's just that this endless divine power lives in a corner of Khan's body, and it doesn't interfere with his own energy. Obviously, this endless divine power is used for sight and desire. I'm stupid, this is fine. Khan was stunned. I'm equivalent to a Super Shenron, but it's okay. Although you can't fulfill your wishes for yourself, you can fulfill your wishes for others, such as giving Bulma and number 18 the physique and longevity of immortality. In this way, Bulma and 18 will no longer be restricted by the cycle of life and death. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be young forever? You can even use your wishing ability to get some black silk, JK, uniforms. Cough cough. It's kind of funny. I don't know if I can use this divine power. Khan wondered. If he can use this endless divine power to fight, his strength will undoubtedly increase greatly. According to Khan's guess, since this divine power exists in his body, he should be able to control it. But now it seems that there is no time to experiment. When this matter comes to an end, we will know when we return to Earth and try again. When Khan's brain hole opened up, he and Vados had come to the core of the Super Shenron. In front of Super Shenron's crimson dragon eyes looked down on Khan and Vados, and then the dragon's mouth opened slightly. Say your wishes, and I will grant any of your wishes. Husband, I made a wish. A word of caution from Vados. Khan nodded slightly, then raised his eyelids slightly, looked into the eyes of Super Shenron, and said in a divine language, "My wish is to resurrect my father Burdock and mother Jine." Roar. After receiving Khan's wish content, Super Shenron looked up to the sky and let out a dragon cry again. The golden light bloomed again. A long time. When the golden light disappeared, Khan and Vados had also returned to the universe space. Hey, is this over? Looking at the empty universe space, Vados was surprised. It should be over. Khan nodded, and said, "Honey, use your magic staff to see where Super Shenron resurrected my father and mother." Okay. Let me look for it. A few seconds later, a picture appeared in the crystal ball on top of Vados' angel staff. In the picture, Burdock and Jine are resurrected on a desolate plain, and they look around blankly, seemingly at a loss. Honey, I found it, it's on Earth. Vados excitedly. Go. Let's go back right away. Khan couldn't wait any longer. Immediately, Vados tapped the angel staff, and the two of them turned into a colorful rainbow again, spanning a distance of tens of millions of light years in an instant, and disappearing into the deep space of the universe. Earth, the Great Western Plains. Burdock, what's going on? Jine, who is petite and exquisite, has a dazed look on her delicate and pretty face. Where is this place? Aren't we in Planet Vegeta? The surrounding area was extremely unfamiliar to Jine. And she remembers, wasn't planet Vegeta destroyed by Frieza? What's going on here? After carefully observing the surrounding environment and confirming that there was no danger, Bardock relaxed his vigilance a little. Bardock said in a strong voice, "It looks like we should have gone to another planet." Actually, Bardock didn't know what was going on either. In the last moment of his memory, he had been smashed to pieces by Frieza's star-killing blow. Now, he was literally resurrected again. However, Bardock didn't dare to move around on a large scale before he figured out what the place was. Because he didn't know what kind of danger there was on this planet. Just when Bardock and Jine were at a loss, a rainbow of 7 colors appeared from the sky, and fell right in front of Bardock and Jine in the next second. The colorful rainbow dispersed, and 2 figures came into view. Bardock. Jine quickly hid behind Bardock, and Bardock became vigilant again. Because of the 2 people who appeared suddenly, he didn't know him at all. These 2 people were Khan and Vados, who rushed back at the fastest speed. "Who are you?" Bardock looked wary. Looking at Bardock and Jine standing in front of him alive, the blood in Khan's body was churning continuously, and a strong feeling of longing welled up in his heart. 41 years later, he finally saw his biological father and mother again. Khan's nose couldn't help sour, but seeing the vigilant Bardock, Khan couldn't help but feel a little funny. He showed a gentle and bright smile, and said, "My name is Khan." Khan? Jine was startled, and said in surprise, "Bardock, we seem to have a son named Khan, right?" Bardock nodded. He and Jine did have a son named Khan, but it never occurred to Bardock that his second son, Khan, had grown so big. Because to him, from Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta to his resurrection now, it feels like a blink of an eye. "I am your child Khan, take a good look at me." Khan suppressed the excitement in his heart, trying to make himself look calmer. Are you really my child Khan?" Jine couldn't believe it at first, and didn't dare to think that she looked at Khan carefully, and then realized that Khan was really similar to Bardock. For example, that handsome and resolute face, as well as the brown tail behind him, can well prove that Khan is Saiyan. More importantly, Jine can indeed feel a blood-soluble family affection from Khan. Of course, Bardock noticed this too, but he still couldn't believe it all. He asked, "Can you tell me, what's going on? My child Khan should only be 4 years old." Khan was born in AD 734, and planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza in 737. So wasn't Khan only 4 years old in Bardock's memory? Khan was not in a hurry, and patiently explained to Bardock and Jine, 41 years have passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and I made a wish to Shenron to resurrect you. Also, the planet you are on now is called Earth." "Earth? Is this the Earth?" Hearing that this is Earth, Bardock was shocked. Jine also said, "Bardock, I remember that the planet Khan and Kakarot went to is also called Earth." "Yes." Bardock nodded solemnly, "So you're really my boy Khan?" Jine looked at Khan in a daze, feeling both happy and incredulous. She is happy that her baby, who was still in the swaddling arms, has grown up so much now. It's amazing that they are still alive. Khan nodded slightly, and said, "Father, Mom, you are all fine now, and no one can bully you from now on." "Khan, my boy." The moment she heard Khan calling her mother, Jine couldn't hold back any longer. Jine, who was overwhelmed by maternal love, didn't care so much, and rushed towards Khan. "Mother." Khan opened his arms and hugged Jine tightly. Khan, who was held in Jine's arms back then, can now hold her in his arms. Jine raised her head and held Khan's face. Her eyes were already wet with tears. "Khan, my child, let mother take a good look at you. You have suffered all these years on Earth." Khan just smiled and said nothing. In fact, he has lived a good life on Earth these years, and he has not suffered much. "Mom, you are still as young and beautiful as you were then." Puff. Khan's compliment directly made Jine, who was still in tears because of excitement, laugh. "You child, you have learned to praise your mother." Watching this scene, Bardock finally relaxed his vigilance. There was a gentle, fatherly smile on that tough, cross-scarred face, and as incredible as it was, Bardock was now convinced that he was indeed resurrected. The person in front of him who looked somewhat similar to himself is his son Khan. Immediately, Bardock also stepped forward. "Bardock, come and hug our baby." Seeing Bardock coming, Jine also let go of Khan. Khan and Bardock, the father and son, looked at each other, smiled at each other, and then hugged each other for the first time in 41 years. Neither of them spoke, and everything was kept silent. Watching the scene of the reunion of father and son, Vados beside him couldn't help but smile. "Khan, who is this lady?" Jine glanced at Vados and asked. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce you." Khan pulled Vados to his side and introduced. Father, mother, her name is Vados, and she is your daughter-in-law. Vados bowed slightly, and said with a sweet smile, hello, parents-in-law, my name is Vados, and I have been married to Khan for more than 10 years. Please give me your advice in the future. Hearing this, Jine said pleasantly, Khan, you are married, come and let me take a good look. Then, Jine dragged Vados to chat. Burdock said to Khan, I am happy to see you grow up safe and sound. Where's Kakarot? Khan chuckled and said, Kakarot looks exactly like you now, but he is not on Earth now. I will notify him later and let him return to Earth first. No problem. Hearing that Kakarot had also grown up successfully, Burdock secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that when planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed, he made the right choice to send Khan and Kakarot to Earth. Immediately, Burdock asked again, what about Raditz? I remember that when Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, he didn't seem to be in planet Vegeta. Raditz. I killed him. Khan didn't hide this matter from Burdock, and told all the events of the year in full detail. After listening, Burdock blamed himself. I am also responsible for this matter, because I neglected to discipline him. Self-discipline is one aspect. After the destruction of planet Vegeta, Raditz grew up with people like Vegeta and Nappa. How can his personality be so good? Burdock had no doubts about Khan's words. Since Raditz once wanted to kill Kakarot, he was not wronged at all by Khan. No, Dad, you're not responsible for anything, it's all Raditz's fault. Khan didn't think so, he said. I gave him a chance to reform himself back then, but he didn't cherish it. The past has passed, and it is meaningless to discuss who is right and who is wrong now. Burdock seemed less inclined to continue the subject. Khan nodded. Indeed, so many years have passed, it is meaningless to talk about it now. The dead are dead, and the living should cherish the present. Burdock didn't blame Khan for killing Raditz, either. On the contrary, in Burdock's mind, he believed that Raditz really deserved it. If he didn't want to kill Kakarot, why would Khan kill him? If Khan hadn't killed him back then, Kakarot would have been the one who died.